What is up, my friends, and welcome to Thursday's broadcast at NECC Collegiate Overwatch. My name is Jeff. I'm here with SoavDannom, and we're here in some Week 6 action of Overwatch, Week 6 of 9, so we're kind of getting to the back end of the season here.
Yeah, a lot of these teams have already kind of come through. We've started to see where everybody's shaking up, and we got two teams coming up here. We're actually near the top of it. Howard Dragons of Howard Community College coming in 3-0, no real losses that we know of, and King's College with only the one. They're both looking like top tier teams, and we got a nice tale of the young talent from the Dragons coming up against some veterans of the King's College, as it were, today. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Always good when you get to see some of your top seeds. This one in the Emergents Yellow Division. Howard Community College coming in as your #1 seed. As we take a look at their roster and look at this, a bunch of first-year and second-year students. And this young squad has been absolutely taking it to the Emergents Division. I'm excited to see what they can do against their opposition, who incorporates a little more third- and fourth-year students.
Yeah, once you get to these later years, you've kind of seen a little bit more, you maybe played a little bit more, you've had some time into that team environment, and King's College, again, these are both top tier teams, so maybe there's something to be had for the age and that, but there's always any number of random things in play here, so we'll have to see once these warriors get on the battlefield.
Hey, I've seen both. I've seen star main tanks that are 13, 14, star main tanks that are 22 and going into Overwatch League. So you can run the gamut. It really just depends on how it all comes together. As we're looking at our map pool for this week, this is, of course, a fixed map pool. We're starting on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, Lijiang Tower, always pretty much everyone's go-to. We're going to take a trip after that over to Blizzard World. I love Blizzard World. I could use that. But then afterwards, we'll go to Gibraltar, and if we need to, we'll head to Hollywood and back to Ilios, and unlikely, but maybe we'll head to Australia and Junkertown. We're at least guaranteed those first three, and I love Lijiang Tower. That's pretty much like most Overwatch players do. It's pretty much kind of the go-to, probably only behind King's Row, right?
Pretty much. Rialto is also a fan favorite from polls that I've seen, coincidentally enough.
Okay.
But this map pool is just fantastic. I really like all of these maps. Yeah. Watchpoint Gibraltar is a personal favorite. I know it's not necessarily a community favorite, but I like to play a lot of Winston, so I know I can insta-lock Winston on WPG and nobody's going to flame me for it. Yeah, so I like that map a lot.
I feel that. Yeah, there's a real diversity of this, right? Because Lijiang Tower, these control maps, you're always going to see a little bit of everything. Like control maps are always their own kind of a beast for this. But once you get into stuff like Blizzard World, where you have to talk about like, well, how do you crack this like high ground that the defenders just have under their wing and all this other stuff? This is really going to be a good test for these higher teams. But speaking of a good test, we're going to see probably not too much of a test meta here. It's going to be that sim variance with that rush, and I think that's pretty boxed, and there's no reason to go too far into that.
No, but there is a Roadhog sighting coming out of King's College, who are teleporting onto the point. Both teams did, as a matter of fact. And the Roadhog immediately getting value. So the slightly off-kilter pick, finds first blood. Big body tank, though. Look at that. Coming swinging in with a vengeance. Finds both supports early, which means there's no sustain left for PMC.
No, they're just going to be forced out, and it's just going to be this Roadhog Link just trying to find a little bit. Does keep firing off, but looking like good bacon for the rest of the team. Optimal just going to go ahead and try to pressure out the rest of it. We'll clean up for 3, though, and that'll be just a little more presence gain for the Dragons.
Oh, the frontline damage coming out of that Reaper is just scary. Combined with Rico on this Lucio, Optimal and Big Body are going to be a force to be reckoned with. I can already tell.
Oh, this is gonna be really tough. You might want to change off that hog, but Link is 41 to that. Gonna try and see it for those cheeky plays, but will not be fine. King's College is trying a different. They're gonna swap it up too, but nothing for the bird in the sky. Faintest gonna be the solo flyer there, as they're opting into this double flex support. This Baptiste Mara. They're really trying to pump out those heals versus the Dragons here.
That's a good hook. Oh my goodness, Big Body Tank did not play the shield right on that one. And so the rest of Howard CC now looking to kite back. Utilizing that speed coming out of Rico. Paulito will be the one to clip the wings of Faintest. But the kill does go back the other way. King's College able to claim some space on the back of this shielding. Reiseku did manage to get that photon barrier down before fall into the Deadeye, so there is some shielding in, and Optimal drops it with the Death Blossom. Oh my goodness. Triple kill yet again for Optimal.
Again. Optimal has looked good on this Reaper, and really with not much contest, right? Virgio just trying to put in some value on that. Cassidy is just going to give up the goat and eventually go back to there. But you got to wonder at some point, how much value is Optimal really getting on this hog of Link? You've gotten some value from that, but at some point you gotta consider, are you just feeding into the beast, as it were, in some ways? And 2 tank ultimates for the Dragons, this is going to be rough for King's College with the way this front line has been playing.
Link has even managed to get first pick in both fights. Now Paulito is able to take down Virgio. Doesn't even get a shot off. Ooh. It's up to Famous to try to put the hurt down. Maybe PMC could bring this back with a good shatter. There's no shield in their face at the moment. Still just hanging out on the outside. That's an interesting placement from Baba Booey on that amplification matrix. It does force Howard CC to rotate and just slowly looking at this left-hand side as the shatter lands from Big Body Take. PMC doesn't even get a chance to press Q as the entirety of King's College are sent back to spawn. Howard CC are going to take a 100-0.
No, they just had control of it, never stepped off the gas, and the Dragons just looked to put that young energy that they've got just out there. Showing a great mastery of this brawl comp, showing the great pieces. And Sim Reaper is kind of a variant you usually don't see. You might see Sim May, Sim Cassidy, but I like this Reaper. It's working very well considering just how beefy King's College is kind of showing up to be. They're playing this double flex support, which is a little odd. There's nothing to really move this comp around, so you're kind of able to just be swarmed on. That's the Dragons have just been doing that to their advantage the whole way through. They've just been able to swarm on whatever they want. And Optimal moving over to the Doomfist here, I like this even more. I like the pick potential. They think they can get a little bit more out of it, and I agree with them. Meanwhile, King's College they're gonna go bring in the Zarya here. That looks a little better, but again, there's still no speed. So how are you gonna close that gap from King's College? You got to have something there.
And no teleporter either, which means Howard are going to get first control, or at least positioning on this. Looked like the window teleport just didn't quite work, so they're just going to do it the old-fashioned way. We'll just go straight up the gut.
They got there first, and that's the most important thing.
That's exactly what's important. Exactly. Hey, 80% of the time, the first control team is the team that ends up winning the control map. So there you go. That pick potential already coming in huge. As the Moira is out of the fight, along with it, the bulk of the healing and cleanup from there for Howard Community College.
They got to find something here because they're just getting run on, and Ray Saku is just continuing to beam people down. There's so much in the way, and there's so much pick potential from the Dragons. Just going to try and get the rest of the team back there as the slow start of the clock picks up. And now they got to figure out how to break into this. They're not playing the sim of their own, so they can't just drop in and get the surprise, which is usually how you might want to play this strat. But no ultimates on the board for King's College, and Howard Dragons will probably get there first, so they have to poke a little bit more than they probably want to here.
There's a cool teleport placement right there in the corner. Love that. Oh, but Big Body Tank doesn't take it out in time. This is the opportunity. King's College need to push on the back of this. Even with their Zarya down, they still have a clear advantage. 5v4, favoring King's College at the moment. Going to take some time to take out the teleporter. They need to get in there. Doomfist using the Meteor Strike into the back. Now in a dangerous spot. Optimal able to get out of there. Now Big Body Tank has returned, has an Earth Shatter, and King's College never pressed the issue on the objective. Shatter does get interrupted by that Deadeye. All the while, Howard are building percentage.
They're just continue to grow. They moved it away from there. And now that there's pressure back on the point, the Zarya of Link just going to try and build up that Graviton surge is going to be coming in, but there's nothing there. There's already picks from the Dragons coming through, and the contest will continue, and they'll just continue to roll this up.
King's College had a clear win con there and did not take advantage of it. A little too slow to react. By the time they push in, they're at a disadvantage. Their player's down by the time they move on to the objective. Now, good news for them is King College does have a bevy of ultimates to choose from. I mean, look at this Graviton Surge to try to start things off. But any choice of combo, the world is going to be their oyster on this approach.
No, here's the punch from the side. They didn't see it coming. We'll get out of the way there, and still nothing there. Yeah, pick a combo. You have all the tools in your box, and you got to make it work, but they can't seem to open the front door there. Clock ticking down at 90%, just trying to push in. Amp Matrix followed by that grab. Everything is going in there. The Shatter comes up huge. The Death Blossom to follow it up, and everything must go. King's College know it's on the line, and they will get some value, but with the rest of it just ticking down, they finally will get it just before the 100.
But they had to literally spend 5 ults to take that point. If you're Howard CC, you kind of take that. Now, I will say the Dragons did use both of their support ults. Maybe would like to have one of those back. Rico Soundbarrier did a lot of work and forced the overinvestment from King's College. Vergio just sitting in the corner, just waiting. Perhaps this cheeky positioning might be a way to overcome the whole deficit. Optimal not quite able to get the kill with that punch. Deadeye in the back gets smashed!
Ooh, that's brutal. And the rest of the cleanup will come in from the Dragons. It is nothing but blue for the side of the team taking away map 1 here. And that overtime's going to hit, but it's really not. It's just there. It's just kind of there. That's nothing to do it. The Howard CC Dragons will take map 1 on Lijiang Tower. Man, what a dominant show of force from them.
Yeah, 100-0 and 132. That's pretty darn dominant. And Optimal, whether on the Reaper or on the Doomfist, had some wonderful impact. 2 triple kills in the first 2 fights. Death Blossoms are fantastic. We're going to see one of them here. Didn't take long to pick those 2 up, did it? Oh, my goodness.
Gosh, that was so quick. And then even getting stunned out of it, managed to get hooked, but then cleaning up out of that could have been a terrible point for them to just kind of, like take the 2 and call it. But Optimal saw the advantage, took on that Roadhog and just cleaned it up. And that's great, smart play, great comms, and they were able to keep that rolling. So now they just have to keep going as we go into Blizzard World. I mean, you got to be feeling good if you're the Dragons, right? Like, this is already looking in your favor. You're ready to keep this going and go up 4-0.
Yeah, that's definitely a confidence booster, no doubt there. I'm curious to see if King's College kind of stick with the unusual compositions that we were seeing. I mean, even Zarya kind of feels a little outdated with the current meta right now, and the Hog you don't see very often in this day and age either. So I mean, Roadhog in my game in 2022, come on.
Oh, okay. Don't get too sad now. We're going to be seeing a lot of Roadhog, and obviously you haven't played a lot of competitive because I couldn't pay to get someone off of Roadhog in my games. But it was an interesting choice by them. It was definitely kind of testing the waters, and I don't think it was the waters they were expecting. It was very choppy, and unfortunately, they sank rather than swum there. So maybe they can flip this around. Maybe they've got a better dive comp here going into Blizzard World. Like, this is a good spot to pull out any sort of like poke or dive. You got a lot of high ground to contest on this starting point. So maybe Brawl just isn't their thing.
Well, perhaps. And there's definitely a lot of room for a Wrecking Ball composition to work on Blizzard World. Could even pull out kind of a hybrid of the poke and dive where you see the Sigma alongside a Wrecking Ball with perhaps a Tracer and Ashe. There's room to expand here. There's room to expand, and just kind of circling back. I mean, organized play is not ranked. All right, like that's
sure.
Organized play,
like
it's not quite your comp games. At least it shouldn't be ideally. But hey, maybe that's just a comfort pick or something. Roadhog was a hero that they're feeling good on. PMC, was like, hey, I've played a lot of Roadhog. Maybe I can get those early picks. But the Dragons, they're able to pull it back. Both opening fights, they pulled it back from a 5v6, and we're still able to win them convincingly.
Yeah, they made it look almost planned, as if that one player didn't necessarily matter. God forbid in a team game, we actually count on the rest of the team to recover, But they were able to kind of acknowledge the loss, whatever it was, kind of regroup, quickly establish a threat. And they did the important thing, which is they neutralized it. They were able to figure out where the weaknesses were. They were communicating. They were looking good. And I got to also commend their use of ultage was very, very strong too. They were able to find good timing for all of it, be it a Shatter, be it a Blossom. All of those moments looked good. The communication looks good, and the team play looks great for the side of the Dragons. All they need to do is keep this up, and we could be seeing them way later down in week 9.
And I mean, that's one of those things where I like to say you could see the communication in action. Like you could see the results of it, and that's exactly what the Dragons were displaying on Lijiang Tower. Big props to their whole team. I love the discipline. That discipline will serve them well. I mean, it's surprising for a bunch of freshmen, right? Like they seem like vets.
I was going to say that's something you really want for your team down the line, right? Because let's go to the bigger picture here in the bigger NECC scene. This is a team that you can take and roll 3-4 years deep, and suddenly your team that was a young, the plucky freshman suddenly look like a strong class of junior seniors that can just continue to dominate in this league. That's the great kind of teamwork and great play that you want to see down the line. You pick up some pieces along the way to maybe like fill in some slots. You see what happens when we get to 5v5 and adjust from that. But if you have this great starting lineup from the point, like from the get-go, you're in a good spot for a legacy team here.
And one that could just keep punching up through the ranks. I mean, we're through the divisions rather. So in NECC here, if y'all aren't familiar, we have multiple divisions for variety of ranks and skill ratings. And right now we're in Emergents, which is our second tier. So I could see the Dragons, if they could keep this up, just moving right on through, and and then you get better opponents, and that just steel sharpens steel even more. A lot of potential, and a bright future here for Howard Community College.
Oh yeah, and who knows where they'll be in a couple of years, but we will know where they'll be right now, which is in line at Blizzard World, because the ride and the payload's got to get starting soon, and who knows what's going to come out here. We've seen some interesting picks, but I'm very curious, because this isn't a map that a lot of teams want to scrim necessarily, or necessarily want to even play half the time. So I'm very curious to see how polished these teams are going to be on this. And we talked about these odd picks, but the Zarya is back, Skunk. You think King's College has got that? Like they feel confident in it. I don't know about that.
I'm not so sure about that either. A lot of changes coming through from him as well.
A lot of changes.
So it's not even the same tank line. We don't even see PMC on the Zarya. We've got Faintest, who's moved over from the DPS role to pick up the Zarya. Mojo Jojo coming in off the bench to pick up the Reinhardt. We also see PMC, who was previously on tank, moving down to DPS, and TPN subbing in for aircraft on support. So a lot of changes in this roster to try to take map 2, try to shake things up, perhaps find a weakness here in the Dragons.
Yeah, and it's an interesting thing. Maybe Link was just kind of filling in for that Roadhog slot. Maybe that's like a specialty, kind of a comfort pick, like you were saying. But the Dragons have comfortably taken this front high ground, and they can just rain down now. This double shield comp doesn't need to rush into you. And again, with King's College not having a Lucio, there's no real answer. You can't rush that. So now they can just surround you and slowly pick you apart. Just like Baba Booey, who managed to get the first pick on the Optimal there, that's a bit uncharacteristic. We'll get that res though. Just a little boo-boo, put a band-aid on it, and we'll move back in.
Yeah, and all the while, the Dragons are building up ultimates with Wish to push back in. I'm looking at Paulino with that Ant Matrix. Faintest takes down Optimal once again, so a lot of pressure on Reizaku. Reizaku goes down. No more DPS left for the Dragons. Ooh. And, King's College off to a great start, looking to punish some kills here. But looks like the Sigma, as well as both supports, are able to kite out of there.
Yeah, the Orisa will eventually get punished, but they did the right thing. They took the space back that they gave up, and that's something that maybe the younger squad may not be thinking too much about. Is we took the space, we didn't quite get the surround, and with the changes coming in, the Dragons, Risaku going to go on over to the legs, give a little bit more range, a little bit more self-sustain. I like that. That gives a little bit more surround potential, control that space that you've got, and again, you've gotten kind of free reign. You're just kind of let through these first initial chokes. You can just kind of line up wherever you want, and they're just going to poke until they get the rest of these ultimates. And speaking of ultimates, both support ultimates looking good there for the Dragons. They're not going to commit either, but they are looking to try to find some spots for them. PMC also holding on to those Dragons, going to try and fire something in there, but nothing goes. And there they go, as I say that. But not necessarily coming up huge, but still trying to make some moves.
Wow, the Grab Dragons end up coming up big. They're at the end, so good patience from PMC is rewarded. Optimal got a couple, but didn't have near the impact, and now making a swap on over to the Ashe.
No, it's getting a little tough. We're struggling. We're running out of options for the Dragons here. It could be the curse of just the control curse, where we just are good at control maps and we kind of struggle everywhere else. But I look at King's College's comp. They're playing this very heal heavy comp, this very like double main healer comp as opposed to that. But they're keeping the team up. They're playing their ultimates well together. They're putting good combos together. So the smart is winning here, and you got to respect that. The Dragons have some time left, but they can make this work.
Zanto also has this Gravitic Flux. Could be a heck of an opener. And the bubbles have been used. That's the go sign. Flux is going to pick up at least 3. Baba Booey immediately goes down, even though the Immortality Field was on the ground. Taken out of the sky, as does their partner in crime, TPN. No more supports left for the defense. Dragons, they, used those ults very wisely once again, and they have managed to finally move on to point A.
They finally will get that. We will unlock the rest of the ride, and we're done waiting in line here. It's just going to be the quick cleanup and what's left. Don't think there's going to be much of a contest. So now we see some more traditional comps coming out of King's College as they are forced back. They're Baba Booey finally giving up and they're swapping over to that Lucio. But they've got a couple tools now to make this stop. They've got they've got a Graviton Surge in their favor, so looking to put a foot down here once we get to Streets. But the Dragons just taking the space. They know they've got this high ground and they're slowly surrounding them. You'll love to see this smart play. Speaking of that, that's that Graviton Surge coming in. Will find one. Risaku's going to fall, but they will get traded right back out. And the rest of the team from King's College is going to just demand that space right now. Bob's going to come out. Will he do something? Putting faces down into the ground, but will eventually get out of the way. Rez back in, just keeping the Dragons in this fight, and it's suddenly turning back in their favor. I can't believe they pulled this out. Rico getting a little bit aggressive there with that pistol, finding 2 headshots. What a dangerous support line there.
It was a strong grab from Famous to start it off, but they lose Baba Booey early, and all that speed goes with it. And we saw the power of the speed on that rotation. It was a good initial move coming out of King's College, but Howard CC end up with more sustain, optimal. Rico coming in with 2 kills with the Glock on the Mercy, pulling out the Valkyrie. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Now, Dragons have a supercharger to work with. The Shatter doesn't find anything. Dragons going out. I don't think it's going to get much either.
No, it's just going to fall late, but there's 2 ultimates that will, and that'll be a Flux finding 1. But trades come back and forth. A lot of the ultimates coming out from the Dragons will bring back the Sigma to try to keep the numbers in check. But they've got control of this high ground, and the card is still stalled out for the time being, but they've got the pressure now. Optimal just going to clean up PMC as they try to keep this moving. Finally, a little bit of a contest. They have to give up this high ground and push in there. Not much to do. Virgio going down, though, with that Deadeye is huge for King's College. They need to put a little more pressure there, and Moonman dropping in from outer space. Going to fall back and try to buy the rest of that. Dragons committed too. The Dragons are not giving up, and they will start to fall. Another Bob from the side of Optimal, though, is coming in huge to clean this up, and Fane is just going to try and get the rest of this there. Just try and stall this out. Less than a minute on the clock, and just the Dragons need to make some sort of a pick, and there it is. There's the 2 picks coming in to try to keep this fight. It's just been a crazy extended team fight here.
Yeah, it's the fight that goes on and on. And I thought the Dragons had it for sure, but they don't get the cleanup kills fast enough. Reinforcements show up. Bobby Booey heading on back over to a Moira, which the sound barrier was pretty lackluster out of Baba Booey. Only caught themselves in faintest. Howard CC able to take the advantage, but not able to take the fight. Now they're on final fight territory. One last chance here for the Dragons to cap point B. Riseku going over to the Genji to try to make it happen.
Ooh. That's the pick, in this double shield comp, kind of odd pick, but Famous looking for this Graviton Surge. Gonna try and find as many as they can, and will throw it out there, looking for it, but not quite finding it in Risaku, just trying to find an angle, looking for somebody. Famous trying to find somebody else, but Virgio will be the first to fall, and that is gonna be forcing out some ultimates. Rico will go in, and that will force out. There it is. There's the Graviton Surge. Will catch several, but is there enough cleanup there? There's a Shatter from Mojo Jojo to help put that in, and the hammer just keeps on swinging. Overtime is ticking down, though, and the rest of the team from the King's College needs to clean this up. Flux comes out, doesn't find anybody there, but the rest of this is coming through. The Howard Dragons have running out of sustain. That'll be a tactical visor just to clean this up. It's just waves of waves, and finally King's College will start to bring this home and put an end just before point B.
Good hold. Exactly what King's College needed to get themselves back into this series.
Whew.
Good grab. Start things off. The grab catches 3. They're able to keep those ults rotating to where it was just, first, Coalescence there to cap it off. You have the tac visor there in the middle. So much better ult usage out of King's College than what we saw in Lijiang Tower. Then on the back of that, they're able to stop this cart shy. Now have a clear win condition to tie up this series. Only need to make it about 3/4 of the way through Streets phase, almost to the end. We'll say 4/5.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, that's a good effort made. But yeah, again, with King's College, with these odd comps, this kind of double heal, this double main healer kind of a comp is looking very solid. It's not something you typically see, but they are making it work. Sacrificing a little bit of that utility and that speed. I mean, I would be hesitant to see that, but this has to be some sort of a plan because it's working. This has to be some sort of a rehearsed set play, I have to imagine.
Well, you say that, but now we're getting, they could change their mind, but Baba Booey and TPN have swapped roles, so TPN's playing main support now. Baba Booey picking up the flex with the Moira.
TPN is the more like grounded support player according to what they've written. So that kind of doesn't surprise me. They're looking to play more of that main healer kind of a maybe sort of a role. But I say that maybe they're just used to playing more of them. Baba Booey has kind of, you know, as the older of the two, maybe just taking some dominance and just kind of thinking they know, but they know how to get in, so they're just gonna walk right in for free, just below, but have to push on this high ground.
But they are running into a lot of damage, and PFC feels the brunt of it immediately. Good shooting from Optimal. Picks up 2 early. Already 55% to Bob. But Virgil able to move on to the point alongside a couple of tanks. And the Recondust is certainly coming through. But 2 ticks have already been picked up, despite the fact that Howard Community College won this fight a couple of picks ago.
Yeah, this fight should have been long over, but they gave up those 2. So if you're King's College, you're happy. That was a gift. You know, it ain't Christmas time, but I guess you'll take that gift. So Rez will come back in and, you know, for the most optimal timing, I guess, as it were. But the King's men will regroup and come back for more. Still want to run this rush, and I mean, yeah, they should be able to. They just need to play around that Ashe, right?
I mean, you got so much damage from Optimal and Reiseku. That you can really play around either. 2 off angles are going to be so difficult with this high ground. The Bob throwing in behind him. Optimal continues to land shots. Baba Booey taking one right between the eyes. And now King's College are kind of stuck in that back room. Under the pressure of Virgio, the Dragons do back off a little bit and just return back to the objective to await another push.
I mean, they don't need to push it. No reason to go for cleanups. They've got control, but King's Control has gained control of this very precious high ground, and they need to send someone back to bother Optimal, right? Like, Optimal has just been given free reign to just fire in, quite literally, and they're just going to play back now. The Dragons looking to buy the rest of this time with 2 minutes on the clock. King's College taking the slow approach to this, and I can understand that. Still just trying to poke out of this room now, kind of surrounded. They're going to take the long way around here. I do like it, but Virgio going in does not get the value they're looking for. Will force out the lamp, and that will be the start of it. The trades will come out, and that will force out a couple of ultimates for the side of the Dragons. And finally, Virgio is going to get in and get in the back line to take out this muscle. Rico just supporting from the skies, as it were, and Moonman absolutely just taken to space, finally gets him out there. The dangerous support, Rico going in, can't find it this time, but meanwhile the point hasn't really been contested here. It's just been sitting for free. At first, King's College has been kind of getting value, but they should have pressured the point a little bit more, I think.
I mean, they tried to take that high ground, which was the right play. It just got absolutely stymied. Great rotation out of the Dragons. They all fall to the right-hand point, or the right-hand side of the objective from the defender's point of view, and are maintaining that optimal, 10-meter distance from this brawl comp. So just really good kiting from the Dragons, really good shooting out of Optimal. Now King's College, they have some ults built up, including both support ults to push in here with. Faintest with another good grab could close out this fight.
Oh, Grav. Between Grav and between the Reaper ultimate, they are set to just win this as long as they pressure out. And there is the pressure from Virgio coming in. And there it is. There's the Death Blossom. Doesn't get any value, though, as the Supercharger put in the real work. Bob coming in to save the day will unfortunately meet the wall. And again, the Dragons just continuing to keep the space and peel for each other, looking good. With 35 seconds on the clock, they are set to just deny the full and keep the full hold.
Oh, it was just a great job from the defensive Dragons to survive the grab, to survive the Death Blossom. Paulito had a wonderful Immortality Field that kept the team alive long enough for Reiseku to find that shot with the Hanzo and cancel what was left of Virgio's Death Blossom. Now Shatter coming around. It's going to pick up 4. This is the cleanup there, though. Mojo Jojo goes down.
That's so unfortunate. That will push him back, though, and Faintest taking it up. They will wall that off, and a Graviton Surge will force him out. They get the payload! They get it for free just because they simply force the Dragons back against the wall. And now it's just simply cleanup. They're going to be able to push them back as far as it is, and the Dragons know it's time to get out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the Dragons. After the Shatter, I mean, you had Mojo Jojo down. Moonman just needed to keep a toe on point and perhaps buy some more time. But hey, their hasty retreat did at least get them some high ground to work with here for point B. So they have a lot of space control here. Reiseku going over to the Echo, which will help with that verticality that point B provides. Also, so much tank busting damage. On the other side, Faintest onto the Diva, trying to go to the high ground right out of the gate, but gets muscled back down.
There's that Bob going in. We've seen him a frequent star today, but No one is contesting. The cart is just going to roll through, and Virgio will eventually get in there and get what they need. Finally, the King's College coming to life. The picks are still trading, though, and the cart is continuing to roll. Rosanto holding on to this flux is going to have to commit it. We'll eventually get it just before there. We'll find Mojo Jojo, and we'll force out some extras. Virgio will trade back, and King's College looking to seal this deal right now with everything there. And suddenly, King's College bringing it back, taking Blizzard World for map 2, tying it up 1-1.
Oh, it was such a good flux, too. It was close. I mean, Dragons just gave up a little too much space. And I know what they were going for, and they were trying to wait till just the right moment to drop down and contest, because that high ground is so valuable. There's that beautiful shot. Oh, through an Ant Matrix with a supercharger. Oh, that's nasty.
Gosh, so much
that
damage.
Is so much damage. Oh, my goodness, that's so much damage. But anyway, back to the point. I mean, it was a great gravitic flux, able to pick up a couple, managed to get it off before the sound barrier was available for King's College, so the timing was really good. It was just not concern, but I think as far as the progression of the cart, it was a bit late, and also in the fight where there just wasn't enough follow-up to really capitalize on the half of the health points being gone from the opposition. So it was a good theory, just executed a little out of sync, let's say.
I think that speaks to the kind of what we were talking about earlier, right? The plucky young freshmen of the Dragons, they may not have that kind of, I'm not going to say skill, because they obviously knew what they were trying to do, but the execution was just a little bit off. This may be that kind of benefit from having an older roster who has seen this, who has played a little bit more, who's used to working as a unit together. They can maybe that's part of it. Who knows? But either way, we are tied up 1-1, and we're going on to map 3, so we're guaranteed map 4 here, and that's exciting to me.
Oh, yeah. The more great Overwatch, the better. But I do think we are going to take a quick little intermission. And so we will go ahead and do that now. When we come back, we're going to head to Watchpoint Gibraltar. We'll see you here in just a minute. Well, after losing Lijiang Tower in a fairly convincing fashion, King's College able to come back swinging on Blizzard World, put up a big hold there on point B, and able to move in and take it with relative ease. Little resistance from the Dragons. It's left us at 1-1 here, headed into Watchpoint Gibraltar.
It's quite literally anybody's game because we've seen such good shows from both sides, and to be quite honest, like the Dragons' loss on 2 could have just been attributed to a couple of very critical errors, but going into, yet another kind of a payload map, it's going to be tough to say. And but speaking of what's tough to say, is King's College has been really tough to keep track of, as we've seen. There's quite a few, I don't even want to call them subs. Like Link is coming back in, but a lot of the line is changing. So if you're playing, at home and you've got if you've got like a weird bingo card at home, I'm sure this ticks at least a couple of boxes. So, I mean, it might work in their favor though, right? Too, because now you're seeing all these players flex to different things. All these different, are you really able to keep track? And you're not really able to get used to someone in game 3 of, Link's hog on game 1. So there's probably like some calculated confusion into this, I think, actually, from King's College.
Maybe. I mean, it's downright musical chairs. But yeah. I have concerns because you found something that worked for you in Blizzard World. I would be hesitant to make as many changes as we are seeing coming through because, I mean, you just took a map off of, the undefeated squad after, a pretty abysmal showing on Lijiang Tower. I'm not gonna lie about it.
Yeah. I agree with you. And that's, again, to just kind of wholesale change a bunch of things. I agree. I'm kind of concerned to see what is the point of this. Like, I assume usually when you make these kinds of swaps, it's calculated. You're bringing in a dive player, you're bringing in like projectile players, you're bringing in particular supports. But King's College has been running, I'm just going to call them odd comps, non-meta comps. I mean, you can get away with that down here, like we've kind of addressed earlier. But now you're making wholesale changes, and now you're just getting out of meta changes. What does this do to your players as this happens too? Because suddenly your tank players who are used to initiating are suddenly on DPS. There's gotta, I would love to hear and talk to the team about afterwards, because there's gotta be some logic that I can't quite see.
And maybe hit the nail on the head with the dive composition. We are at Gibraltar, notorious for Winston. So, maybe it is a comfort level of those heroes. Only time will tell. I mean, best we can do is just speculate on these major changes. And here, I'm gonna have to read them because there's just so many of them. But let's take a look at what exactly is coming through. So Mojo Jojo, who we saw on the Reinhardt, now moving to support. Link coming off the bench and headed back into the tank role. We saw playing the Roadhog and the Zarya there on Lijiang Tower. PMC moving from DPS to tank. So we again back to what we saw on map 1 and went to DPS just for Blizzard World. Faintus going from tank to DPS. So again, that same swap. So this is more of the look from Lijiang Tower. So there's got to be a plan, because it does seem to be a set group of people, with the exception of Mojo Jojo on support this time around.
So I was kind of thinking about this. Link is coming back in. We saw them play Hog. We saw them play something. We saw them play Zarya. So I'm assuming you're bringing Link in for some sort of off-tank play. They locked Hog, but now I'm seeing the Bastion come out, and I'm okay. Like, this double shield makes sense, but we haven't seen Link Sigma. I have to assume there's something for that. Maybe this is a difference, and like this is probably their plan, right? So there's difference, like the difference in Reinhardt plays. There's very aggressive Reinhardts, there's very passive Reinhardts, and Famous is just going to decide they're going to play this very cheeky backline, kind of a get a quick play here. I don't know if it's going to be successful, but I like the play. And Howard Dragons, they're coming out on dive, like what we expected, but there is that early pick from Famous, and I want to see what happens when this comes out, because now he's been spotted and there's no help.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's going to work once, but look at the aggression as Famous just gets absolutely pounced on. Mojo Jojo doesn't fare any better. The moment the Dragons knew that Bastion was there, the entirety of the team took them down. And the respawn's clearly favoring the Dragons right now. I mean, Paulito's going to get back in this battle in no time. They're going to have an advantage. They're wasting 0 time anyway. They're just going to go ahead and push this high ground, pick up 2 more kills. Let's just clean up from here for the Dragons.
It was done the second they set that play, which, like, as a spectator, I love me a good Bastion strat. It's silly, it's kind of janky, and they will find out the Reaper there. But again, you know, I don't want to say it's a throw, but it's a very all-in strat. So it was all in. It got a pick. Was it worth it? What did it cost you? Apparently, it's going to cost you point A.
It's looking that way, although a kill on Paulito might be able to give them just the advantage they need to stabilize here on the back of point A, especially following it up with the DMAC and taking Reisaku down as well. So stabilizing King's College coming back in the Soldier Reaper. I like that look a lot better.
Yeah, this is a much better anti-dive look. Like the Reaper's very big anti-Winston, Soldier's high sustainability. There's not a good dive target. Everybody there is basically either going to get out of the way or have cover. And your weakest point there is the Sigma, who's not going to be out in the open. So I do like that. I think that's a great look. And Mojo Jojo, who you know, we saw from going to the frontline brawler to the Angel now, has done well to keep their team up. But Famous is going to get caught out there, and this is going to open her right up.
Ooh, nice save from Mojo Jojo. Able to get on top of Phaetus, and there it is. The anti-nade coming through. Link is low.
Ooh.
PMC's already down. It was a primal and a bob thrown in from the Dragons, and that will get this cart over the line.
Two very, very angry creatures out there just ready to clean it up. Yeah, it'll give them the extra bit of time, a couple minutes. They're going to try to push this.
Really
It looks like they're going to try to contest this. Wow, we get one, though. That was absolutely worth it, I think.
Maybe. It would have been if I hadn't gotten the point.
No, unfortunately, it wasn't.
Yeah, unfortunately, now Phaetus is going to spawn really far away. Moonman gets the nano boost, is heading in. That pin not going to phase too much. In fact, it's just more and more ground being gained here by the Dragons. Trying to put a stop to it. PMC does throw the Shatter down. Tac Visor thrown in as well. And wow, okay, the Dragons bit off a little bit more than they can chew. It looked so good in the start, but couldn't find any kills.
I'm still very fascinated by this occurrence of events because King's College continue to push boundaries and push very aggressively in a lot of ways, but then turn it around in the mid to late fight. And now, again, like they have control of these various high grounds. They're able to control this. Again, they're still in this very anti-dive comp, so there's very, very dependent on Optimal to hit these shots and get value. Reisaku's duplicate that was going to be big, and they're probably going to copy that Reinhardt, so supporting that is probably going to be the key for the Dragons to keep this card rolling here.
Yeah, coupled with a rally, it could be very dangerous.
Has to be, but they're...
Yeah.
There it is.
Reisaku on the high ground, dropping in, able to burn down Faintus. That's 3 kills with just a self-destruct invested. What an economy fight win, and still King's College are choosing to invest in it, which means they're just given more of an edge. The Dragons, though, okay, they respond with some late ultimates, so maybe the Tac Visor was worth.
They got value out of it. I mean, at that point, if you're King's College, you're happy with that because you pulled a couple ultimates out, and again, they've kind of been a very scrappy team to come back and win these in the late. The bubble coming out early just to try to keep Optimal alive, and they're trying to put these resources down, but the cart is going to get stopped there.
Is he looking for that duplicate? Oh, grabs the brig. I think he was looking for the ride, but hey, you take the brig. It'll be an extra rally here in no time. And there you go. 3 quick kills on the board. Hey, if you can't get the Reinhardt, the brig is the next best thing.
Yeah. I say, what is a Brigitte except a tiny female Reinhardt? And like, that's fine. It got you across the line. You're not too mad about that. You might be a little disappointed, but you can't be really disappointed with the outcome of that. You got it across, and 3 minutes on the clock is still plenty to keep it rolling. This dive comp has been looking efficient here, and equally efficient, though, are the 3 ultimates for King's College. So if Faintest can use that Deadeye with some good support, they will put a foot down here.
Yeah, we need to see better execution from the Nano Winston on the second engagement because, yeah, huge advantage to King's College right now. PMC playing way back from the corner. I think expecting or try to bait the Dragons to approach and looking for that shatter. But the Dragons are really taking their time on this approach here, Soav.
They don't need to rush it, and Faintest will find that value just to slow it up again. And again, but that's why you don't need to rush it, because if all it takes is one pick, one wrong dive, and suddenly you're time off the clock. Instead, they'll just give up a couple more seconds, try to reevaluate what it is. But in the meantime, King's College continues just to the rich get richer. They just have more ultimates now, and now there's an angle, but they will find a Virgio, and that is going to be the dive target for the day.
And a much better Nano engage. Vanta's still holding this high ground and has the Deadeye to work with and able to pick up Reisaku even from up there. But yet another fantastic bob Great placement from Optimal. Baba Booey out, Mojo Jojo's out. Sustain is notably absent here for the defense, which means PMC just had no leg to stand on.
Optimal has just been looking so good, getting so much value with those bobs, and Famous will find the answer, will commit the high noon. Does not get anybody, though, and, well, that was aggressive and hopeful at the best.
Trying to win it in the mid to late fight, but I'm not sure they're going to pull it off this time as Reinhardt's going for a swim. Virgil looking to pull it back once again with another tack visor, but as it fades, there's not really a whole lot of substance left. In fact, it's 2 kills from the self-destruct of Rosanto, and the Dragons have lots of time to work with. A little bit of cleanup on the back end. Mojo Jojo does pop that rally, and that's going to embolden Faintus as well. It drives them off. A great rally to allow the team to reset.
Ooh. That's a good reset, and both teams really benefited from that too, because it gave King's College the space to force that reset, and it got the Dragons something they can get out of their way. So suddenly the Dragons know there's one less support ultimate ready, so suddenly link back over on this Hog. We're teetering into a difficult territory. I like the sustain idea, but there has to be some big pieces here. They've swapped to a little bit less intense support line, trying to play against this dive a little bit more. I like the idea. Let's see how it pays off.
Well, it does mean Moonman has to be more cautious with that bubble and needs to block that hook. Hook is out. Rosanto was the victim of that one. Solo Shatter on to Polito. Oh, great move. Now the Nano engage completely off the table. The tanks are trying to push in with 0 supports at their back. The Dragons just left Paulito kind of out on an island. PMC took that trip, recognized it, and found the great kill.
For the concerns we had coming in with this King's College team, it's interesting to see that they're putting their foot down here. With just as the clock is winding down, they are managing to hold this, and that's really speaks to their ability to play.
Optimal receiving the nano boost. I thought it was going on to Rico for a second, but Fate just drops in with the Death Blossom. Nobody able to even get close to the cart. A valiant attempt and a decent amount of push from the Dragons, but in the end they fall short.
I like King's College's ingenuity when it comes to this. They said, we probably expect a dive here. This is Gibraltar. You kind of have to control these high grounds. Let's bring in our Hog player. There's no better time and place for it. And all those pieces, they may not have been the top tier pieces that we're used to seeing, right? Like usually you expect your diva to be there for peel, and you kind of expect things, but at these lower ELOs that we're seeing, because we're in where we are, you can get away with Hog and get full value. You're not necessarily expecting diva to be there for every second with defense matrix up, and it's paid off for King's College. These comfort picks, these kind of odd choices are really working in their favor, and you got to respect that from this more veteran team coming up against the fresh talent. And the Dragons are going to run back this dive comp. It wasn't a bad comp. They looked good on it. I'm curious to see how they look on this defense, though, because it is much harder to defend on dive than it is to attack on it.
Yes, certainly. I mean, you have a little bit of easier staging, but you have to choose your timing so carefully. The timing becomes far more important on the defense,
Absolutely.
where it's positioning that I think is more important on the offense.
Mm-hmm. I agree completely, and they are positioned well. They're going to try and cut off this maybe like initial high ground teleporter. Nothing there though. But Famous coming out on the Widow is also something worth keeping an eye out on. Looks like it maybe missed that, but they may change off when they see this dive comp coming in, and there it is.
Yep, right at the 15-second mark, just as they could have hit tab and seed the comp, falling out of the sky comes the entirety of the Dragons. Optimal doesn't survive, so they're missing that long-range damage, but the Dragons are able to pick up not only the Mercy, but Baba Booey on the Baptiste as well. Eventually, both tanks fall, and it's a very scrappy fight. Riseku eventually goes down to a shot from Fainest. It means that what remains of the Dragons just has to back up.
Yeah, and it's diving into this kind of an I'd call it an anti-dive. There's no one really, again, to dive. So they're doing this very dissuasive kind of a brawl comp. There's not a good target. Everybody out there can either get out of the way, get healed, or will have, a hammer in front of them. So very, very good job of King's College playing a comp that counters them across many angles. And Optimal's just going to have to try to get some value here. They kind of need to put the resources into this Ashe, because Optimal's been coming up big, fight after fight, bob after bob. And I think that's going to be their key win condition for getting this here.
Well, Faintus has now gone over to a Reaper just for even more sustain and that front line punch and power. against Moon Man's Winston, who's sitting at blue box currently with Rosanto here overlooking as the brawl composition slowly but surely makes their way into what is a bit of a kill box. You can see Risaku sitting up there 85% towards that blade, just trying to farm up the rest to kick this thing off.
This is the problem with not having Lucio, though, is every single movement is just leaving you the chance to be surrounded, especially versus this dive comp who is just looking to punish something like this. So one character out of position, one wrong ultimate, but that will be a good ultimate from Virgio, unfortunately falling flat.
Yeah, Risaku already used the deflect. Ends up going down to Phaetus, and the Nano engage, again, a little off the mark here for the Dragons. They don't deal with the DPS, and Phaetus and Virgio have a field day down there.
They just looked good, you know. That I guess it was a bait, maybe. Like it was a good visor because it threw them off kilter. They were able to kind of take advantage of that chaos, and again, they just were able to clean that up. But now that we're in, second, we're in hangar now, so high ground very, very important, and the Dragons need to contest this card a little bit more. They're kind of just been letting this roll for free, and they did this on Blizzard World as well. So a little more contest needs to come from them, but you can't contest if you're dead, just like Rise.
Yeah, Risaku might have underestimated the range on those shotguns. As Phaetus is up there challenging both Optimal and Risaku, not allowing Optimal to get that position on top of the hangar. Ooh, Moonman's in a tough spot, trying to chase a kill in the back, and is eventually going to go down. Huge advantage to King's College at the moment, and they have ults to work with. First off, coming up is the rally, and they're just going to take that extra armor and go barreling through anybody who dares get in their way. This pseudo anti-dive composition working out really well. Late blade investment, nah fam, that was not it. Phaetus shut that down immediately.
That's the problem with his dive comp, though, right? And they will get point. Let's just point that out. Is there 4 minutes 30 in the clock? It's a reset. Just feed, get out. Whatever you got to do because you're running out of time. We're coming to completion, and King's College has this kind of distinct advantage where you have a slower brawl comp that doesn't necessarily need as much team play. You can kind of get value just by sitting together, moving together, and a little less overall team complexity versus this dive, which requires excellent communication, excellent play from all of your players, and there's kind of just the skill difference that's coming out, not because of any particular skill difference, but just in the compositions themselves, and that Bob will set off the fireworks today.
Risaku picks up both supports with the Genji while everybody was looking at the Bob. The Ninja sneaks in and assassinates your backline. Dragons able to win on the back of that great combo. We saw King's College put up a great hold here. Dragons going to have to put up a better one if they want to move up to match point.
They have a big ask, though, because a little under 4 minutes is a lot to do, and King's College coming in with those ults just going to make it a little bit harder. They will move Baba Booey over to the Moira, though. Oh, an ambitious ult from Phaetus. No one's home. We do not want any. I'm sorry to tell you that, Reaper. So Phaetus, it was an ambitious play. I like the idea, but Moonman is going to drop in and looking for more.
Yep, looking for that back line onto the newly swapped Moira. Baba Booey and finds it. Rosanto coming in, swoops with perfect time. Shatter does come down. Able to get one with that while Virgio is trying to harass the back line. Eventually does take down Rico on the... oh my goodness, on the brig. I almost tried to call her Baptiste, and yeah, that's that. I mean,
it's okay. We've seen so much out of this King's College team. I don't blame you, but what we are seeing out of them is a good hold as this happens, and the Dragons are suddenly playing from the defenders here. So I don't even know what's going to happen. This Nano has to come in to be committed, though, at some point.
Yep, it's in. There's a rally from Mojo Jojo as well, though. But Madamo Man just goes diving past it. Able to pick up one. Risaku looking to chop through the armor, finish off Mojo Jojo. A couple of great ult investments from the Dragons, and this dive composition coalescing into yet another big fight win.
When the Dragons look good, when they play together, when they get these plays that all these heroes just kind of fall into the correct target, they look great. It looks like a very competent dive comp, but when they kind of get out, they just kind of make a couple errors. It doesn't come together. They get kind of run on by this anti-dive, but they have moved over to double off tank also, so this has got to be what they know what they're doing, and here they are. They know what's up.
I like the aggression from the Dragons. Moving in early on this fight was the right call. Not allow King's College to finish off the rest of their ultimates and they get yet another fight win. Because Kings, they've got the Coalescence coming up and they're going to have a Gravitic Flux as well. So that could be just the ticket to push in. The move from the Dragons got them right back in the ult economy.
Yeah, it has to be, right? Because your aggressor at this point either is going to be D.Va or like the Reaper. So you've kind of changed and you've altered this anti-dive comp a bit. And again, it's these strange choices that either work or they live and die by. And this Flux is, unfortunately going to be dead.
I think that was a flashbang from Optimal, who was on the bridge directly above. That's the shield bash coming out to stop the Death Blossom of Faintus. That's 2 ultimates just gone down the drain, and King's College hopes are going with them.
Oh, man, it's just small errors, and we're seeing the emergency Bastion come out on Faintus. I don't even know what to say because they've thrown so many things at the wall, and I guess we're just going for whatever we can make sticks. Faintus started on this. We're trying our best. We're going to throw what we've got at this, but you might want to reconsider this. It's less than a minute. You can't get value out of this Bastion at this point. It's going to be so tough to, especially with that Genji right there.
We're come full circle. Risako pulls out the blade, use the katana to chop down Mojo. Jojo gets Faintus with it as well. Looking to finish off PMC. It's just going to be a nice little flurry of shurikens right to the dome. Risako kills half the team, the other half easy cleanup.
And again, with less than a minute on the clock, it's a tough place to be. We might be seeing even more. We might be going all the way to 4 and 5 and 6 at this point.
It wouldn't hurt my feelings, so it would not hurt my feelings.
I wouldn't be mad.
Nice shooting from Paulito to start things off, and it's a +2 already here for the defense of the Dragons, and the full hold is in their sights. Virgio gonna unleash the Dragons of their own, finishes off Moonman on the side while the rest of the team is distracted, but Risako comes in to take down their younger brother. Faintus returning on the Tracer, and King's College once again might be pulling this back in the mid to late fight. The 2 tanks, the double off tank, the unusual composition paying out dividends for King's College. And it's 0.01 meters. 0.01 meters as the primal range is out. People are getting battered around off this thing. The wrecking ball returns to the fight. The Dragons are not done with them just yet.
No, they don't want to give this up. They want to keep going, and they will not be dissuaded by any odd comps. So good on them, but it's so close to completion. And do they have the steam left to close this out?
Oh, PMC has 2 ticks of health. That's about 50 health for PMC. That's finished off. It's just Virgio left. Do not step off the cart, Dragons. Do not lose it like that. Mojo Jojo can't take it back. And with 0.01 meters left to go, the Dragons pull a miracle out on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Wow, what an absolute I don't even have words. This has been incredible to watch between all the last minute scrappy plays, the decisions being made. This is going to be one for the books. I think even if you got to come back and check this, because there's no way you believe all the things we've seen today. This has just been a wild ride.
Oh my goodness. I thought King's College had it. They pulled out another one of their seemingly trademark, we kind of go down early, but then pull it back late in the fight. At least we saw that a couple times on Blizzard World. And they're able to come back, but oh my goodness, just the wherewithal from the Dragons to get back onto that objective and shut down King's College. I would love to have seen like the 1,000th mark. We had 100th of a meter left to go.
How close it was.
How close it truly was, because that's just it's the lowest that the measurement will show on screen. But I mean, the game does keep track somewhere behind the code of the exact distance. Oh man, that was remarkable. What a map! What a series!
What a series this has been. I'm so sad we'll never get to know that number, but we do know where we're going next. So I guess we'll have to take a quick break before we come back for more. So hang tight. We'll be right back.
Oh my goodness, Reds. This match is as close as it comes. Just a quick little recap. Howard Community College won in Lijiang Tower in dominant fashion. Big hold from King's College, their opposition on Blizzard World. And then on Watchpoint Gibraltar, it goes down to 0.01 meters, which brings us to map 4, headed to Hollywood. Howard Community College leading 2-1.
I mean, you couldn't have asked for a more picturesque kind of a movie situation, right? Two titans of the division, both 3 and minimal losses or 0 losses, fighting it out here, and it's been punches. It's just thrown haymakers one after the other, moment after moment. We've seen bastions, we've seen hogs, we've seen comps that don't quite really make sense, but work in practice, and it's just been an incredible game to be a part of.
King's College almost made it work there. We saw the Bastion early and at the very end. Pulled out another mid to late fight win to get it to that 0.01 mark. And King's College they're good in those late stages of the engagements. It seemed to be a recurring pattern from them.
They're a very scrappy team.
Very scrappy team.
I mean, and that says something, right? Sometimes you can win mechanically. Sometimes you can win by just being able to play it out and not give up, and powers of friendship. Sometimes that's all it takes to really win Overwatch, is just the power of friendship, apparently.
Never underestimate the power of friendship.
No, not at all.
It looks like we're getting Fanus taken to the skies, and Link on that Roadhog once again as King's College head on to the attack here on Hollywood. Going up against two pseudo-snipers from Reisaku and Optimal. Optimal has been outstanding on this Ashe, and look at that opening pick. My goodness.
That's a great opener, and that's enough to slow up that push a little bit more. They'll res it back, but it's still going to slow it up, and that's still a bunch of resources out for the longer fight.
And that res is a very important resource indeed. And quite a hefty cooldown on it. Good hook. But nice kinetic grasp is able to stave off the follow-up damage. Virgio teleporting up top is at least going to dislodge Mojo Jojo. Nice drop down. Is getting into the back line. Manages to pick off Paulito with one swift pull of the trigger. Now trying to chase down Reisaku as well. Will find that kill. Meanwhile, excellent. It was Big Body Tank who got knocked down into the hammer of PMC.
Excellently played, and Big Body Tank coming back in. Last time we saw them was map 1, and again, these changes coming in from the Dragons too. They feel like they need something to make it a difference, maybe just to keep up with the sheer amount of changes we've seen from King's College. But King's College thinks they've found their rhythm now, and they are happy with this lineup they've got, and I can't disagree. It's got them here, so it's working out for them. But speaking of that, the Dragons and the King's College will continue to vie for space on this high ground here in the Streets phase.
Oh, another great shot from Optimal. Of course, that will get rezzed up. But man, that's got to get in your head in more ways than one. Fanus needing to be very careful, particularly when choosing when to pull the trigger on this barrage. So Optimal takes out the tether. Now follows it up with a second kill on to Fanus. Optimal has been on an absolute tear on this Ashe.
Absolutely has been a star across this. Definitely one of the reasons you're doing so well on the Dragons, and you need to continue to keep putting those resources in there. They've gotten control of this high ground, and they're just continuing to find value, and this time the cart isn't rolling underneath them, so you got to add that into it too. So the Dragons learning from their mistakes and getting better every moment.
Optimal kind of checking the flanks. It's a good move, and you got a Reaper around. They know Virgio's down there. You can see the Dynamite fly in. Virgio has to use teleport just to get over to the Mega. Optimal tracking it down, but while heads are turned, Fantus comes in from the other side and unleashes a 2K barrage, finds Optimal as well. Virgio, the red herring, and allowed Fantus the room to get in there and do what Pharah does best.
It's the disruption. It's the ability to kind of disrupt these comps from the Dragons that is paying off in the long run, and that's what King's College has kind of thrived on, this chaotic, this scrappy nature of them, and they are continuing to do it. The Dragons will come out and just open this up, but they can't get out the door, Skunk. They can't get out the door, Bull Skunk.
They're going to try to go around. Eventually, Rosanto wants to push through, has the Gravitic Flux, but gets taken out before they can use it. There is the big Omnic Butler trying to just keep the limo at bay, but all the kills favoring King's College at the moment. I don't think the Ant Matrix is even going to be enough to help you. Waiting until the Hulk fades. The Shatter comes down. Finds two. Both Rico and Big Body Tank hit the dirt. This cart's going to roll on into the studio.
A little over 4.5, and King's College putting on a clinic right now. They are looking good. They are finding the weak points, they are exploiting them, and they are being aggressive. They're playing ahead, and Faintest is in spawn, just continuing to rain down, forcing out that immortality field early. This looks good for their next fight.
Yep, Virgio teleported all the way up to the doors as well. Does end up getting punished for it. Faintest just took a shot. Oh, nice follow-up, even with a Mercy pocket.
Wow!
Faintest just gets absolutely melted by the 2 DPS.
You know, I commended them for an aggressive play, and again, this is the other side of the coin. When you play that aggressively, if you don't adjust and know when to reel it back, you'll get punished for it, and that's exactly what happened. But, like, what's 30 seconds off the clock? You still have a good pace here for King's College, and that'll be a Bob to open it up from the Dragons.
I will say it allowed Howard Community College to move forward and claim this corner, which gives them a little bit more control over that mega pack. And, you know, good room for Big Body Tank to work, who's gone over to the Reinhardt here for this final point. Little clip in the wings. Faintest gets rezzed back up off the table. So here comes the Gravitic Flux. Finds 2 in the back. The hook not quite long enough. Nevertheless, kills coming through from the other direction. Optimal gets taken down. Reisaku gets rezzed. And I believe we're at a 5v5 here as the Dragons are backing all the way up to the VIP square in hopes they can make their stand.
Well, they have to put it down soon, otherwise the director will roll up, and that'll be the end of that. But Baba Booey not ready to give it up just yet, wants to see this roll all the way in.
Yeah, so nice shooting to take out the Valk as well. Not an easy thing to do as that Baptiste. Optimal unleashing the Butler, but Virgio unleashed the Death Blossom as well, and there's just too much damage for the defense of Howard Community College to overcome. Now King's College just need a couple more kills. Cart's going to roll in, and they've got a healthy time bank.
A little under 3. And they've been looking good. They found their stride. They're looking great. They're playing these moments that are looking really good. And you got to give it to Optimal, who has looked stellar on this Ashe, has been incredible. The amount of value from the Bobs alone just really speaks to how much, because a lot of the time you can send Bob out there and it's usually, it's not going to get as much value as you might want, but just across the board has been just getting incredible value, and you need to put more resources into that. I think if you can enable Optimal a little bit better, buy that space, buy that time, and buy the ability to get some picks, maybe, you know, like maybe just try and enable them a little bit better, you can continue to turn this back and close it out here. Otherwise, we're going to 5, and if you're the Howard Community Dragons, you don't want to do that. You can't afford for that.
Well, now they have got the goal ahead of them of not only completing the map, but needing to have some time in the bank left over if they want to try to match the pace set up by King's College. Optimal going on to the Cassidy here for the attack. At least that's what they're showing us. Still 15 seconds to change their mind. They did so good on the Ashe.
Yeah.
I'd honestly be surprised not seeing them roll out with that again.
I would be shocked if they wanted the Cassidy here. I guess you're expecting maybe a bit more control. You do get that flashbang. You do have a little bit more self-stability, that very important dodge roll, as it were. But they are going to roll out on this, and a double shield with this bit more range. It's a slower comp. They want to slow it up and get control of the pace, and I don't disagree. They know there's birds in the sky, so they have to put some pressure on it, and I like it. But there's a hog way out of position also, and again, King's College is going to get punished for these aggressive plays that, I mean, not as bad this time, but these aggressive plays that just hang out. But I say that, but Link will find a pick.
Yeah, Optimal tried to flank through the security room and just eats a hook. Another good hook. Rosanto, on the recipient of that one, on the business end of that hook, does use that kinetic grasp to get out of dodge, but still waiting. Optimal finally returning to the fight. There's another good hook. Rosanto didn't survive that one.
Link has been on fire with these hooks. I see why you want to play Link for these hooks, and Link has clearly got a dominance over the Roadhog, but again, it's not something you normally see, but they are making it work well, and this is why the team probably has been doing so well. When you have a good grasp on some of these odd picks, these non-meta picks, you can make a career out of that. Just ask Clockwork about that, because they've done that too, and that's exactly what they're doing here for King's College.
That's a blast from the past. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, really.
Ventus coming up on a barrage here. In fact, 3 ultimates all line ready to go. Oh, the Imp Matrix way out of place, but the barrage is spot on. Finds 2, including Paulito on the hills. And that's going to enable the rest of King's College to move in, clean up, even get that res on the faintest.
Then they're reset. They'll have plenty of time to just kind of buy the rest of the space. Res will get back in time, and they'll reset. They've drained so much off the clock with just 2 minutes left, and they're looking for, yet again, another full hold. It looks, by the moment, that we're going to get this 5. Again, a hook from Link. Doesn't come up big this time, but with that whole hog, they can make something work. Mojo Jojo can power that up, and we can get some value out of this. Oh,
I do like the tank swap. Oh, Paulito! Oh, you gotta watch the hog. Link has been just punishing them from all different angles. And Paulito gets caught flat-footed. Without the bad tease, nobody can push in. Now the whole hog is gonna finish off Big Body Tank. Oh my goodness. All right, Link. All right, you get my nod. I will not complain about your Roadhog anymore.
Look, I mean, if you're like me and you play in the metals, you know a good Roadhog is a menace. Like, that is exactly what Roadhog does. Roadhog punishes a lack of awareness, punishes you when you're not paying attention, for not just keeping an eye and having that map awareness. It's so big, and that's been the story for this map, is Link has just been punishing over and over again. But speaking of punishing, there's a Shatter coming out, and they are looking to punish that. Again with a hook, though.
Yeah, Big Body Tank needs to be keeping a sharper eye on that to try to block those hooks. Rally out from Howard Community College. Everybody think moving to the high ground. Has a Shatter of their own. Death Blossom down below. No, Optimal easily handles that one. Good swap on the Cassidy there. Runs forward for the Shatter. Finds Mojo Jojo with the impact damage itself. Look like it's going to be all they're going to come up with. Faintest is still in the skies. Finds 2. Finally, somewhat chased off. Still in this fight, as is Link. Link is getting very low, gets stunned up, can't heal, eventually goes down. Finally, Faintest is dealt with as well. This should be the point here. Yep, they're just going to run off Virgil.
Yep, and that's going to be that. Polito going over to the Ana, I think, was a change that's long overdue. When this hog has been running control of everything for the longest time, you kind of need that anti-nade really quick. And it's, again, they're just throwing bodies. King College refusing to give this up. There's 2 ticks going to be down. Are they going to make it in time for the 3rd one, though?
No, they invested a little too quickly. If they were going to recontest, they should have waited until the 3rd tick and come in more in sync. King's College came in just kind of, separated, a little one at a time, which ultimately just refed the ultimates for Howard Community College. Rico has another rally online. They just used it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, again. And that's, again, this speaks to that. But with those coming out, Big Body Tank throwing that big body around will get a pin, and that'll force out the rally. They want to get aggressive here. Link gonna throw that out too, and it's everything in the bucket must go there.
Only temporarily slowing down Howard Community College. Now Big Body Tank moving forward has surpassed PMC, who does not have the Shatter. Looking to the left, wants to get this hammer down. Don't wait too long. You don't want to lose your mech. All right, Link's dealt with. Big Body Tank did not like what they were seeing as far as unleashing the Earth Shatter, but likes what they're seeing in the kill feed.
I mean, they separated the Reinhardt, though, and that was the bigger, more important thing there, was separating the Reinhardt. Suddenly, it's just an easy swarm target, and that's what King College has been doing, is they've been waiting and trying to play to avoid being swarmed, and the Dragons are finally able to do that. And now with 4 ultimates in the bag, they'll get the 5th one in the mid fight. It's looking good to put B on lock here.
Faintest 95 for Barrage. I think needs to be your first target. Oh, but Big Body goes down. Optimal does find the bird in the skies, but the Shatter comes through. Optimal falls on the back end of that one. A little bit of back and forth. Oh, Risaku gets the tac visor canceled by the Barrage. And it's going to be one last try here for Howard Community College.
We've been singing the praises of Link and this odd pick, but we got to also throw out that Faintest on this Pharah has also been equally a menace, needless to say. Just the value from barrages. Let's talk about the fact that the Pharah just hasn't died in 90% of the barrages, and let's talk about the value that brings on its own. So this is going to have to be Optimal's biggest ultimate of the game here to really bring this home, because they are running out of time with just 30 seconds on the clock. It has to be big. They have the advantages in the ultimates. They have to make it count.
Yeah, this is a prime position for Howard to get this thing pushed home. Right now, it's just a little stunning on the high ground. Going in low, kind of by themselves. Optimal does unleash the Death Blossom. Eventually able to get one. Big Body Tank gets that Shatter blocked, but nice Bionade in is going to allow for the rest of Howard to move in and clean up some kills. Paulito with that on a swap, proving its value once again in this fight.
Yeah, it was the correct choice to stop the hog, and now that Link's off of it, you're still finding value. You're still getting value in an on, and I do like it as a versus the other side. But Virgio opting into the Junkrat, not something we're used to seeing here, but is ready for the big screen in Hollywood. I do like it. Papa Booey just going to see themselves out, but we'll be back, and does have that ultimate. The only ultimate on the board is probably going to be a game changer here.
Yeah, Rico does have a rally coming up online shortly. Virgio keeping control of this high ground with all of that spam. Eventually, Rosato cannot resist, has to fly up there, see what they can do about the Junkrat. Shields a little bit of damage, takes some damage, and, well, gets the heck out of dodge. Meanwhile, Howard are continuing to push this cart forward. Finally getting that rally online, dropping it, and then it's go time. Moving in, trying to take down the back line as Rico is just throwing down the herd. Eventually, the reign of terror is stopped. It is very much a back and forth here, but favoring the defense with how close their spawn door is.
Yeah.
Nice late kills.
Oh, the big late kills. They'll roll it in there with just 10 seconds on the clock remaining the overtime. Wow. I got to respect Rico there. They must have loved Goat's meta because they hit rally and went ham. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to make a beeline straight in the back, and they were invincible, and has been a bloodthirsty support the entire game, but really you could see the switch just kind of get flipped there when we slipped to their feed, and you could see that that was it. That was aggression that kept it going, and the Dragons need more of that. They've been a little bit passive at moments when they kind of shouldn't be. They've kind of been a little bit hee-hawing over moments, and that kind of aggressive and just kind of almost, I don't even know how to call it, but it was a very aggressive play. Was just it helped pay off in the end, and it's a risk, but sometimes you take those risks to get to the end, and King's College not taking too much of a risk. They're going to bring out what's worked for them, and I can't blame them. They looked good on this, and we'll see if Link can get the same amount of value that he had prior.
Can we take a moment and just throw a little love towards Optimal and Rosanto for that finish?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Howard was down in that fight. It was a 2v3 with King's College respawns, I mean, right there. And in the snap of the fingers, Optimal and Rosanto were able to finish that off. The only reason that Howard even have a chance here in extra innings, the only reason they're ever getting an attack at all, is because of those two.
Yeah, the great teamwork from that too, because they knew to body block, they knew to go ahead and get in there. That was great communication, and again, we talked about it, but that's what you need out of a team that's young. If you can build that communication, that trust early to know when to push on ahead, you have a team for a legacy. They may come up a little bit short at some point, but it doesn't look like that's going to be today at this point, but they need to not come up short here.
Well, Howard have used a lot of resources already and don't really have much to show for it. 30 seconds already burned off the clock, no real ground gained. Link does get punished, so that extra health on the Cassidy, serving Optimal well in that one, and this has got to be your key to move in.
Oh, yeah.
Rizaku's going to put pressure down onto the tanks. Oh, gets taken out by Phaetus from this guy with the deflect going. Went to deflect the fire strike, and Phaetus circumvents it. Perhaps he just shot the ground, got with the explosive damage. Optimal able to finish off Virgio. We're seeing Optimal show up big once again. The Nanos come in. Big Body take it to the back. Ends up winning out that fight against PMC with a little help from your friends. And Howard CC are going to put a 4th point on the board. Now, we've seen King College contest before. They might choose to do it here.
If they're running out of time, they got to regroup quick because they got 4, 5, 6 on the point. So they're just going to have to probably cut this right at the gate, I think, is the most optimal play. Phaetus is going to have to come in huge with this barrage, and they've come up big before, but getting the right angle, having the support from Mojo Jojo, even if Baba Booey can just even get a good angle, a good like frontline angle to distract with that implication matrix, they can do this, but it's got to be quick. They can't afford to give up any more space than they already have.
Virgio just waiting around the corner. Okay, gets spotted out. Deadeye Unleashed from Optimal. Has at least one skull. The Immortality Field keeps Phaetus alive through that, so that they can try to unleash this barrage through an Amp Matrix. Picks up 2 before finally getting stunned out. But Rosanto! Rosanto gets 2 with the self-destruct, 2 with the squish. And there you go, just like that, Rosanto has come up big for the Dragons yet again.
I'm just gonna say it. Squish was a mistake. Squish was a mistake, Bull Skunk. We shouldn't have that. There's no way they saved that, but they did, and it didn't cost them everything. They still have this Shatter, big body tank, who has been a pioneer leading this team. Has to bring this. They'll have this blade too, but it's dry, so it's gonna have to be a combination of these two to really make this look. And there it goes.
Into the back. Immediately picks up Baba Booey. Shatter hits the ground as well. Good combo, and it nets a couple of kills. But coming back the other way, here comes Virgio. Able to drive everybody off the cart. And once again, King's College come through late in the fight. Make a stand. But hey, if you're Howard Community College, then, I mean, you're patting yourself on the back right now. You had 1 minute,
that was great.
And you took it almost to the end of point B.
I think you're happy with that, considering how that could have played out way differently, considering that Diva Bomb and the remech got you so much value. That Blade Shatter combo looked great too. There was just unfortunately not enough oomph behind it. You know, you got the Baptiste, but the lamp was already out. That Immortality Field did so much work, and Virgio was just there to capitalize on it. So you're happy with that push. Now you just got to, you know, take a minute, take a breath, regroup, and just kind of say, what do we need to do to stop them? And the May is something that I've been thinking about all game that I'm so glad to see. Risaku has been on a variety of projectile heroes. We've seen them do a lot today. This one we've only seen briefly before, but I like this pick. I like the isolation chance that's coming in. And I think that the fact that you're on defense, you don't mind sacrificing the speed. You want the Brig, but we'll have to see where this plans out, because again, King's College running this very split comp, this like very punishing comp is a good way to put it. They have someone in the sky keeping an eye on it. It's a very comms effective comp. So the Dragons need to dig deep. They've got 3.5 minutes to make this last, and they need to come up big.
Perhaps the May swap could be just the ticket. Ventus, take it back to the skies, link on the hog. Both have been kind of X factors, really helping King's College. I'm not sure. The May's not going to be able to stop those two. No. Do get a little bit of isolation from the Virgio on the Reaper and the Reinhardt as well, but it's optimal who falls first as Link finds that great pick. Virgio's managed to move to the high ground, and Howard Community College are in a lot of trouble. King's College have pushed, and they've got an early pick. It's going to be one and done on point A.
Yeah, they will clean this up. The May, again, was a good-looking idea. The concepts are good, but it's an odd pickle, right? Because you might want to try to isolate someone, but even if you isolate the hog, you have to have enough numbers to take them down. And Halo to open, it's, you know, a little under 3 minutes, and they will give up the May. Yeah, it didn't work. It was worth a try, and Risaku has looked good in the Genji. I think that's a good fallback. Hopefully it's a comfort pick for them. They have to control this high ground, but they also have to remember to contest too. That's been a tough point for the Dragons. That's kind of what cost them Gibraltar in some ways. So they need to remember to contest here to keep this and buy the time off.
And just with the barrage. And just kind of keeping Howard up on that high ground. Letting them know that they're there, and you can't drop down without first dealing with Feintus. A big body take is going to go ahead and do that, so Feintus goes up to the high ground. Now this is just where they want to be. They've got sights down. They have eyes on the Diva. They know they're nowhere close. This is a prime position for Barrage to come out. Optimal reads it. Is able to take down one. Can they stop Rez? No, but they do manage to punish Mojo Jojo. So Feintus is back in this thing with one last chance. Meanwhile, back on the front line. Yep, and there it is. It is indeed. Picks up 2. Does eventually fall to self-destruct, but gives time for PMC to throw down the Shatter, and King's College are going to continue marching forward.
They'll spend a lot to get there, but they will continue to go. Virgio will come up. They will have this Death Blossom. It's going to be it. And there's going to be a little bit of time before the recontest, but if they push aggressively like this, there may not be it. And speaking of aggressive, woo, that's an aggressive Death Blossom.
Oh, nobody gets on the cart! Nobody gets on the cart. It was a smart stall there from the pilot Diva. Yep. I thought it was going to buy enough time for the rest of the reinforcements to show up, but in the end, they are forced off. I don't think the whole hog had already been spent, so I don't know what exactly forced Howard Community College off the point, but at the end of the day, it's 2-2. King's College able to find 5 points and send us to that map 5.
I mean, this is it. This is the grueling match of the night, and I can't believe we have to kick this off here and not on the main channel. It's unfortunate, but hey, if you're not watching the side channels, you'll never know what you're gonna miss. So who knows? But we've been treated to a heck of a map. We've been treated to a heck of a match here. Like, I wouldn't have seen this coming. I thought we were gonna go maybe like 4, maybe it'd be a 3-1, but we're going to 5, and we can't draw it out anymore. So we're back to control. We're going to Ilios.
Yep.
And I mean, anything's possible. It's I can't even predict because we've seen so many things. You know what? I will make one prediction. We will see a return of a Bastion at some point, and that's gonna be my last prediction I can make.
I'm expecting to see a Link Hog, but we're going to have to take a minute before we find out. We're going to go to a short intermission. When we come back, the conclusion of this fantastic matchup. We'll see you here in just a few. Howard Community College, the traditional team with lots of good synergy, good discipline, have been taken to the brink here by the atypical, scrappy students coming out of King's College, now sitting at 2-2, heading to map 5. King's College are 1 map away from handing Howard Community College their first loss of the season.
It would be a tragic, but it would also be well-deserved, right? This is a team that has earned it. If you're going to go down and it's going to be your first loss, you don't want it to be an 0-3. You don't want to just get slaughtered by something, and you want to be taken by surprise. You want to show you went down fighting, and I think that they are definitely doing that. And Ilios is no better place to fight, because if you're going to look at what skills you need, what you need to bring for everything, this map really will test these teams. And, you've got plucky young veterans on one side, and you've got some fresh talent and some freshmen on the other side, and both looking at their peak right now. So it's a coin toss. Anything could go any way. The question is, have they figured out what to do against Lynx Hog and this pair of birds in the sky?
And after some musical chairs in maps 1 to 3, King's College have stuck with the same lineup in the same roles for the past couple of maps. And I gotta say, Ilios has a lot of good places for these comfort picks, we'll call them, to really shine. Starting off on Lighthouse, this is traditionally a wonderful FAR map.
Oh yeah, I'm kind of surprised. We're seeing what we're seeing out of the Dragons. They went around this kind of zombie comp, this kind of small dive where we're really looking to isolate kind of like a brawl, but it's working for them. They're going to get forced into this corner though, and that's not good. You need to aggress out. You need to take point control, because there's probably just only the Hog waiting there.
Yeah, and Paulito dies in rotation, but Risaku's able to get inside, pick up a pair of kills, and the numbers favoring the Dragons right now. 4v4, quickly swung, now 3v3 left on the objective, and our very first fight going down to the nitty-gritty as Risaku is able to pick up more, going in, and, well, after taking a slew of damage, has to try to Wraith form. Mora shows up to try to reinforce, but first control going over to Kings.
It will eventually fall, and this has been the story of the day. It's just scrappy fights, moments going off, and Faintest again with this barrage has been coming up huge, but we'll get punished, so they'll be back in a little bit with that. But Faintest has come up huge with these barrages and will continue to do so likely for the rest of the game.
Good hook there, but PMC has already fallen, trying to get the res off. Does Mojo Jojo able to just barely get that time before finally falling. Self-destruct on the point. Optimal just shooting the members of King's College in the back as they run from the massive bomb left on the objective. And then there is the flip. Howard CC wastes no time.
No, they are playing like a good team. They're playing effectively, great communications and setup for these ultimates, and they are looking good. And okay, that was a play, but you know what? Hey, Dragons are looking good. They'll get control, and they'll want that. They need to keep this if they want to bring this home. So those ultimates are going to have to be coming big. This Primal and this Coalescence are going to have to be big.
And Risaku trying to get into the back line with the Death Blossom, unleashes, takes down 2 immediately, including the Baptiste, with a Coalescence at their back to keep him up. Clean fight win, and another very excellent use of ult coming out from the Dragons.
They've been looking good. They won this initially. They were looking good here, so this is a great point to just bookend this, bring it home, and just kind of continue on this winning streak, go up 4-0, but Poin's going to take the 50, and Link is just going to take the space immediately, try and buy the fly and flip, but we'll get hacked right out of it.
Eventually does get optimal, and Death Blossom for Virgil comes through. It was looking so good for the Dragons. They started off that fight able to control Link and put a lot of damage down, but alas, King's College wins yet another fight, coming in late.
Late fight, but it's enough to keep it going, and well, the ultimates are going to slowly edge towards King College. They will have Shatter, they'll get another barrage, and Optimal needs to build up this EMP to try to bring it and swing it back in their favor. So if they can make another EMP bomb up out of this, they will continue to stay alive.
Oh, couldn't quite get the manual hack off. Optimal has to get out of there. Berserker, nice dodge on the hook, putting some extra damage on to the Roadhog, but nobody able to move on to the objective just yet. Shield has now been broke, but Optimal goes down, holding that EMP. That is a disastrous turn. What a pickup. Risaku ends up getting punished on the outside while PMC unleashes the Earth Shatter. Quite a few ultimates coming through. King's College, hold on.
it's still neck and neck across the board. And now with very few ultimates on the side of the Dragons, it's going to have to be EMP to Primal, and there's nothing really to go with it. So it's going to be a tough ask to win on this EMP alone. It's going to require some good focus out, and the Dragons are capable of it. They've shown they have the team play, but there it is.
That's a 6-player EMP. Is there anybody there? Okay, Rosato shows up, able to get one, but Paulito goes down. And now King's College has got the sound barrier out to help survive the late fight in the back end of this engagement. Just time and time again, the scrappiness of the squad continues to impress me. They'll take round 1 of Ilios.
It's been just back and forth, moment to moment, and they had these celebratory ultimates to bring it home too. And again, the Dragons initially won the control round, so they probably went into this feeling confident. But after that, you might be questioning that. We hadn't seen this Reaper Sombra out from them, so it could have been a little rusty. But they are going to continue to run it looks like. And meanwhile, King's College, they have no reason to change. They're finding success wherever they go. Support line changes a little bit, but they are looking good, and they want to close this out and give the Dragons their first loss.
All while being just no slaves to the meta. King's College likes to play it their way. And they're making it work.
Yeah, they're renegades for a reason.
Exactly.
Oh, goodness.
Sticking with the Pharah here is interesting.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's not a great map for Pharah, but you have angles. You can play wide enough. But, Famous has looked good on this Pharah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, and there's no Ashe coming out of Optimal. Optimal sticking with the Sombra, and the full 6-man rush in general coming out of Howard. And they're executing it much better this time, looking a lot more focused in their targets, quick kills, and that's exactly what you want to see out of this composition.
Yep, it's just like the Brawl comp, a little bit different, but they will focus out the last of those targets. Will finally clip the bird's wings and get out of that, but whoa, that's styling. We'll get back in time and save that for the Dragons. But yeah, I agree. They look good. This is exactly what that comp wants to do. They found the aggressive point. They broke it. They got the Baptiste out of the way, and that's good. And Optimal's rewarded for that with 80% of an EMP, so they'll get it in the mid-fight and probably be able to close this out in theory.
Which is much faster than what we saw in the last map.
Oh, yeah. Was barely able to get the value, couldn't get the manual hacks off. It was great team play by the side of King's College, but will fall early though, and that's unfortunate.
Most unfortunate. What a read out of Faintest. Now looking to try to take down Rico, and does. Oh my goodness, Faintest on this Pharah has been an absolute game changer, a series winner here for King's College, at least potentially.
Oh yeah. And there, again, you don't necessarily have a contest for this. Like, you have the Sombra, you have the Reaper, they can kind of reach it, but it's tough ask there, and that will be the Sound Barrier committee getting the team. They want to make sure they close this out and get the flip.
I don't know if that Sound Barrier was really necessary. Now you have nothing to protect against this EMP.
Nope.
Want to see that fast... Yeah, I want to see that fast engagement from the Dragons this time. Another 6-player EMP. Here they come in. Mojo Jojo immediately goes down. And Link and PMC not far behind. It was just 2 ults to win that fight too.
We committed the ultimates though still too, and I mean, that was a bold play, but yeah, that was over the second the EMP hit all 6. That was done. You should feed reset. We forced an ultimate. It was a couple seconds off the clock, and that's fine. But Optimal played that very well. Has been very, very good on the Sombra. Has hit both of those EMPs huge. So now it's up for the rest of the team to kind of wait and win the other fights for them. So they're looking good though. 3 ultimates. They'll get the Sound Barrier too, so they'll have an answer for this barrage. But Faintest has come up huge. Faintest has gotten 2 and 3 and hasn't died, so they need to pressure Faintest more out of the sky.
Virgio is the one taking all the damage at the moment, has just a hair of health, but it is Faintest able to get the barrage off. Kills going both directions. Moonman with this Primal sticking around in this fight longer than everybody else. Trying to take on a Reaper. I don't think that's the target you were looking for. Moonman has to get out of there. That 1,000 health disappeared just so fast. Virgio able to find that, pushing in with 95% remaining. Virgio has to stay alive. At least gets the overtime initiated.
It's better than nothing, but oh no! But there's still a lot to ask there. That will be the rest of the ultimates committed, and they are still refusing to give up.
No, Howard pushed right back against that Earth Shatter. Everybody got back on their feet and then just muscled King's College right off the point, planted their flag. Virgil doesn't quite make it onto the objective. And this series going down to our final sub-map of Map 5.
Would you really have had it any other way, though? Here we are, Map 5,
No.
Sub-Map 3. Like, it's exactly... It couldn't have ended any other way. It just literally could not have. And I have a feeling we'll finally see some changes from the side of King's College, and we will. PMZ going to show the Orisa here. I mean, if any place Link is going to shine, and we are going to see the Hog get the full utility, it will be in Well, right? Like, you're just going to get... someone's going in a hole. Like, it's just kind of, I have to imagine this. And Virgil again pulling out the Junkrat. I like it. This is a big spam. This is big damage. They are just wanting to close this out, and they are willing to throw whatever it takes at this.
Double spam with a Hog. All right. Let's see what you got,
right,
King's College.
go.
King's College have been to 2 Map 5 series already this season, won 1 and lost 1. They are very used to this final deciding map scenario, this golden map scenario. Vetus in disguise while the rest of the team waits, and they wait too long as Rico sends a Link into the hole, and Howard really finding their stride on this fast-paced 6-man composition.
They look good here, and again, the value, the Hog, getting the Hog out of the way is already half the problem. So it's just going to be cleanup, and Fainus going to try and just build the rest of this barrage. They know they need to get something out of it, and that's probably the best it is. Thankfully, they were able to reset before the point really unlocked. So quick fight. The charge won't be as much, but no ultimates for the Dragons, so they're going to have to make this work. And Rico getting dangerously low there in a bad position will eventually come back to the safety of the rest of their team.
I believe chased down that kill on the PMC. Baden's going over the top, has Barrage ready to go. Rosanto doing a good job of tracking the Pharah so far, but tried to go inside the building. And the Barrage is unleashed. Rosanto took your eyes off the Pharah at the wrong possible time. That's a 4K including the DMAC. And Faintus still just dominating from above.
Again, not much of an answer to the Pharah and the Skies, but they're keeping everybody else in check, so you can kind of just wait this out. But Faintus, again, will make their mark and move on. Still, though, the point continued to get some value, so hey, that's pretty good if you're Dragons. You're not too mad about that.
Oh, and now you've got this EMP online. Oh, but Optimal runs into a trap you can't translocate out. Oh, there's free 10%.
Ooh, it never doesn't happen often, but when you see it, you love it.
Oh my goodness, Optimal just ran right into that thing. Oh, big old bear trap. Optimal's eyes were forward and not on the ground. Going into the well. As Howard just decided to go ahead and fight this thing out, using the Coalescence at their back. Reisaku's able to get a pair of kills. Make that 3 for Reisaku. And they're going to find this flip despite losing Optimal early.
You know, it's not the first time they've done that, though. They've lost Optimal early, a couple of fights in previous maps, and won it back. And it's usually just because King's College just kind of thinks we've got the early pick, let's aggress, and they punish them for it. But the EMP is there, and that is going to be the big answer here for the Dragons. They can use that to keep this going and build this charge. They just have to make it effective.
I like the pathing. King's College coming in from above. They've got to be aware of this EMP, but nobody spotted Optimal. EMP unleashed. Picks up 5. The Death Blossom coupled with it. It is monstrous. Oh, wow. That was the 1-2 tap, and bye-bye goes King College.
That is a beautiful textbook of how to win a fight with an ultimate pairing. Take notes, everybody. That is... What?
Rico just solo sound barrier as well.
I don't think he cared. I think he's just happy he got that. I mean, that's fine. You probably want that back, but you know what? You're feeling yourself at that point. That bloodthirsty support. You know what? You earned that. You go.
Wow. Just wow. And the timing on that is so nutty. Final fight here for King's College, potentially for the series, at least the last opportunity. And the Tire's not going to find anything. Okay, no, it did get Rosanto. Okay, I did not see that. Moonman's down as well. So King's College in a good position with both tanks under their belt, out of the fight. They should be able to flip this thing over. Yep, there it is.
They will get it just in the nick of time, but all it takes is one fight now, and no ultimates on the board, so you know, you have that, but all it takes is for the dragons to poke a little bit, get a hack, get a little value on the Sombra, and suddenly there's an EMP and a Coalescence, and that's enough to win it. They've shown they can pair these ultimates and make things work, and if you're King's College, you got to be keeping track of that. You might be concerned.
And Howard have a couple of fights to do this with. Optimal coming in, recognizing that this composition, the double shield, sitting inside of Cage. Gets the manual hack off. 96 towards that EMP that won him that fight last time. Trades on the supports. 5v5 coming in. His Fatus is going to go ahead and unleash the Death Blossom. Rosanto is all over it. Gobbled it all up. Coalescence in there. Self-destruct is out. And the bongos go down. No supercharger for UPMC. No life as well. Ooh. No hit bars. And you are no longer allowed to have control at this point. King's College put up a really good fight. But Howard Community College will remain undefeated. It went down to the wire as far as we possibly could go, barring a tie. The Dragons, they hang on in the traditional disciplined squad of freshmen with 2 sophomores. Well, they move up to 4-0 on the season.
It speaks to the skill, the caliber, and the coaching. It speaks to it all because, you know, there was moments they struggled. There were moments where they looked good, but that EMP Blossom was so good. That's so disciplined. That was beautiful. Yeah. Put a frame around it. Put that in a museum because that is exactly what you want to be doing as a dominating team. You want to be able to win fights quickly, effectively with ultimates, and just be able to move on. And they will continue on undefeated, and it's well deserved. They look like a top team for certain.
I couldn't agree more, especially with plays like that. Like, that's how often does a play just work exactly how you drew it up? You know, like most of the time you've got to throw an audible, right? Like what's the saying? Like every plan, you know, survives until you get punched in the face or whatever. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, I think is the phrase. Yeah. But that one, the plan actually came to fruition, and that was convincing. That it took Howard a couple of rounds to kind of find their rhythm with that 6-man composition, but once they did, was it lethal.
It was interesting too because they kept that secret the whole time, right? We could have pulled that out any moment sooner, right. But they held it to the end when it was the most effective, and that's not the first time we've seen that comp here in Ilios. It's a strong comp there for a reason, and maybe it was just because we were at Ilios, but you know,
perhaps
it worked, and that's something you need to be keeping an eye on. And I think if you're anybody else in this division, you need to watch this tape back. Like, you need to stop and look and go, this is exactly everything we know they can do. This is a great look at their ability to play and their team sense and their game sense, and just review that tape for yourself and see what went good, what went wrong. And that's because someone's got to take down Goliath. And if you watch the tape and you do well enough, maybe it could be you.
Quite possibly. Hey, anybody out there any given day could be the first team to hand the Dragons their first loss of the season. Kings got close. They're the second team to take them to map 5. Also the second team to lose it in map 5. But, well, that is going to do it for our first series of the day. Time to turn the page. And I mean, literally here in my notebook. Well, we're going to take a little intermission. When we come back, we have the University of Rio Grande taking on Clark Chromatic. So we'll see you back here with more NECC in just a few. It is time for our second series here in Week 6 of NECC Overwatch. My name's Jeff, joined by ManofClass here for our second event of the night. We're headed to the Navigators Division. We got Rio Grande taking on Clark.
Yeah, Clark University with Clark Chromatic and University of Rio Grande coming at you with the Rio Grande team. On Clark Esports, though, starting with Donkey Kong 4, Eat Your Peas, Pabumon, Anas, and the Rocket Beam Macardoodle. Fun lineup. Like, we were talking about this before this game started. They got a bunch of fun facts that we'll definitely be able to get into throughout. But I think the most valuable one for everyone watching that Eat Your Peas definitely wants you to know how important peas are in your nutritional environment. So we'll get into that pretty soon. But first, let's go over to Rio Grande Esports. They're coming up with their lineup.
Yep, as we're looking at it, a wide variety, mostly freshmen. You got a junior and senior in there, so you've got maybe a little leadership quality. And Devanosaurus Rex, as they wanted us to pronounce that. Zappy as well. So that's going to be in your DPS and tank department for those two third and fourth year students to round out this roster of otherwise freshmen.
Yeah, for sure. It's actually quite a fresh roster when it comes to those things. And then you do look to those more senior members often to be the leadership roles, but it doesn't always have to be that way. That's the beauty about gaming. You know, it's all about their prior experience sometimes. Maybe someone else is a shot caller. And when we look at the map pool for this week, you know, I like this one. I don't know about you. I like them every week, I feel like. We're going to be starting here with Control on Lijiang. Then we're going to go to Blizzard World and Rochefort, Gibraltar. And if we need them, we can even further go on to Hollywood, Ilios, and Junkertown. Now, Junkertown is obviously the least likely to show up. We've already had a 5-map series earlier on, Bullskunk, so I think we might be in for another one.
It wouldn't hurt my feelings. It would not hurt my feelings at all, Classy. And I have to agree with you. I'm a big fan of this map pool. I like every single one of these maps. A lot of variety, different compositions to play with. You know, you don't feel like you're kind of stuck in the same rut. And I mean, we saw plenty of different looks and styles in our first series of the night. We'll see if our two teams out of the Navigators division have something similar up their sleeve.
For sure. And, you know, if you look at Clark Chromatic, they haven't really played as many games as Rio Grande has. Rio Grande already down with a 3-2 record at the moment. Clark Chromatic still in a 2-1 because they still have to make up to 2 of the matches that they haven't played yet. And this might be one of those where they just haven't had the experience yet. Could come out to that.
It does make it tough to kind of judge the two squads just on paper. Clark Chromatic currently sitting in third place. But, you know, we'll get a more accurate look and perhaps being able to size them up a little bit more once we get through our first map, Control. Always a nice little micro look at what our teams are capable of and what compositions they're comfortable running. Wasting no time. It's right on to the point with the Sid May here for Rio Grande. But they lose their Baptiste early. Not the look they were going for. Got a little discombobulated and left Theory hanging out to dry.
A great start from both teams, both coming with the Symmetra, so they made it at the same time, but you do see that pressure from the Reaper and from the Zarya is just a little bit higher than it is from the D.Va and the Mei on the other side, and that is this complete dominance coming out from Eat Your Peas on that Reinhardt.
Yep, apparently they got their protein today.
They did. I mean,
they had
they're
a
telling
big helping
us
of peas.
They're just
right.
They keep showing us why we need to eat more peas. Like, this is why we eat ours. I have some in the freezer myself. I don't know about you.
Well, if you eat your peas, apparently you get your Earth Shatter up twice as fast as the opposition. There's a fun fact. Oh, that's a 6-player Shatter! Caught him just sleeping on the bridge, and the kills light up. The follow-up is there. Everybody from Clark on the same page, and that is a swift team wipe.
Faster than that is almost impossible. Like, it would only have been faster if they had, like, a, you know, a self-destruct next to it that just blows everyone up straight after they're shattered. But currently, Clark Chromatic just sitting pretty on the objective, 36% and counting. It's already been 2 fights, and they're only at 38%. Like, that shows how fast this has been going.
I think Teleporter was a little bit of a distraction there, as Rio Grande decided not to go use that. Photon barrier up from him, though, and trying to block some of the damage coming out from this Graviton Surge. Moving in. Oh, Clark now running into an Ant Matrix as well. Macardoodle feeling the brunt of it, and it's 2 kills for both of our squads. But Eat Your Peas is down, while Zappy is still standing. Mind you, with, I mean, that's got to be, what, 10 health? Oh my goodness, Zappy. Look at that tiny little white bar that they're calling a health ball right now.
Oh, they could have maybe gone and go get the health.
10 health!
but they want to just grab this point right now. Like, it's so close to being flipped, and they have the numbers for it, especially the Venusaurus with that charge, but they waited so long to actually engage. Oh, the weapon charge was gone, and now you're just going to be overwhelmed. Yeah, you get your health back on Zappy, but there's barely any room to get back in. That's a good charge. That starts it up, especially with the self-destruct, no shield to block. Now they can try and actually make their way onto the objective.
Yeah, but Anas is waiting for him with the Death Blossom in hand. Sound Barrier unleashed, and Clark want to get aggressive. Death Blossom unleashed, and Zappy falls once again. Follows it up with a kill on a Theory as well on the back end of the ultimate. And Anas has put the nail in the coffin of the University of Rio Grande. And this is going to be Clark Chromatic taking a 100-0 to start things off.
It really does look like that. And if you look at the difference between these two compositions, like, essentially they do want to do a very similar thing. The problem is that there's more push power coming out from Clark Chromatic that isn't blocked enough by just the Mei wall. Like, just having a defense matrix and just having a Mei wall in the way doesn't deter them from just running at you a lot of the time, which means that with the healing that you can get out of the Moira, each your piece is just able to smack a lot, gets an extra bubble from Donkey Kong, and together with Anas just keeps on pushing forward. And if they really, really need to back, they still have that speed boost, so they'll usually be fine. And you just notice that Agragorn couldn't get the same amount of value out of disabling the tank line or splitting up the team that you wanted out of a Mei. Even that Blizzard, it almost won them a fight, but it came in very late and the fight was kind of already over. They need a little bit more time for these fights to take place. And able to blow up singular members a bit quicker as a result of these Mei blocks.
The ERPs just charges in with reckless abandon. No concern for the Mei wall, and manages to get Zappy with that unbridled aggression. Look at all of this space. Clark Chromatic have pushed all the way back into Rio Grande's hallway, and they continue to find kills every step of the way. A couple of stragglers managed to loop around a point, but not nearly enough to put a dent in the reinforcements of Clark.
You're really talking about coordinated aggression, and coordinated aggression is something that's very hard to like sift into a team, like really get down. And, you know, we're seeing it come out of Clark Chromatic right now. Of course, it is control. But let's not get ahead of the curve too much. Currently, they're in a very controlling position.
And our force, Rio Grande, I mean, all the way back yet again. The ERPs, another big kill, and has even a faster Earth Shatter this time, well, at least comparatively to Zappy. And there it is. Unleashed immediately picks up 2 with the impact damage. ERPs wielding that hammer like an absolute pro. They are unstoppable.
It is very hard to see how Rio Grande can come back into this. They can start this out with an amplification matrix, try and get some ultimates, push the enemy team back a little bit. That will definitely stifle the aggression a bit. But when there is just a photon barrier on the other side, how much will they really care? The question.
Yeah, I mean, even double damage, it would take you a while to whittle through the 5,000 health of a photon barrier, and Zappy goes down early again! Now Graviton Surge unleashed from Donkey Kong, self-destruct thrown in to try to stave off the aggression, but, well, the rest of Clark, they don't care about your self-destruct. They're still gonna clean up that fight anyway. What a huge graph!
They're trying to find a position to fight. Like, they're trying to find a way to get to a place where they can comfortably take a fight. But they're not pathing, or they're not either correctly or fast enough in order to get there. So constantly they're being countered by the speed boost on the other side. Then there is a wall in the way, there's a self-destruct in the way, there's a Reiner in the way, there's symmetric turrets in the way, there's always something in the way. So now they're going to just try and get around it with a Wrecking Ball. And I mean, if the Reiner versus Reiner is not working, why not? But you just keep getting shattered this way.
Yeah, there's nothing to block it, nothing to mitigate ERPs, and then just Earth Shatter after Earth Shatter coming out of this front line. Oh my goodness, the sophomore environmental science major has been dominating this entire map, and it's going to be another 100-0 Clark Chromatic starting off this series in just superb fashion.
And for anyone wondering where this superb Reinhardt-Zarya combination is coming from, I feel like a part of that just has to come from their staff. I was looking at their website earlier, you know, gathering some information, and if our information is up to date, then they are being coached by someone who should really be aware of how this Reinhardt-Zarya tank meta works. They've been coaching teams since 2017. It's more Shifty that we're talking about here. But what a beautiful combination of these two players. Like, those bubbles were always on point. The Reinhardt could just swing around. And this is what I always kind of talk about when I talk about, like, the coordinated aggression. Like, that's something that with those two heroes and then the support behind it is so it wasn't easy to train, but like when it rolls really hard.
I mean, even like with the pins, we saw good aggressive pins without ERPs putting themselves into a bad situation. I mean, the bubbles were right there to block it. I mean, perfectly timed as you were mentioning, but the coordination, that coordination, I think is the key to all of it. And yeah, you got to give a nod to the coaching staff on that one. So it's a beautiful start. And reminder here, we are in Navigator's division. This is 2100 and under as far as SR is concerned. Yeah. Clark Chromatic certainly do not look like a high silver, low gold team.
No, and obviously, when you have teams of equal skill playing against each other, you will quite often see it look that it's like, it looks similar in skill, and then it looks like a very competitive match, and all these players are really good against it. If you look deeper into it, you're probably going to find like some things you're like, oh yeah, it's actually understandable. That's their SR level. But it's so cool to watch because they're so similarly skilled that you get these results out of it, and then it just looks like good Overwatch, and that's what I love to see about it. Like, we don't always need to just be watching Overwatch League. This is just as, if not more entertaining sometimes.
I know I am thoroughly entertained. That's for sure. That's for sure. Well, we'll see if Rio Grande can bounce back. I mean, as you kind of mentioned, it is control, so sometimes just a bit of an outlier. Some teams are particularly strong or particularly weak on control, so we don't want to put too much gravity into that opening map. But man, it was a good performance. It was dominant. I mean, that was good Overwatch.
It really was, and I mean, it was a very what was I saying, flat map? I guess that's what it's called. I mean, it's a tower that goes up, but every single stage is very flat. There's not a lot of verticality. And when we go to a map like Blizzard World, that will come into play a little bit more, but it's still relatively... there's not that much you can do playing around high grounds. Like, I really want to see them go to Gibraltar. Like, that is where this will really come into play. And, that's where you can't just keep playing around Zarya. I mean, you can, but there's a lot more opportunity for flanks, for dives, for high ground abuse. And that's not as easy to control when you're just on Ryan Zarya that cannot just drop down and jump back up.
Well, and a lot more room to kite that brawl composition and to circumvent, just get above it and see if you can kind of surround, play some off angles. You just have a lot more options with a lot more room to maneuver on Watchpoint Gibraltar in particular, but even on Blizzard World. So we'll see. I mean, pathing is of the utmost important on any Reinhardt-based composition.
Yeah.
And I mean, it could work. I mean, Blizzard could definitely work.
Yeah, for sure. And we have,
I'm curious.
We have also seen teams like abuse that high ground, especially in the second phase, in Streets phase, a lot. Even in the third point, there is some precedent for using those little ledges up there in the castle itself. So there is a lot of potential for some shenanigans, as I like to call them. But it's always about whether our teams do want to either take the risk or want to work with it. I think that Wrecking Ball coming out at the end there for Rio Grande definitely spells some potential trouble for Clark Chromatic if they want to pull it out on a map like Blizzard World. It's a lot more open. Wrecking Ball gets a lot more value in a map like this and has been getting a lot of value ever since their release. So if we see that come out, and if that is actually a hero that Zappy is more comfortable on, we could be seeing some more damage control needing to be done by Clark Chromatic, because the heroes they were running aren't necessarily amazing against Wrecking Ball. Not terrible, it's not amazing.
Do have a couple of subs coming in. We also got a side swap, so Clark Chromatic will be in the blue jerseys, and we see Lion coming in on the support role, filling in for the Rocket Bee. On the other side, Rio Grande have brought in
Anonymous.
It was. Yes, exactly. Thank you. It was Anonymous, which is a wonderful name, by the way. Someone in for Theory.
Theory 03 is out. I mean, they haven't 03 just yet, so the Theory's still alive, but at least Theory just sitting it out for now.
I see what you did there.
Hey, look, you give it to me, I set it up, and I knock it in myself. It's how it works. But,
did you just alley-oop yourself? Is that
right? I mean, hey, look, not everyone needs to pass. That's how it works, right? But hey, Rio Grande coming out here on the Diva Reinhardt again. So they're not really that much of a fan of Azaria. With a little bit of high ground here and there, I do like it. Get a little bit more consistent support from that Matrix, a little bit more mobility out of it. They do make it to the point, courtesy of that Mei wall that just blocks off a defense. Teleport gets in there quick, though.
Yeah, and it took speed and the Mei wall. So Rio Grande don't have a whole lot of utility just yet. Those just coming back online as we see the wall come up. But Clark-O-Matic able to circumvent it for now. Nos finds themselves on the business end of Devon's Peacekeeper, though. And University of Rio Grande with a much better start here. After a lackluster showing on Lijiang Tower, they came out with a vengeance. First attack on Blizzard World.
Blizzard World so far going the way of Rio Grande on their attack. There's the Photon Barrier already. A lot of damage done. It's the Symmetra that knows how to charge their ultimate at least. I self-destruct to potentially split some players. Doesn't get an elimination. It's hard to find any with a Photon Barrier in the way, of course. And each your piece is starting to hold their ground again.
I can't believe each piece has survived this long. It's a self-destruct in the back, man. There's no support. There was no heals there. And each piece does a phenomenal job of being able to stay alive. Of course, just as I said that, they do eventually go down. But now the sound barrier is up from Mackerdoodle. And Clark-O-Matic haven't even given up a single tick. It was such a good start from Rio Grande. Now they're not out of this. There's ults coming in. Blizzard has been unleashed. And it's going to pick up at least one. Immortality Field out. That's 4 actually frozen up. And just absolute popsicle standing around on the point. And eventually, Aragorn's Blizzard will be the ticket that finally caps this thing off.
You do see a little bit more clean work out of the May play at the moment. Agrigorn was in a little bit of a rut coming out on Lijiang Tower. They couldn't quite find the right positionings or the right timing. A lot of things were happening really fast. And because they got to control the speed and the pace a little bit more themselves, they are the initiators in this situation. You do see the wall getting a bit more value. So once Clark-O-Matic is starting to put more pressure on, will Agrigorn be able to keep that up? That is the main question at this stage.
Clark-O-Matic waiting for Rio Grande on the high ground. Nice May wall, that one. Agrigorn, well, there you go. First kill. And the value continues to build from the May and the walls that they are putting up. Unfortunately, though, Not a Mouse goes down with an Ant Matrix in their pocket. So it's just Lucio heals that remain for the rest of Rio Grande.
Pablo on that Tracer being a pest in that backline. Already got the Baptiste and still looking for the Diva over here. And meanwhile, that card has barely been pushing. So while they were doing great on the high ground, they were so split that they were kind of losing their progress. Sound Barrier comes out now. Does a lot to defend the team, but they need to be a little bit further. Get a few more eliminations to really progress here. And that is self-destruct.
No! How does that happen? How does that happen?
It is the classic self-destruct on Blizzard World spot. Like, so many self-destructs at this particular corner
I know.
have found so much value because there isn't anywhere to hide. Like, where
as a Dallas Fuel fan, don't remind me, all right?
Oh no, I know exactly which one. We know exactly which one we're talking about. But there is a lot here to love about it to play Diva. It's also a good reason to play Diva. But they still got their own self-destruct. They can do the same thing, but they're probably gonna have to wait if Pabamon keeps doing this Tracer stuff. Oh man, I'm waiting for the
Tracer
headshot,
shenanigans.
I
know what you're
I'm
gonna
waiting. I'm waiting for the headshot though, because there's one thing that's the most satisfying sound in Overwatch. That's the headshot of the icicle on a Tracer, because you can do it from anywhere on the map. It has no damage fall off, and you can just get an icicle through your head, and it's the most satisfying thing. Even though the kill is half of the time not even deserved, it's so good.
I can't hit those icicles to save my life, but you can hit shatters. That's Zappy. Been eat your peas all day long. Zappy proving that they can do the work too, but the sound barrier is there, and Mackerdoodle doing a good job of keeping the rest of Clark in this fight. With a couple ults, they've been able to swing it and give themselves the player advantage. And now Rio Grande are kind of just standing still, waiting for an answer, which means Zappy eventually gets burned down. The shield is gone. The Reinhardt is gone. Clark-O-Matic have won this fight.
Someone needs to stop this Tracer. This Pulse Bomb's they're gonna look for it. Gonna look for it on the hunt. Pabumon. We don't even need to talk about anything else. We're just waiting for this Pulse Bomb to go off, and then we can talk about what happens next fight. Because they're gonna hit it. I'm not gonna say it right now. It's gonna happen. I don't think that Ghoul is gonna be ready with that Matrix.
Waiting with bated breath for the right opportunity.
1.
Blink.
Double blink, triple blink. There's no one there. There's a wall.
There's no one there.
No, they're too late. They missed the window.
Oh, the speed for Rio Grande was too much. They didn't count on it. Pabumon didn't count on that, and eventually has to throw it out in desperation, not able to find the value, and then finally taken down. Devon able to sneak up behind Pabumon and finish that one off. Now the Blizzard is out. Ryan caught in a counter pin. And another great Blizzard coming out of Agrigorn to seal this one up. But tip of the hat to Devinosaurus.
A bit of a cleanup blizzard, honestly. I don't think they necessarily needed it, but
No,
at this
probably
point,
not.
they want to guarantee those fights. They want to have at least 2 fights, potentially, that they need to get this point. And with that quick cleanup, they're definitely going to get that. Shadow ready for Zappy here, and there's no shield in the way. The bubble already gone. Could be a huge one.
Interesting swap over to the Winston with nothing to really support it. But the 2 tanks along with the Tracer might be able to get something done, but not this time. Eat Your Peas gets frozen up and then deleted. Ant Matrix up from the defense. Sound barrier invested from Macrodoodle as well. And that is going to be enough. The supports coming through in the clutch here for Clark Chromatic.
We were in the POV of Zappy that entire time. It looked like they were a little bit indecisive as to like, where do I want to go? Where do I want to fight? Do I want to be behind the Amplification Matrix? Do I want to go after the Winston? And that kind of led to the Shatter not being able to be utilized in that fight, which is a shame because there was quite a few good opportunities. Felt like, but at least they got all the defensive tools out. So they really all they need is to touch this cart, which is happening, and then make it there in order to get some use out of these ultimates because they got a couple.
Well, Devin's not going to find one with their sound barrier. Didn't seem to get very many. I only saw 1 blue bar. And the ultimate's coming in clean for the defense. Clark Chromatic does eat a shatter. I don't think there's enough reinforcements left, though.
Nope.
Zappy was just a touch too late. And there goes that overtime wick. 110 meters exactly is the distance to beat here for Clark Chromatic.
It's a nice round off at least. You know, at least you can take that to the bank. Say, guys, we don't do cents. Just do the full dollars. Even if there are meters, which are metric. But that's okay. Yeah, I mean, Rio Grande, decent attack. They definitely started off really well on A. It took a little bit longer to cap it than maybe you wanted to. But you can just tell that as soon as it gets out in the open, especially when that Tracer from Pabumon comes in, their attention gets very split. Like, it became very chaotic very quickly in a lot of these fights where they weren't really fighting on one front as a team. They were fighting like in multiple different squads, which can work out. But it felt like they were sort of forced into fighting on different places rather than choosing to. And when that happens, like things like communication can break down. You can see some like chaos forming. And Chromatic really didn't minded that much. They were ready to do that because it felt like they were forcing that particular playstyle, that particular situation to occur. And if they're in control of that, they're usually going to come out on top, which is obviously just very well done. Like, hats off to them.
And certainly served to the style that they wanted to run as far as compositionally. I mean, Pabumon doesn't mind a little bit of chaos on the Tracer. I mean, neither did the Winston Diva. Whereas on the other side, Rio Grande wanted to stay bunched up. They wanted to fight as a cohesive unit in the brawl composition they were using. Now making a pretty drastic style swap as Rio Grande have gone over to the double shield, trying to hold the high ground of Griffin with Devin on a soldier and Agrigorn pulling out the Hanzo.
I like the Hanzo in the defense here. I think it provides a lot of just transitional spam. So whenever they just want to walk in, you just do a lot of damage to them. Build your ultimate quickly. You might get some headshots here and there. Just keeps them on their toes. Might even burn some utility out. Soldier, similar situation a lot of times. We're gonna see whether Pabumon's gonna be able to deal with that though. Not a lot of disable aside from the Brigitte though.
Well, I really like what we just saw there. The scouting arrow, the recon arrow, excuse me, can do a good job of picking up the Tracer and keeping them on their toes, keeping them marked. Anos already found a pair of kills, though, as Soldier 76 is just sticking right with their tanks in this double bubble composition. Donkey Kong does fall. Okay, res is available. Macroduda is on that Mercy, and they're able to get that off with relative ease. Nice Bionade. And that is just going to do it right there. Rio Grande got split up yet again. Clark keep forcing their hand.
I mean, we saw how much they were paying attention to that Tracer of Pabumon, which, to be fair, not unreasonable to do so. But then they didn't have enough attention to look at the rest of the team, and they kind of got overrun on the objective. 2 minutes 43 are on the clock as they're just starting to cap this point. Don't think anyone can really touch. I mean, you can try as Agrigorn, but that's probably not going to be a very successful try in a defense attempt. At least they get out alive. That's something.
I was worried for a second. Eat Your Peas going over the top. Beautiful shooting. Okay. Eat Your Peas looking for a little revenge, but no, the heals are there. And Rio Grande are starting to stabilize. And Nos goes down as well. No more DPS left standing for Clark Chromatic.
Good place to fight as well because they got those barriers in the way. They'll have a Graphitic Flux, Supercharger, Nano Boost, Attack Visor, like almost the full shebang aside from that, aside from that rally. But there's also a lot available for Clark Chromatic though, so it's all about who pulls their triggers when and in what order, and yeah, like who takes the initiative really. And it feels like Clark Chromatic will still take the initiative, being a dive team.
One good stick. Pulse bomb goes out. No, cannot find it. So it's going to be up to Eat Your Peas. Without the nano, going ahead and popping the Primal Rage. Oh, what a sweep! That knocked Ghoul right out of their Gravitic Flux. What a play from Lion. Showing me some shades of Ryu Jae Hong in that maneuver right there. Finally, they are able to crack this thing open with a Nos coming up with a 3-piece there in the back of this fight.
The number one rule of playing Sigma, don't look at the explosion or you might get cancelled. It's an unfortunate reality for being a Dutch guy, I guess. But for now, we're going to see a Nas try and go in it, not even using the attack visor. I mean, you can often do more damage without it because you still got the helixes that way.
And the
Piece,
headshots.
though, with the nano boost, gotta clean up the few together with Pabumon, and it looks like this is going to be a done deal. Only one player left on that card. It's going to be the Reaper, cleaned up, and I don't think anyone else can make it. The wishful thinking for that Lucio, but unfortunately, that's going to be, at least unfortunately for Rio Grande, that is the second map done. Going to Clark Chromatic as well. And what started on Control in a very convincing fashion is just continuing suit.
The Lion coming in as a sub for this map and picking up that Ana here on the attack was just so impressive.
It was.
The timing on everything was gorgeous. The Bionades had huge impact. I was questioning holding on to the Nano boost for as long as they did. I thought you might want to use the Nano to start off that fight when they were at the beginning of Point B, but they wanted to use it to kind of give a second lease on life to their front line and to Eat Your Peas. So if Eat Your Peas got low, that's when they used the Nano to just bolster them right back up, and then you've got people who are trying to pounce on your tank, and suddenly they're 50% more damage resistant, 30% more damage output, and have an extra 300 health to work with. So it could be a bit of a bait and switch, and that's what we saw there at the very end. Just well played all around. Clark, absolutely dominant so far. I can't believe they're 2-1. Who the heck beat this team?
Yeah, like I'm trying to figure out, like, let's see, what was it again? 2-1. They lost to the ESU Warriors. I mean, that's also, that's a pretty good squad. Like, I could understand losing to that.
Yeah, fair.
And obviously, I mean, and then it also figures out, like, you know, the teams that Rio Grande won to, I mean, they had some close wins and some heavy losses, but that also means that you can kind of start figuring out where everyone actually sort of belongs on, like, the standings. We look at the overall list of where everyone is. And it does feel like these teams are getting more and more accurately rated as to where they are, with Rio Grande feeling like a little bit of a middle-of-the-pack team, and then Clark Chromatic really shooting for those top spots.
And we talked about, Clark still have a couple of games to make up, so it could be tough to tell, how accurate the current seeding was with them sitting in third. But at the very least, they certainly belong here. Perhaps even higher. This has been a fantastic showing. I mean, just super coordinated. I have to say that they don't look like a 2000 SR team. I have been incredibly impressed.
Yeah, like, again, looking at their other matches, like with both the teams that played, the only opponent they both have had has been Midway University, which they both beat. Only Rio Grande did it in 3-2, and Clark Chromatic did it in 3-0. So it's like already a little bit of a difference. But looking at this, Rio Grande lost 3-0 to the Brown Bulldogs. That's still a makeup match for Clark Chromatic. That should be a really interesting one to watch then. That was a 3-0. And if this is also continuing in this trend where this might also be a 3-0 still, then that could be a really cool matchup. But I am curious to see what Rio Grande's going to be doing on Gibraltar.
Yeah, well, we're going to take a short intermission. When we come back, we'll see if Clark can complete another 3-0. Like I said, Watch Point Gibraltar will be up when we return. We saw Clark University dominant in the Brawl Cup on Lijiang Tower. Then they come out on Blizzard World and playing the Winston double bubble on attack. Dominant, same story. Now we're heading to Watchpoint Gibraltar, where the monkey is particularly prevalent. I'm excited to see what happens. I can't wait for this to go down.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I just want to see some Widowmaker. Like, just to be very selfish, I just want to see some Widowmaker. Because at this point, I think they just can. And if you're that good at Tracer, I think you usually have Widowmaker in your pool as well. So if that they haven't been swapped out, they haven't been substituted, bring it out. Give me that Widow. It's a sniper play. It's my insta lock on this map as well. So
Yeah, see, yeah, Winston's mine. I talked about it last series. It's one of the reasons I love this map. I can play Winston here, and nobody gives me any trouble for
sure.
it.
Sure, like if I'm on tank, I play the Winston. I'm just saying if I'm DPS, that's the
fair.
Widow time.
Fair. Hey, it's definitely a possibility, but neither team's showing it just yet. I know.
Defense is
it's
the one we're
unfortunate.
talking about. Pabumon's still on the Sombra. I get it. As soon as they dive you can just hack them, and they might be expecting a ball coming out from Zappy, because this would be one of the maps to pull it out on. But not looking like it. Wonder how good Anas is going to be doing against Agrigorn's Farah, and also how good Farah is going to be working against this with Nunny Mouse.
There's potential there, but I mean, the Lion can pick her out of the sky, the Farah that is, and I mean, Donkey Kong able to put a lot of pressure on a Farah as well with that diva. So Agrigorn might find themselves with little room to work. We saw a very, very successful Farah in our last series. Teams not quite as coordinated in this elo. So, might have some good angles if Agrigorn could find some good positioning. And already, hey, it's Donkey Kong coming up with the early pick. Zappy goes down. And Agrigorn so far a little absent, taking just a lot of damage and has to hide.
There's something wrong about Donkey Kong taking out a monkey. It doesn't feel right. And us though with the soldiers putting out a lot of damage, already on 40% ult charge, but they do take down Macardoodle on that Brigitte. That's a good start. Less protection from that Ana, which means she's going to be a lot more vulnerable now.
Yep, and Anas just gets pounced on. Agrigorn dives it out of the sky, and it's just a lone Ana left up there. Has to use the Bionade on themselves just to keep hopes alive. The tanks have rejoined Lion in an effort to try to peel, and they're not pulling back. They're holding their ground in this top position. When I thought maybe they should pull back, oh, what a good manual. Agrigorn gets hacked up, can't fly anymore. Fortunate they didn't fall off into the coastal waters here at Watchpoint Gibraltar. Hack fades, Agrigorn still no worse for wear. Going back up top, trying to pounce once again on the troubling. Whoa! Donkey Kong, all right, second time. Oh my goodness.
It really does feel like Agrigorn is putting a lot of attention away from them, from like the rest of the team. So I wonder what Zappy and Ghoul and Divinosaurus are doing at the same time while this Farah is being so annoying, so distracting. Because that is kind of what we're wondering, what we're waiting for. We're waiting for the rest of the team to also get some value.
Yeah, and Anas is the one finding their counterpart on the other side. So
It's going to be a mid EMP, right? They're going to try and EMP the Farah.
Yeah, might as well. Just pull some Shanghai Dragons. No, I don't even need the EMP. You know what? Just hit him. Just hit him with the machine pistol.
Yeah. They already got the Mercy.
Yeah, how Anonymous ended up in that position, I do not know, but that was a bad spot. Agrigorn does have Barrage ready to go at this point. Over the top. Donkey Kong, you need to keep a sharp eye on that. Anas can be the first to pull the trigger on the attack visor, and Agrigorn cannot get the Barrage off. It's a little over anxious, had no cover. Primal Rage. Woo, Zappy just narrowly able to jump back on. Agrigorn gets rezzed, and Royal Grain aren't done with this fight. But here comes the EMP. That's going to find 3. Calvin Massey already down. Anonymous goes down as well. No more supports left standing. Agrigorn in a world of hurt. Another self-destruct out from Donkey Kong. And somehow, thanks to Ghoul, Wild Grand are able to pull back that fight.
That all goes back to the first initial pick. The fact that Agrigorn got Lion straight before that fight even started was all they needed. They were also in a resible position that helped, but not having that Ana basically meant that there was a lot less healing. And it was almost impossible to really get some follow-up. That fight never lasted long enough.
Oh, it doesn't look like this one's going to last much longer, courtesy of that Barrage. As half of the
Primal.
defense are already gone. Eat Your Peas is next on the chopping block. Agragorn gets rezzed up yet again. And this is going to be a point A cap.
30 seconds left, no time like the present, but they're not done just yet. There is going to be a small type of contest. And it's Agragorn just waiting behind them. Takes one, takes two, takes a mech. He's going to take even more. Nice, Relia got their Macadoodle. It would be a shame if there was a rocket in your back. Oh, we're just going to be cleanup. 22 minutes, 45 seconds. I mean, they were stalled a little bit. Got like 10 to 20 seconds out of that. I like it. I like the pace that they're pulling up. And I like the aggression, and especially like the way that Agragorn is playing around this. Because they know that either they're going to be looking at you know, themselves, or they're going to be looking at the rest of the squad. And now they are the ones splitting the attention. Rio Grande has had their attention split for like the past 2 maps. Now they're the ones dictating that, which is, it just gives a very different fight dynamic.
Agragorn already 78% up to another barrage, and no matter whether they have the aggro or the rest of the team does, Agragorn is getting value. But on the other side, Papamon is very close to an EMP. Could be the win con for the defense. Nano boost out onto Eat Your Peas to start things off. It's going to get the rest of Primal Rage, and the EMP comes through. EMP finds 5, and you've got a Raging Monkey on your back. And now a very angry monkey. It's just tearing through the back line. Barrage only picks up 1 this time. It is Lion yet again. So unless Clark can close this fight out quickly, they might find the lack of sustain, well, a big detriment as this fight continues to go on. With the res in. Yeah. With Lions back on the battlefield, this should be the defense holding, right?
You think so, but that's a good tech visor coming out. Already got 2.
Eat Your Peas trying to go in after it. Takes a ton of damage as well. Can't survive. Rio Grande able to pull this thing back. Holy cow. Nice tack visor coming out of Devinosaurus.
I think they wanted to put out the bubble a little bit further forward, a little bit higher, so that they would block a little bit more, then they would kind of stuck in that position. Nice position here coming out for Agragorn again. This is usually just a cleanup moment, like not really that much coming out of it, just trying to get out alive as much as possible on the other side, but a lot of losses, a lot of ult charges being cycled here for Rio Grande. They got another barrage ready. Lion's just gonna wait in spawn. Like, if I was Lion here, I would just be sitting in spawn until you know exactly where that Pharah is. But now, because otherwise you can't really do much against it. They do go for the double hit scan now. Papamon on the Cassidy. Been a while since we see that come out.
Indeed. Now Papamon is the focus. Anas able to use the tack visor. And Agragorn's just dominance in the skies. That is value right there. You're happy with that. The rest of Rio Grande are kind of just backing up, biding some time. So Eat Your Peas is going to get aggressive. Nano boost thrown onto the Reinhardt. Self-destruct over the top is going to get 1. And the Remech finds another. Remech does damage, by the way.
That is the prevailing opinion of FIFA players. I still don't agree with it, but you know, it happens. The University of Rio Grande now trying to mount another attack. They do have some ultimates to work with. It's going to be hard to land a shatter on anybody, really. On the side of Clark Chromatic, they can only get the Soldier and the Ana with it, maybe. Nice high noon to at least get Mercy out of the way. It means Agragorn is going to be in a lot more trouble. They already see them, like, slightly looking for something, but they're just going to go for health. I can try and hide it on the roof, I guess.
Well, and taking out Anonymous is, I mean, basically a twofer, right? Because you're taking the res off the table, so Zappy would have been back in this earlier. Oh, this is the defense matrix combined with a beautiful sleep from Lion, able to shut down Agragorn's barrage. And Clark-O-Matic can just take all this space.
Now that they have it, they're not going to give it up either. They can. I mean, they're just standing in the way. What are you going to do? You're going to try and walk out of spawn as a Winston, just in full spam? Nice shadow to get something here, but they're just being pushed back. And with 30 seconds on the clock, they got to make some moves if they want to make it. It's basically going to come down to one fight. They'll have almost all their ultimates. It might not be enough.
I mean, Clark Chromatic are just getting in the heads of Rio Grande at this point. I mean, when your opposition, when the defense is pushed up that far, it can just be so taxing on your mental trying to get out of spawn. It's gonna be a self-destruct Primal Rage combo into the back, but there's already 2 kills, but Ghoul says, I'll do you one better against 4. Nobody taking cover from the self-destruct, and Rio Grande able to push forward, but holy cow, they used to have a bunch of check marks up there, Classy.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's how it works, but both teams did, though. Like, they're only really gonna get back they're gonna get the self-destruct, they have the High Noon, and they'll have the Shatter eventually. They also lost quite a few ultimates. There'll still be a Valkyrie. I think the biggest thing is that Anonymous and Agragorn have got to be careful about that High Noon. That's like their they're kryptonite at this stage. But the self-destruct can do just as much damage. Oh, eat your piece doesn't even get to use the shatter. Goes down really early. And that res, I mean, if you get it off, you're missing so many people.
Oh, and the Deadeye gets interrupted. But the self-destruct, Donkey Kong. Holy cow, gets 2 with the self-destruct after taking out Agragorn. But now they are the lone diva left remaining on the point, trying to stall for reinforcements to show up. Papamon comes back on a Tracer, has to recall very early. Rest of the team pouring out of spawn, and Nos has to run for cover, but only finds himself surrounded by the University of Rio Grande. And with the overtime wick just going, means these spawns are getting slower and slower for the defense. And Rio Grande are doing a great job of cleaning up. Nice res, though. Donkey Kong is back in mech. That is 750 effective HP back into this battle. And it might be just enough for the rest of the defense to get out here. And I see more and more blue jerseys bolstering this defense, forcing Rio Grande off of this point. And in unbelievable fashion, and to my shocking surprise, looks like this defense is going to hold.
It really is unfortunate that Rio Grande has a much harder time getting vanilla kills. It's really been Clark Chromatic's strength that they're able to do that. They're able to heal each other through like just basic attacks. These ultimates are big. Like they're getting a lot of value out of those. Like the barrages, self-destructs, a bunch of these other ones as well. But it's really just how do you eliminate players on the other team when you don't have ultimates? That's the question mark at the moment for Rio Grande. And that's why they're like almost at third with no time left. Because if you win fights without ultimates, you get a faster pace, you get further through the map, you have more time left, and maybe they'd be able to figure something out. But because they really were relying on either the self-destruct that got that 4K, or then the barrage that gets like 2 or 3 kills after that, it's very tough to get some more progression like outside of that. And if it wasn't Gibraltar and they couldn't do these, if we cap a point, we get some more like kills after that strategies, they might not even have gotten this far.
I mean, a part of that's just the timing of the split spawn, too. Because half a Chromatic ended up spawning in the point B respawn room and half spawned in the point C. So it was really just kind of fortunate timing that they were able to get as far as Rio Grande did. But right, this is still winnable. They still have an opportunity to bring this back. I mean, it was a great push. Plenty of opportunity for Rio Grande to halt this progress and claw their way back into the series.
We get some more hits and coming out of Anas. This time they're going to be on the Cassidy and Pabomon on the Echo. Haven't seen that one yet between these teams. See if Pabomon is any good at it. I doubt they're not, honestly.
I mean, they've been so good on every hero so far. There it is. Pabomon able to get a nice kill. Flash out of the sky, but Agragorn still putting in some pressure. Eventually takes Anas down. So the FAR is still giving Clark Chromatic a little bit of problems here right out of the gate on their attack.
It's always better to be a defensive FAR anyways. You can just shoot rockets without them really getting an angle on you, because you can kind of do that thing where you peek around corners and then shoot because it's a projectile, and then before it even hits, you're already gone.
Right.
But yeah, if you go that deep, then eventually they're going to get you. So Donkey Kong gets that value, Anani Mouse goes down, Zappy falls. That's just a team cleanup. Don't quite get it quick enough for
on that one.
Yeah, for sure. Trapeze just shuffling away on that monkey.
Yeah, got in deep. Got a couple of good picks. We got robbed of our Gong of Death, though. That is a valid point.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed.
It's
only slightly, though.
10 seconds. You know, you need to get them all within 10 seconds, otherwise it doesn't count.
Agragorn over the top. Oh my goodness, gets melted. If they fall down low, might be an opportunity for res, but not if Eat Your Peas is just keeping your mercy back there. Pabomon is the one who's back in the battle and immediately turns around and gets value with his Echo, and our assumptions were correct. Pabomon is just as good on the Echo as we have seen on the other heroes they've pulled out in this series.
And I really like the Cassidy Echo play as well, because obviously we see a lot of teams just going for that Soldier to try and counter something like Farah. But because Soldier does like more damage over time rather than a quick burst thing, it's way easier for you to miss more shots with the Mercy can then heal back up, and then you're just dealing with the fire constantly. And even the Mercy herself is very dodging in that situation. Trying to chase down Anonymous here now on this Echo. Also, again, more burst, but you're not going to win that one because Mercy actually does a lot of damage on the Lucius Blaster.
Yeah, surprising amount of damage. Deadeye coming out. Zappy, goes down. And believe was diving forward. Oh, no, okay. Zappy was still in the back. I thought Zappy had made it further up, and I was worried that wasn't resable. But, hey, you know what? Winston's right back in this fight. Rio Grande in a good position. Out of the skies, here comes Agrigorn once again looking to pounce on Lion. Finds that kill, but immediately gets rezzed up. Doesn't protect that, and Anas has managed to pick up a couple on the front line. So while Agrigorn was flanking around back, Clark Chromatic, they weren't distracted this time. All eyes pointed forward, and they have been rewarded with a lot of progress and quite a few kills to boot.
Self-destruct out of the Echo copy, gets Anonymous out of that, and that will be point cap almost certainly. There it is. Look at a little bit of a Primal Winston going on the back. They'll be cleaned up. What a devastating pace so far. I mean, 5 minutes just for third. I mean, third is the one that's hard. You can just bite yourselves on that forever and just can't get it. But it's definitely one of those where with 5 minutes, you're almost wondering how they could not get it.
Well, in Rio Grande, I was kind of concerned because they spent a lot as far as their ultimates out of their bank. But they do come out with some swaps here going to the Reinhardt of their own. Anas opening up with the Deadeye. Ghoul is purple. The Bionade's going to force them to get the heck out of dodge. Agrigorn can't escape the self-destruct. But it's a trade out. 1 DPS for both sides. ERP is nanoed up. Primaling in the back. Just pushing Zappy. Looking for the kill. Does get the knockoff. Into the waters you go. Happy with that. Turning whatever they had left onto the supports. Trying to hunt down this Lucio while Donkey Kong is managing to keep the team alive on the cart.
Hardest to juggle hero Reinhardt because he takes so much knockback resistance. It's ridiculous. Gonna try now to hold on something with the Reaper and the Lucio. It's not really gonna happen. This cart's just gonna get there. I don't think anyone else can touch. Barely. But that just shoots past the cart. D.Va and the Reinhardt on there, and everyone is just falling like flies. Map's going to be concluded. Series concluded. That's Clark Chromatic taking a 3-0.
In quite convincing fashion. Oh my goodness. An outstanding performance from them today.
For sure. Yeah.
Everybody had just some glorious moments. Everybody had their hero plays, whether it was the huge self-destructs coming out. This one actually coming out of Rio Grande. Ghoul playing for the team in red.
So smartly timed this one. I really liked it because it's essentially you see an Anna Reinhardt running at you and you know he's never going to go back to his team because even if he charges, he can't block at the same time.
Yeah,
and there's so much open space there. So yeah, a perfect time to throw out the self-destruct. Well timed from Ghoul. That was like one of the big parts where they could move on again from the situation. But yeah, if those are the only moments, and that was kind of what they were getting stuck on. If those are the only moments you can progress and win fights, then Clark is eventually going to just, through War of Attrition, win that out.
It was Eat Your Peas, did fantastic job in the main tank.
Yeah.
Donkey Kong did wonderful on the D.Va in their own right. Had some beautiful self-destructs of their own. I mean, again, with some great timing and you know, like you're talking about, just kind of catching them out of position a little bit. It was an all-around great showing. Lion really impressed me on the Ana. What a well-constructed team. And in honor of Eat Your Peas, I think one P-Fact is in order.
Oh yeah,
so
we have to.
We got to give it to you just as in celebration. This is for you, Eat Your Peas. 1 serving of peas has more vitamin C than 2 large apples and more protein than an egg or a tablespoon of peanut butter. So there you go. In celebration of your victory, we'll share some pea facts from your environmental science major.
And you know, apparently eating them works because they did quite well. You know, I feel like their hammer was swinging with more vigor than it normally would. So I don't know if Winston totally agrees about the P facts, though. I think that was kind of a little bit of like the weird thing. The playing Winston, who basically only eats peanut butter. Imagine how good Winston would be if he just ate peas a lot instead of all the peanut butter.
Well, so remember to eat your peas, friends. But that does it for our second match. We are all done with that one. We do have one more match coming up, but I will be bidding you adieu. Soav is coming back in to take up the mantle, and we'll join Classy here in the booth. Our third match and final match of the day will be Redbird Academy versus the Milwaukee School of Engineering. So we're going to take a break, get that set up, and we'll return with our final match from NECC Overwatch. We'll see you in a few.
Yeesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
faster most of the time. Like that's the argument against later drinking ages usually.
What I really love watching about the Legends division, Berkeley, is the high level just micro that you see in Overwatch at this division. We're seeing punches being thrown out after every ability on almost every hero. We're seeing very minuscule, very small sight lines that are being taken advantage of by both DPS on both sides, and we're seeing a lot of these two-man groups taking apart and picking apart these fights. We saw it a lot in that last map with Depresso and Abs and Neb just grouping up as a 3 and taking point, stalling point long enough for base state.
It's what it is, man. It's what it do.
I love seeing at this level of Overwatch.
And Nuke, another fun thing about this level too is even though
I would really like to see
I think the meta is just mirror copying each other time after
like to
time.
see what happens to the world if like every substance is just gone all of a sudden. Like every single substance. Talk about, you know, whether it's just tobacco, whether it's alcohol, whether it's just any form of drugs, like everything is gone. Like just overnight, no legislation. It just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah,
like to see what happens. It'd be really funny.
The script this time, getting to point a little bit faster than Northwood, which is expected from their
like, I know what you mean, but I'm yeah, like maybe, but on the other hand, that's pretty cool.
Invested in that full dive composition, and that's what allowed them to get in early and get those picks off of Northwood.
And this is one
well, no, I'm not talking like medicine is different. Like medicine.
Almost impossible to rotate around the coast side of this map, so I would expect.
No, I know, of course, like with opiates, etc. Like I understand. I'm just like I'm talking about like, you know, the more commercially available stuff, and you know, things like cocaine and heroin, etc. Then, but yeah, it's just it's I know it's always hard, but like I just want to do the black and white thing. I don't want to do the whole, you know, but does this count? Does that count? No, we're just, we know what I mean, and that's what we're going with right now. Like, I'm all for philosophical debates every now and then, but this is not one of those.
Unfortunately, Boat not getting the teleport they were looking for, teleporting to the edge of the bridge and getting caught out immediately by Cyan.
It's just
Bay State holding.
Yeah, it's just everything that's used for everything recreational. Let's keep it at that. You know, you cannot get it in any way, shape, or form. But drugs are all still like available and whatever. Like they just do exist. Like just medicine.
The amplification matrix inside of the point, trying to get value, but Bay State.
I rarely do. Like, you know, when I do, it's the only things I've really taken are things that either like a doctor specifically prescribed me because otherwise you'll die type of things, which I've never had to take, but that's, you know, stuff I would take obviously. And on very rare occasions, something like a paracetamol or like something where like in a plane or something to make myself feel a little bit calmer in terms of like though, because my stomach will get very upset otherwise sometimes. Yeah, so look like those travel pill, whatever you want to call them.
You can never count anyone out. That Sim TP comes in the nick of time as Kiwami and Burger Bandit just fight for a touch there. Both tanks on the side of Northwood go down,
I'm just someone that gets anxiety for no fucking reason. Where you get like the knot in your stomach and all that stuff. And I get it at things where there's no reason to be nervous about this. There's just no reason to stress out about this, and it will just do it anyways. And my brain is just I'm just like vibing, like this is fine, everything's good, and my body still says no, you gotta fucking stress about it. Why are you not stressing about this? Like, dude, what the fuck's going on?
It's literally the reverse storyline that we saw from the last map, Berkeley. That's exactly what happened to Bay State. They took it back. But I do. Like I said, my internal body will be fucking stressed sometimes, but you will notice it from me. Like the only thing that might happen is that I get a little bit quiet, but on broadcast I obviously couldn't do that even if I wanted to. So you probably never notice in broadcast. But yeah, I haven't really been nervous on broadcast for a while, honestly. At least not in Overwatch. In other games, every now and then I do. Because it's different and new. So you have to be prepared for things. And you know, when I'm ever prepared for anything. Does have a better tint that they're pitching as of comp to comp.
Yeah, and I think the wrecking ball composition with
I
seasons
mean, just
on that hero
I
gives
guess
them a
just my
little
daily
more
life prepares me for things.
dive capability just with how you can
No,
cycle
it
those
was
cooldowns
funny
on that
actually
hero.
because
It can just be a little more rapid fire than Faded
I
Honest,
don't know
once
if you
look
guys
more
are
so
like
to
trying to
benefit
fish
from
for
that shield.
more news for
We'll see if
Overwatch
a
2 and
big
everything, and
bubble
not like
play
Path to
comes
Pro.
in handy for them here as the tanks go in deep.
Because like Boop was went through some things in the McCool chat today. It's like, oh yeah, Billy was asking me if we knew anything, and they were like, well, we don't know anything. We just don't. It's fun. It's fine. It happens. You know, I get like everyone is having it, honestly. Like everyone's having the urge of like we want to know what happens next or if anything's coming or like what's happening because you know we're in late March now and we still don't know anything. So like I get the urge. Like it's, you know, we're still on the old contender server, or like in the contender server because we just haven't been removed. Even if we, you know, I don't know if we're gonna be added, like gonna be doing it again. But like if we are, we're still in right now. It's like the same with all the players in the teams. So you get like all those questions to Blizzard, like when are we hearing something, guys? You said you were gonna give an update. Where's the updates? Like all that stuff keeps coming through. Like you can just feel, and then the Overwatch 2 news comes out, and of course everything blows up again. And like, do we get alpha? Do we get like what's happening here? Do we get guaranteed beta access? Like, come on, guys, can we hear anything? And then you just, if you hear nothing, it's really annoying. So I get the drive, but you know, we're in the same boat.
Holding that time up, resetting that clock whenever they could to allow.
I saw the message. Yeah.
Get back to point. Unfortunately, Bay State just had it lock and key. They were not allowing Northwood to get back on that point, which leaves us 1-1 in the series.
Yeah. No. Like, because Chris was really like to us, like, yeah, I don't want to be mean about this. Like, I don't know how to respond. Like, and Ollie is Ollie. Like, Ollie will just say if someone sends this to me, he's like, I don't know anything, and I don't give two fucks enough about you to tell you, you know, that type of stuff. Not because he doesn't care about you. Like, he obviously he's a nice guy, but you know. He'll just be he's very business about that. He's like, I don't know. And honestly, even if he knew, he still wouldn't say anything. Or he wouldn't even say that he knows. Like, that's our entire policy. And either way, like, that's, you know, we have a relationship with Blizzard. If we know stuff and we tell people, it's gonna be fucked. Especially Overwatch 2 news, if we hear anything. Because, you know, that's heavy NDA. Contenders is kinda, you know, yeah, it's important. The most important thing about Contenders would probably be, like, knowing if it's an Overwatch 2 or not. Like, what happens and when it happens is kind of meh. Yeah, I don't know. Have they actually said anything in public about this in, like, the last 4 months about Path to Pro?
18% as they did take the point first and early.
And Nuke, if you want to see some very intense Overwatch, let's just get a spectate here onto Abs, the Zenyatta player.
Yeah, so Path to Pro is still a thing. That was what they said. Yeah, yeah. I didn't remember whether that was something they just sent internally on the contender server or publicly, because like I said, we still have access to it. So yeah.
Pressure that comes in so fast, so swiftly. As Dynasty, Seasons, and Burger Bandit all close in on one target. Usually it's Abs, but right now, Abs is still relatively safe for the time being.
Billy's he's a nice guy.
For a few more moments, as they're just looking to keep this point for as long as they can, chew up as much of the time.
He felt really uncomfortable when he did the Ukraine thing. I don't know why that was. Like it felt like he was not in his zone, which is weird for Billy, because that would be like the prime thing for him to be on, to be like, you know, hyping charity and stuff.
But Northwood just backed up. They did as we say, the most OP thing in Overwatch. They backed up. They waited for the opportunity, and they
might be something.
Took out Kiwami before they were able to remech, and then called it there. Bay State now re-engaging with 2 ultimates online. They do have the minefield, and they do
Bay
have
State.
pulse bomb.
Bay State Northwood, shit.
Work in this situation. We're going to see the minefield actually come out from Faded. Ooh, and the stick's going to come out on Landon, cracking open. This
I just did, yeah.
Wide open, actually. Bay State with a massive advantage now, taking out 2 on the side.
7-2.
They could regroup here and
7-2-9. Oh, is your stall
out this time, but it's gonna
oh no, I was saying my last numbers are 8147, so I don't know, but yeah. Okay. All right, I can get out.
little bit here as they hit a bit of a speed bump. They won that fight a few moments ago, but didn't get the flip for about 15 or 20% as Northwood got a very good contest in there. And now, one of the most interesting fights of the map.
But now will be on the other side, so they have to switch the assets around. Whee!
Oh man, base
Well, true, but now they have to change 2 tags instead of 1 tag.
Yeah, I mean, I could just
And the audio,
and the
audio source is swapped as well, because now I'm on the other audio. Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah, they'll probably have me switch, but yeah.
No, I'm already on the other one. No, we're gonna stick to this.
All right.
Yeah.
Why is that a thing? Why is that like a rule? Who thought of this? Why is it? It's not important. It doesn't matter. I refuse that. I refuse to abide by these stupid conventions. Like,
I would argue it's because it's the first person you're hearing.
No, it's super simple. Like the DPS tank support thing, I get because you know that's easy for observers and it's consistent and whatever. Blah blah blah. It doesn't make sense because of how the game is set up. Like tank DPS support would be, you know, more normal, but whatever. They started doing it in Overwatch leaks, now we all have to do it. But play-by-play in color on the left or right, like that's just dumb. Like, unless you, as specifically as a production company, always have like certain settings that just work better for play-by-play in terms of like audio leveling or whatever, I don't see a reason why.
And a good thing here for base
I
is
agree.
they don't have to deal with that EMP in the final fight. Boat is only at 34%,
Yeah.
so that is just sweat that they don't have to be perspirating here. They actually got a pretty calm fight in front of them as Neb gets off the rally. Everyone is very close
I've
to
just
the
always
as Abs is there with the Transcendence as well. Faded lays down the minefield, and they've got this point pretty well sealed off from Northwood. Northwood actually is struggling to get a footing here onto the objective, and it's not going to get any easier as Seasons gets collapsed on by 3 members of base team, but Dynasty
in the right.
But that's for that duo, though. That is not a rule. It's for that duo. Look, I'm gonna talk to Jay about this. I'm gonna talk to Jay about this. If Jay doesn't have this as a rule, I'm gonna refute it. Because Jay is the Lord, is the God Lord configurator of everything contenders, or at least it was last year. And you know they steal a lot of shit from us. So if he doesn't say it's a rule, it's not a fucking rule.
Reasonable.
No, don't worry, homie. I got you. I got a copy.
No, but I mean, if he doesn't,
It's all upside down. It's fine.
I think, because I think all he does is just he does it per duo. Like he thinks with this duo, they're on that side, they're on that side. That's how he sets things up. So that might be a thing. Like that's where like Avro Pixie are on the same side. Like that makes sense because they're the same duo all the time. But
Good on them.
Um, otherwise, you know, they'd lie.
And
But
again, chat, we've switched
um,
sides.
Yeah.
So Northwood will be the red team if you're observing this one, and Bay State the defending blue team here.
No,
And
they don't strike me as those kinds of people to be like, oh, let me like prepare myself for
the
all
one,
this twists and turns.
the one I could imagine doing it is Door. Like, that's the one sneaky guy that I think he might sneak a peek every now and then.
gathering their members.
Because I just don't trust the
Yeah.
fucking guy. But that's me.
That's reasonable. I can respect that.
On the Hitsuko and Ash, and then we've got Boat on the Hanzo at least.
Yeah.
right now. Both of
I know
them
Moxie
so
doesn't, because I talked to her way too much for her to be doing that. Like, she wouldn't have time.
But I've got to give my edge here to Boat on the Hanzo.
No.
Yeah.
It seems like
Yeah.
Hanzo
Yeah.
Yeah,
showed
he's
all
fucking
the
wild,
damage,
yeah.
especially
Yeah, no,
against
Dora
Dora
Moxie have different problem-
What are your thoughts?
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
no,
I mean, like Dora and Moxie don't have
absolutely.
problems with, wouldn't have problems with knowing what's going on. It's just about how they convey it.
Right.
So yeah, that's the story for another time.
If Burger Bandit and Boat are able to time their ultimates together, that could spell something
Awesome.
for Bay
Hey,
State.
good on them.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
And Bay State, forgotten their Ash player, actually just got subbed in for
What a
their
game!
insane flex DPS on Lijiang Tower, their Echo player who might have
What's
I'm
won
still
Northwood
waiting
gonna
for-
do
that
now?
first map. So
I'm still waiting for Bay State to come through and actually play Northeastern. That's actually gonna be that'd probably be a hell of a map.
To be fair, Bay State has a pretty good roster too. Like, I'm not surprised
They
they took
do.
a map.
Yeah.
You don't wanna go up against Abs ever?
Not quite as warmed up as he'd like
It's
to be
hard to
on
argue. Yeah,
Overwatch,
like
but
it's Northwood's just good. It's so hard to be like.
With what HP?
Holy low, and Neb hitting the whip shot.
I don't think
Well, I
so.
can still hear you.
But still,
You're still here.
Northwood Esports,
Huh?
you can never count them out. They come in and answer with brute because they are pushing this double shield of
Well, I
Bay
mean,
State.
if you're watching Twitch, I'm assuming.
Should be taken here by
Yeah, I was gonna say, because if you were watching the VMix, I was surprised that it wouldn't have frozen yet, because I logged in on your like, side of it. So I would have kicked you out. I have it on VMix, yeah.
Yeah, having a VMix.
I don't have the audio, but that's fine.
Point from Northwood. They came in with the aggression. They used the double shields to their advantage. Bay State just wasn't
Yeah,
quite.
I'm already like halfway through Blizzard World, you know.
Defending on that first point for Blizzard World, right? You have to be.
Oh yeah,
on the
no,
side.
we're definitely
You have
out.
to catch it with your shields, and Forgotten just wasn't quite there.
Yeah, we're past.
But you know, as I say that, Forgotten ending.
It was really funny. I was watching someone learn Valorant yesterday, and I don't know a lot about Valorant. Like, I know very little. I barely know how the game works, so to speak. But I could tell like already 50 things they were doing wrong. Like, I'm just, you know, I just know too much about FPS games at this stage. It's stupid. Because they're like I was like, I'm not gonna coach you, because obviously I wouldn't, because I don't know how to coach Valorant. But like, the one thing I will say to not make it complicated is crosshair placement. 'Cause he was just constantly looking at the ground. We're like, yeah, that's like the most basic thing. Is like, if you've never played FPS, I understand, but always keep it across like at head height and try to replace it into places where you think enemies might be, like the corners you're checking.
Yep.
That's like the basic rule. And said, oh yeah, that
is
actually
number
makes sense. Thanks. I would actually not have thought of that. It's like, well, there you go. I don't know anything else, but that's one you can take to the grave already.
That is who.
Forgotten, but again, just came up empty.
Yep.
Forgotten had his wits about him. Kiwami gets knocked into a backline. That's actually very difficult positioning for him to recover from, but it doesn't look like he's the target of focus right now. Faded stepping up with that supercharger, and Bay State
Clickety
knows
click,
how to
click,
focus
clickety
with a damage
clue.
boost. They are lights out right
Big
now.
click
defending
heads.
I think there's something happening with Overwatch Collegiate in the near future as well, because I think they're nearing the end of that stint at the moment, right? It was the whole clash.
From Northwood, they got up in their face. Northwood was like, "What are you doing, man?
Awesome.
Why are you up here?" And then the
Oh, yeah.
supercharger got.
I have to
popped,
have-
and they quickly realized their transgressions.
I mean,
Who's doing production for it?
I mean, look, you know, just give it to us. We're fine.
I'll say, yeah.
Well, we did
I was saying,
the one.
Who's doing it?
We did the one last year, last collegiate thing. So, and that, yeah. I mean, I think they would do it again, honestly, unless they have someone else in mind. I don't know who they would have in mind, honestly.
Oh, they're good.
Yeah, like the only. I mean, like the only other, well, the only other thing they could do is like have a second duo, but it all depends like what format they're looking at, like how many games and how many days and all that stuff.
making a little bit of a
But yeah,
name for
no, but
himself in this
yeah,
one.
that should be
Grants
coming up
second win
soon.
with the stick on today.
Blizzard is notoriously late with these type of things though. Like last year, how like short of a momentum we had towards contenders was ridiculous. In terms of like production, not in terms of players, whatever. But so if that's the same with collegiate, I mean the advantages of the collegiate, they don't really require us to make any content, so it's relatively just all on the prod side, which is okay for me. But we'll see. I'm curious, honestly, what that's gonna look. Because at least they made the branding like actually cool this time. So, like they did set it up. They did set it up for more success. And with all the collegiate competitions happening that they've been supporting, like with licensing, etc., I do feel like they know what they're doing. My main worry is that Donovan, who was like one of the biggest creators of that entire thing, he's gone. He's a Riot now. Yeah, and because he was like the guy we worked with on contenders the entire year. Because Dan, who is like the head of competitive, like Path to Pro competitive, he was fighting cancer the entire year, so he wasn't there. Yeah, so we had to work with Donovan most of the time, and like a few other people, of course, as well. But he was like the main contact point for everything. Yeah, he's gone now, so they've got like other people. Dan is still there, so that's a good thing. But like, and then collegiate has a few other people behind it mainly. It's just that Dan is at the head of everything. So guy you start talking with collegiate is Jake, I'm pretty sure.
That's gonna be it for Bay State.
Well, Bob didn't do anything though. It was all the pulse bomb.
That's it for Northwood.
Oh well. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Dynasty is not finding the angles at the moment, honestly. Like the high ground advantage is a pretty big deal here.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, and the Hanzo's at a really good angle to just like deter a lot of things. He can shoot before the other Hanzo can, like before Boat can do anything. He's already bopping.
We got a star-studded lineup. They're looking to make their final stand here on defense. They've got to thwart off Northwood for one more fight, but Northwood...
It is Cabe, right? Not Kabe.
Make it 3 and 4 for the Timberwolves as they need this second point streets phase. They
Kaba.
want it bad, Nuke.
I would say I just want to call him Kabe Beef. I'm just going to call him Kabe Beef, That's what I want.
Kobe Beef.
In all my pronunciations that I've seen from him, they've all been different. So and then even if you pronounce it, he's always like, no, but it's the other thing. It's like, well, then write that, motherfucker. He is trolling. That's the problem. You never know with these guys. Like the better they are, the more they troll. It's really bad.
Yeah.
except for Redbirds, because Flutie is a fucking legend. Yeah.
Indeed, and I love at the end there, Abs was just dueling Boat. Boat had the high ground up on Hanzo, looking so dangerous. But then a bouncy little Lucio boy comes out of nowhere and just pulls for like 20 seconds.
I know. That's why I chat.
For the rest of that fight, and Nuke, a gigantic hold. I mean, based very capable of getting
Wheats is a boy too.
That's fine.
It's looking like they could go up 2 maps to none here on Blizzard World, and what advantage that would be.
That's not the word that could have been way worse.
Yeah.
They just have to make sure that the offense is as well thought out and strategic.
Yeah, and then second wins didn't have a third wind.
We're seeing from both of these teams trying to bait out ultimates, getting onto point, even the supercharger play, getting up in their face, slowing it down. The Dragon Strike with the Gravitic Flux combo coming out from Northwood was really
sort of
cool.
I guess.
We actually are going to see some changes come out on the side of Northwood as well. Dynasty going to be on the Hanzo and Boat.
Sort of Alco tweets.
Sort of Alco.
Sort of Alco.
As I say that, Forgotten switching over to the Widowmaker. Cabe going to be on the Symmetra and
Yeah.
now on the Mercy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
that's
be
still a prestige.
Shocked if Bay State actually ran this composition. It's just not something
like that's prestige though. Like that's prestige.
Yeah.
Matchup, but this is certainly throwing a wrench at Northwood.
How it works. I think his main strength would be in scouting though in that situation. Like I don't know how well he can keep the team performing once they get to Owl. So I think that is actually a really good environment for him to thrive in, to like find new talent and get them to that place where they can get to Owl. Because the problem with Owl has always been that they don't pick up full squads most of the time.
Yeah.
some dynamite thrown in the back line on either team. Bay State
Yeah.
making their
The
approach.
question is how they're gonna hold up with that.
This corner.
Because Reiner is a beast, but he's also a beast because he's got the rest of the squad behind him.
Find the first pick of
Yeah.
the round, taking out
Yeah.
Kiwami. Burger Bandit.
Yeah, I think Yuffie will do better than Reiner, honestly.
Sneak around the side for Bay State, but that
Yeah.
I do think so. I mean, especially when you're looking at, you know, new game, because they're gonna play in Overwatch 2. Like that's like, if it was Overwatch 1, I wouldn't necessarily be that sure, but I do think that Reiner. Yeah, but he won't. That's the whole thing. So like, so how well is Reiner gonna hold up in that type of situation? Like, yeah, you got to do more as one tank, which Reiner would probably be good at, but you also got to do more as one tank, which you don't have someone else peeling for your backline in the meantime. So is Reiner gonna be able to do his Reiner thing while he can't just do his Reiner thing? You know? Yeah. Which maybe that will work. Maybe it will work.
They made a good decision in
He makes Bumper go kind of.
Bumper go what? Yeah.
Yeah, he makes Bumper go. Wait, you can do that and live?
Wait, you got to live?
You got to live there? That's bullshit. Yeah.
Regrouped with the rest of the team as to not be taken by surprise. This is just beautiful Overwatch coming out from both teams, and Bay State now regrouping.
It's fucking cheating. That's just fucking cheating, man. Like, come on.
But that won't matter. Ultimates are coming out all around. We're hearing the Bob come out. As
That's fair. Yeah.
Throw it out and die immediately. Forgotten and K both finding picks on the Bob.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't necessarily think that the rest of the other teammates going to be playing on is like going to be that bad about it, but it's about whether you can whether you can do that in Overwatch League, whether like in Overwatch 2 as well, whether it's a possibility, and then B, you know, is that still going to work in the first place? I don't know, like it's just. Well, yeah, but like I said, like it's not the same. Like you can't do the same. That's my point. I know. No, that's fine. It's fine. You're all good. We're all thinking the same.
This is not a good look if they try to push this. Bay State already has the ground. They just have to wait for them to push up and then shove right into
it. Really depends on like how they're doing in scrims and practice and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Because obviously they want to figure out how it goes. Like they don't know. Like they barely have access to Overwatch 2 now. So
yeah, really.
Yeah. I mean they have been exclusively scrimming on like Overwatch 2 style patches forever though. Like they have not played 6v6 since like probably November, maybe even before that. So yeah, it's been workshop codes obviously, but yeah, it's
and now it should just be a battle between the snipers here as Forgotten just jousting for this high ground.
It's a thing.
Perfect positioning to lace in some sniper rounds, but it looks like Northwood is just defending this very well, as it's very tricky for Bay State to pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You have no idea how really that plays out. Like you'll find out now if there's an alpha, but still, it's not enough.
It's
time
2
to
months.
know,
No, it's 2 months. It's enough. Like it definitely. I think it's enough. I think it's enough. And it is a level playing field because they all get it at the same time and all that stuff. Like yeah, there will always be growing pains with a new game. Like no matter when they would have launched it, there would have been a growing pain thing because it's always transition and new pros and old pros and everything coming together. Like it's always you can never a perfect. There's never a perfect time to launch it. It's not COD that just gets a new game every year. Come on.
Right, you're looking in the air immediately, trying to find him, and Burger Bandit staying towards the ground. They read it immediately, killing him. That was crazy. Landon also taking out Bob. Speaking of immediately, almost immediately Forgotten threw that in the back line. Landon said, no, not today, friend.
They've got 20 meters to push this payload. This is the first time we've seen a team rotate to this side, trying to attack the high ground. Flux coming out safely from Kiwami this time. Burger Bandit could take some notes on that one. Faded able to clean up boat off of that slam, and Neb going in. He's got his foot on the
It's gonna be fluid. Yeah.
Duel up for 3 kills there. Landon the last one to go. Closing in now, Yamitra falls, and Neb makes the space almost all himself, acting like a Reinhardt player.
Yeah.
Bay State are gonna go up 2.
Game will never be truly balanced though. Like.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It is the NECC. It's the B channel. But hey, there's been A games all night. So welcome in. We got Blugold Esports B from the University of Wisconsin versus the Carroll University Pioneers. I know it's not the game you were expecting. We also were expecting a different game. But you know what? There has been some changes. Changes just happen. And but regardless of those changes, we still got a good game tonight. And this is going to be an interesting one for certain.
Yeah, it really should be. And I mean, we look at these two teams. There is like two opportunities that we really got to run into looking at their records. It's either going to be something very cool where the underdog takes it, or it's just not going to be that close of a game. That being said, Overwatch is one of those games that can sometimes just come down to rock, paper, scissors. And with this roster of KTM 6060, Silent, Lil Duck, Space Cack, Laser Dew, and Pez, this could be a fun one coming out here.
Yeah, a lot of older players there, but that doesn't necessarily mean any bad thing. And meanwhile, on the other side, we've got Strawberry, we've got MX Thick, we've got Dark Tyrant, Rixor, Fireheart, and Lin Reverse. Kind of a mixed squad. Shout out to Dark Tyrant, my music education major out there. You love to see the things you do. But I digress. You know, this is, again, like you said, this is going to be an interesting game. We've got a little bit of everything from both sides. Carroll University have had a tough opening weekend. They're down 2-3 so far, and Blugold on the other side, you know, it's they've had their own things. But considering we're in Cyan, Emergents, like anything's possible here.
Yeah, actually, those I think those are the standings from the last thing we had. So Carroll University Pioneers are up 4-1 at the moment. Blugold is down 1-3, so Blugold would really want to have this win today. Show that they're actually competitive in this division at the moment. They're looking at Lijiang. Then again, Blizzard World, as we've already seen twice tonight. Escort is going to be Gibraltar still, then Hollywood, Ilios, and maybe even Junkertown if we get there. But that's all up to the teams whether they want to give us all those maps or not, because that is what they have to do. They have to play more than 3 maps. It has to not be a 3-0 blowout. Going to be starting here on Lijiang Tower Control, and I mean, with these teams out here, it's hard to predict what they're going to run out with, honestly, and it's also hard to predict what that's going to mean. It's always what it is, right? Like sometimes you have some footage, but these teams have been relatively under the radar.
Yeah, and given what I've seen today, because I know you just finished with the previous game, but
Yeah.
you watched game 1, you saw a lot of different things there, so I don't write off anything here for Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, again, 2 was a little bit more static as the teams were just, you know, kind of going at it very front and center. Just they were playing their own thing, looking if it was going to work. We've seen a lot of Symmetra on the points of Lijiang Tower, just because these teams like to just get to the point quick and just fight there. And we'll see whether or not they're going to stick with that. It does look like they do it in spawn just now. We're going to get a quick map reset before we go in. In the meantime, let's look at these players, right? So Blugold Esports, what really strikes me and what's really interesting about this is that these teams are very involved in their esports communities, and they also do a lot with the other games that these communities do. So maybe that will rub off. They get some different tactical points, or their attention might be split, and that's why they're not doing so well in the standings at the moment. But right now, they have a decent start.
They do, but a not decent start is Strawberry falling early, who did manage to get trade out there, but the picks will continue to fall back and forth, and with both those main tanks down, suddenly it's kind of an open field, and it's going to be dependent on who gets these initial follow-up picks. The sim beams are buzzing, and that is still just going more. Teleporters are out, and we're just kind of trading utility here, just trying to see what we can get, and nothing still at this point. Almost the Reinhardts will be back shortly soon, but that is an early Symmetra wall from Silent coming out, followed by Strawberry Shatter, who's going to lead that out. The rest of the ultimates will come in, and that will be Blugold Esports starting to turn the fight in their favor. Still continuing to fire. Sound barriers will come out on both sides, and they are just building these ultimates as fast as they can. Be an Amplification Matrix to put out, try to buy some space and get some extra damage out there. But there's not much going through it, and you can see it from KTM trying to get up high, but Dark Tyrant comes up huge with that Death Blossom to clip and get the point. Just the cleanup remains for the side of Blugold.
Lasker do close the Death Blossom as well, and it was kind of going back and forth because they have a complete mirror matchup. It was all about who gets the ultimate on either side first, and it was going completely back and forth until Strawberry had the first shatter. But then the bigger thing was KTM having the first sound barrier, and then the first thing came to be that Death Blossom. That really cleaned everything up. There was no utility left. They were completely done fighting. But now they're going to have both the shatter and the Death Blossom on the side of Carroll.
Yeah,
they haven't used them yet.
With that sound barrier still on the side of Blugold, they still have an answer in it. We'll see what they can do for that shield dropping low.
Don't get
Nothing
shattered,
there to
sir.
really get close. Ooh,
Don't get shattered.
Buy the time. Oh, there's the. Oh, it does miss though, but that shatter went in, and that will be teleport to straight to Death Blossom. Doesn't find anybody, but does get that lamp out of the way, and that'll be some more ultimates coming out of the woodworks there. The rest of them from the side of Carroll University. But the double boop. Oh my goodness, what a play from Rixor. Incredible just to keep this going live for Blugold. And again, the continues. MX Thick coming up huge, keeping that beam buzzing in their faces, keeping this pressure up. And they will retain it here, bringing it to a nice solid 60%.
Rixor, she's just carrying that team on her back at the moment. Gets both the sound barrier off and then the double boop. Because while Strawberry has been landing very good shatters, they haven't been able to follow up on them all that much. Especially Strawberry themselves just keeps dying straight after, which is very unfortunate. They're looking for a teleport opportunity here. Don't know where they want to go. Might just want to go to the side room.
No, but they will bring the Winston here, and that, speaking of that, that will be a self-destruct going. It will catch Rixor, unfortunately hitting that soon, and the rest of the dive will come in. Gonna try to deal with that as a big anti comes in and just hits several members of Blugold, and that is going to be enough to try to deny some of that healing. Pick still coming in. Pez trying to just tickle everybody. Gets two. Is putting in work on that Winston, continuing to find some more targets. But they did manage to flip in the middle of that, so they will slowly build some of that progress there. Meanwhile, the fight is still going, and they have to give space on the side of Blugold. They can't quite push in. Rixor trying to find a couple more boops, trying to put it on their back. Get a little more value there. Looking, just gliding along, not able to find anything. That'll be shatter from Strawberry available if they need it. Looking for it, gonna try and find it. There it is. There's nothing in the way there, and that will be some cleanup coming in for the side of Blugold. Will get several, and they will commit even more ultimates into it. They all come out. The Death Blossom out in the middle of nowhere will get sound barriered, so that you can just say goodbye to that. Dark Tyrant not finding anybody, but picks continue to fall for Carroll University. They are looking to clean this up and build this as it just clicks over 40%, continuing to build even further by the moment as these fights just continue to go on. Several more picks coming in from the Symmetro Silent, coming in big, less of it, but that will finally be Blugold falling.
Yeah, this is that fight went on for a little longer than it maybe should have in terms of there was a cleanup because they didn't have control. 97% though, they only need to really win one fight and they're kind of done. And just make sure there's no teleporter to stop them from doing anything. That's a nice self-destruct. Doesn't get anything, but would have been potentially valuable. Little Duck, no more having that ultimate, but Lin Reverse does have it.
Well, and that will be that self-destruct coming out from there. Does not find anybody, but they have engaged onto the point. Still looking for more. Will force out that that lamp, give them that, and Strawberry will find one on the other side, opening up the fight. Meanwhile, the point draws closer. It's getting close to 99. Death Blossom comes in huge though for 3. Make that 5 just to clean this up. And Carroll University Pioneers are not going down without a fight.
Lasker do just taking the leaf out of the book from Dark Tyrant, but unfortunately they had the nano boost, so it was even better. It's an upgraded version. There goes Dark Tyrant though, also gets a pick, and again KTM cannot build up to that sound barrier because they die early in the fight. Strawberry again gets a shatter, doesn't hit anything with it this time though.
No, misses it, but those walls are out, and they are funneling down on that Winston, but the picks keep coming up for Blugold Esports. They are looking to flip it back, and given the fact that this is in overtime, it is basically done for now. Can anybody make it back in time as this flips and starts to roll?
Not a lot, at least, even if someone makes it, and that's kind of unfortunate because we were really looking for KTM to have a Death Blossom at sound barrier at some stage. Just couldn't get that on in time because they kept dying early in these fights. It was the Fire Strike here. It was the fight before they died as well. I think it was 2. I don't remember what it was 2. They just died early. But yeah, Blugold starting out with the point win, and we said it. They kind of really need this win to show that they're competitive in this division because they're currently sitting on 7th place, which with a 1-3 record. And if they manage to win this out against Carroll, who is a lot higher in the standings with a 4-1, that would be a really good boon to both their confidence, but as well to their standings. And it just pulls the field a bit more together, especially in that midsection. So Carroll, they got to show again, like, why they are in that position. They're gonna start stepping up to the plate, and they were close. They did a good comeback. It just started out a little bit late. This is the point where they can start straight out from the get-go.
And speaking of straight out, there will be a straight out duel on the point, looking to try to get this unlocked before it even unlocks, as Blugold will finally regroup and get themselves pressure out there, and the picks start to fall for the way of the blue team. Again, Rixar with another boop, taking someone out, and they have gotten control well before the point unlocks.
Looking like a good start again for Blugold. A little bit quicker this time, though. There was a lot of ringing around that middle pillar on the last stage that, of course, isn't there. So this time around, they were just straight up fighting. And it worked out well for Blugold. Strawberry not leading that far into Ultra in terms of Pez this time. Pez actually a few percent ahead. But Space Cack already down.
Ooh, that's the all-important Ana coming in there and falling early, so that'll probably push us back. Rixar again looking to be a menace on this Lucio. Try to find a few more boops, wants to take that play of the game, so they're going to try and do that, but the Carroll University will push out. They'll try to, but only to be met on the other side. Blugold has their number. They know exactly where they're looking for, and they refuse to give up presence on this point. That will be an amplification matrix just to go ahead and put a little more pressure out there. We'll take out that telly, but a shatter from Strawberry finds some value, and again Blugold Esports comes in with the cleanup, will stun that Reinhardt, and that will force out the sound barrier just to keep the rest of the team up as the rest of these ultimates come out. But Carroll University running out of gas and will unfortunately see themselves back to the spawn.
55% and counting. They're once again getting a hot start, even getting a late stagger onto Little Duck there. Another extra 5% for free. It's such a hot start for Blugold at this stage that Carroll just they're trying to switch so much up in order to try and counter this, but it's control. You don't have time for that. They're just trying to find some way to get back into it, but it's tough. They will have a sound barrier for this one and a nano boost, so that's a good start at least.
Speaking of that nano boost, that'll be it going out there, and that will be following that out, trying to get some primal built up there. Can't really take the space, but they are trying to push their way in through these doors. Finally, the engage looks in, and there's the contest 8 rolling over to almost 90%. They needed to move soon. Self-destruct goes up, gets a little hang time, will land, unfortunately not catching it, but Lin Reverse will catch the remech kill to open it up for everybody as the rest of the ultimates come out and overtime ticks over. That will be those supportive ultimates from Carroll University coming out, and it looks there's still more to be had there. Another bubble, but Pez is fallen, and that is the opening of the proverbial Pez head to crack it open, and it looks like Blugold Esports is gonna take map 1.
Map 1 done and dusted. Blugold taking an early lead, and like we said, it's kind of unexpected, but doesn't mean that it's impossible. Of course, we always talk about the underdog versus the current leaderboard. Blugold, starting out strong.
Ooh, it's a boot play. You thought it was gonna be the 5-man Death Blossom. No, it's probably looks like that 2 or 3 man boop there, and yep, that'll do it. But yeah, there it is. I mean, yeah, like you said, this is everybody loves a good underdog story. So I mean, I'm here for it. Let's see this team pull themselves up from the ranks. There's no time like the present, and they need that, right? Like they need to pull themselves up if they're going to continue to climb.
Yeah, and obviously it's still a little bit early to say, oh, they're definitely gonna start rising now, because it was control. Control is always a little bit tricky to find, like the pace of of where you're at, and Blugold did win at least 5 maps in their last 4 series, so it is definitely arguable that potentially they're just good at control. And Carroll did lose about 6 maps in the last 5 series, so they might have always lost control. We don't have the exact stats on that, but there's a good possibility that that's just a matchup between these two teams where Blugold's good at control, Carroll's just not that good at control, and that's why this happened. So yeah, the next few maps will definitely be the test of that, seeing how good are they when they don't play in control. And Blizzard Worlds, I think, is a perfect stage to go through for that particular type of dynamic.
Yeah, you want to talk about changing things up a bit. I mean, aside from changing the whole mode, there's a lot of things you can change. Brawl, not necessarily as strong here, but still does have a place for some of these parts. This opening, you can run it, but we'll have to see where these changes are. Because I mean, what do you think you need to change to succeed here in Blizzard World, man?
I think you want to just be able to play your own game at your own pace, and I think Control just doesn't allow for that. It does look like there's a little bit more desire to play a bit slower on the side of Carroll, which you can definitely do on some map types that aren't Control again. So I don't think they necessarily need to change a whole lot in terms of their gameplay style at the moment. They just need to be able to play their own game, and I think that is going to be the biggest difference maker. We'll see. Maybe Blugold pulls out a lot of other things. They're going to have to counter it. We always know that, especially in the lower elos, Pharah is, for instance, potentially a big problem. Maybe that will become a factor. We could see some weird Junkrat gameplay. Well, I say weird, just Junkrat gameplay.
Sure.
Yeah, like there's a bunch of things that could happen, but it's all about what they actually feel comfortable playing. Because I don't think there's not a lot of arguments for like hard meta forcing on these type of matches.
No. It's still very open. But like you kind of mentioned and alluded to, we're in a lower rank. We're in a lower rank. We're in a lower EL, and Brawl tends to do very, very strongly there. So yeah, it tends to be a pretty popular choice. So there's a good chance we'll probably see this run back. But the other thing that we've seen a lot of on this kind of a map is double shield. Also, there's a good chance we see something like the Sigma Orisa come out, and then there's a good chance that if you want to control the pace, that's a pretty good way to do it. I would think, right?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the way to do it. Just double shield it up, make sure that they can't get through that. Problem is, if you play against a Symmetra, that's kind of a problem because she just keeps beaming and burn the shields while maintaining ammo and gaining charge. It's a very tricky thing to play against it, which is also partially why they tried to maybe switch to the Winston. Have a little bit less Winston, less shields in the way, more dive on the backline instead of focusing on the Reinhardt. Because they got Strawberry down a lot, but that just wasn't enough because there was always more behind Strawberry that got enough time to ramp up. So we'll see whether or not like they want to go for more mobility when we get to a map like Blizzard World, when we get to a map like Gibraltar, which cater much more to those type of playstyles.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll see Carroll picking. We'll see Carroll on the defense first for Blizzard World. So, they chose it. They have to feel pretty confident in it.
Yeah,
I have to imagine. But,
you have to.
I mean, you can feel you have to be. Like, I don't know. I don't know about you, but I would almost rather attack first most of the time when it comes to my games. I feel way more confident making the attack as opposed to the defense. But maybe that's just because I feel like I'm an overly aggressive player myself. But
yeah, potentially. we do see some swaps being made on the side of Carroll. They're apparently not quite confident with the squad they had put up first. And sometimes it happens, like there definitely be instances where they put in, I wouldn't say they put in their B team. I don't think it goes that far, but you give some different players, different chances, different maps. And, if you look at the standings, you think, oh, Blugold, we should be able to win against them so we can play with these players or try something out. And it might be that they're now switching back to like, the core, the heart of the game. For instance, we see KTM swap to DPS now. They're going to be on support anymore. Going to get Bio in here as the support instead. And there's some more changes coming in even. We see Alaska go to DPS 2. Which has that
they're going out.
Oh, they're going out. Yeah, sorry.
Well,
that's me. That's my bad. And then we also get logos in for Lin Reverse on the tank slot. So yeah, there's three changes going out there.
Yeah, and I think you kind of alluded to it. It's control maps, right? Like sometimes you want to bring in your particular projectile players for like a Symmetra, or your like Brawl players for that. What do you think? Because you kind of alluded, this is like maybe they're bringing in a core elements of it. What do you think they could be bringing in for something like Blizzard World if they're bringing in, a couple swap pieces? Do you think they're bringing in pieces for a whole other comp, or do you think they're just maybe like kind of trying out some other members of the team here?
It's hard to say. It does feel like Lin Reverse is not like a starting player most of the time. They're listed as a flex player, more of like a standard sub player if someone can't make it. And Logos is coming in now as an specific and as an off-tank player. So same thing goes kind of like on the same side, on the other side. That's on Blugold Esports, by the way. When you look at Carroll, you
Yes.
can also see like what are their main roles, like what do they normally play. KTM is a flex player, so they can kind of go between support and DPS. Beowulf also a flex player, so he goes to support now. Lasker is listed as a support player, but was playing DPS. So it does feel like they're switching around a few things, people to be on more comfortable roles for that reason. What that eventually will result into in terms of results and in terms of what comp they're going to play, that's just their own choice. Like, I don't think that really has much to do with which players are on the field. But they do seem to be coming out at this stage of the defense, at least with the Hanzo, which we haven't really seen from a lot of players.
No, looking to open it up on this double shield, a little bit of a split comp here. Meanwhile, Blugold gonna try and rush down, play a little bit more CC and raw damage, and I gotta respect that take. They've gotten this high ground now, so they're looking to just poke their way through, try to get some damage in, and maybe get some surrounds. It's gonna be hard to do versus this double shield comp though, and that'll be a quick aggression and take. Strawberry moving in, and nothing really in the way to contest them, so able to just kind of walk forward and swing, but that Discord orb might have something to say with it. One tick comes through for free though, no real contest from the side of Carroll University, and that's going to be 2, make that 2. Pez finally opening it up and finding one from Blugold, and the early amplification matrix to bring it out. The Carroll is finally striking back just in the nick of time, as 2 ticks have already gone through. That'll force out the immortality field there and a little bit more, but picks continuing to trade back and forth. It's still not quite over.
No,
Carroll
it
having
is.
a bit of an upper head, and there it is. Now it's over.
It's over, yeah. Like the biggest problem that they had is they have nothing to really pressure Silent. They do now, like Logos has to kind of just fly up there and be annoying. Rixar can help out a little bit every now and then. They just need to be careful about the headshots. But there's already a dragon going straight into that team. Immortality field kind of has to save them. At least they got through, so it's an ultimate traded for a resource that's back in a couple seconds. You know, it's a good trade.
Yeah, you're fine with that trade because if you're lucky, they won't push that. And speaking of that, Strawberry is going to push up a little bit. That'll be a Flux coming out, though, sent out just to see what's going on there and pushing and making that space a little bit. Finally coming in, though, the picks start falling a little bit back and forth. Nothing too fierce right now, but the main tank falling from Strawberry and Pez coming to life there. Looking like it's going to be pretty easy hold for Carroll University.
Yeah, they're done playing. Well, they're still playing Overwatch, but they're done playing, the children's games. They're doing the real things now. I do like the way that Blugold's pathing, though. Like, they're really consciously moving around the Orisa shield, making sure that they don't have the optimal shield positioning the entire time. Which means they have to rely way more on the Sigma shield and way more on the Orisa to, like, get her second shield cooldown in the right place. So they are wasting as much shield and opportunity as possible. It's just not enough. Silent almost with another Dragon Strike is actually really close. Can't quite do the same thing they did last time just yet. They have to be quick enough in order to deter that. Another speed boost. They're going to run straight at those tanks. And that's a good shatter. Only hits 2. They do get the kills, though.
Ooh. They do get those, and that High Noon will clean up those 2 kills. And that's the tank line forcing out all the other ultimates for the side of Carroll University. Nothing really coming from it, but as the Zenyatta fades out there, the counter comes in and Mythic meets 2 of their own. Suddenly, Blugold looks prime to complete and open.
It sure is, MX Thick. You got it right. It is. It was High Noon for sure. Probably somewhere in the world. Not over here, but yeah, you got him.
Nah. Yeah, somewhere, it's always High Noon somewhere in the world.
Yeah, we'll see. So now we're going to see how the rest of this goes, because the map's going to be more and more open. There's more and more opportunities to deny these double barriers to get as much value as they want. But there's also more space to shoot at you while you're approaching as a rush comp. And this is one of those situations where that space is just going to be advantageous for the defending team.
Yep, that Flux coming in is
easy clean
shake
up.
it up a little, but that is clean up from that ultimate. The tank line putting in the work for Carroll University.
I do like that Blugold just like fine with us lose that fight. We didn't really have much to go off anyways. Now they got a bunch of ultimates in the bank. As long as they're able to like cycle through those, like start cycling, they might be fine. But they need to be able to win more fights than just that last one that they did.
Oh, they will try to push that again. Coming up from the high ground, Blugold just going to push and again try to walk right in. Dark Tyrant looking to put this Blossom into a good use and make it bloom, but nothing there. They have them surrounded though, and they're pushing the long way around. Just paying a nice homage to the StarCraft section. Now that they're here, that self-destruct will be out. Try to clear some space, and there's no shields in the way for that. Just bringing it home for Blugold Esports. Logos coming up huge with that bomb.
I like the way the Dark Tyrant played that. It was like one of those where you know what's going to happen. I am going to Death Blossom. but then the self-destruct comes out. So you're going to have to choose. Either you try and block the self-destruct, or you try and deal with Death Blossom. You can't deal with both. And they didn't even bother trying to deal with either, I guess. So, yeah, that was a quick win. And now he still has a Death Blossom. They'll still have their other DPS sold. They'll have actually everything but that self-destruct.
Yep, self-destruct.
There we go.
That Bongo will come down, and the picks will start to fall for Carroll University. There's that Blossom, unfortunately cut short.
Blossom.
Just a little bit short, but there's still ultimates to be had for both teams to be used out there. Silent putting out some work there, cornering this Reinhardt, trying to find Strawberry out, and then will get out there, but you know, the fight continues on, and meanwhile, Carroll University is pushing back and taking that space, looking to try to continue it, and they will find it. Silent, again, showing up, looking for more, is still hungry, and they're just going to push him back.
Looking to versus the next fight. Once again, still a bunch of ultimates online for Blugold. 4 to be exact. But yeah, it's 4 on the other side as well, and Bioflex is actually really close to that rally. Nice dragon to just force out the thing. It's ooh, nice one. Unfortunate that the immortality field was in the way, but they're still able to clean up a few kills afterwards. Going to straight up into this chase onto Silent there, but it's a beautiful attack fire, so it gets at least the Lucio out of the way. They're gonna have to try and find a little bit more, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. KTM trying to run away with the legs is going to achieve his escape. MX Thick, unfortunately, not going to be able to live out of that. DPS gone. That's just Bioflex with the rally, chasing a few players down. Fight over. Blugold has to keep touching this cart, otherwise they'll just end the round right here. 2 seconds gone. Seen so many payloads strand here. Looks like it's going to be another one.
They will keep pushing, though. Carroll University does manage to clean up, and it's just the last stragglers, as it were, as the changes come over for the side of Blugold. And now Hammond will make it, but they are met with quite a bit of control there, and I think that's going to be the end of that as those dragons come out.
I think Blugold played that really well, like in terms of getting around the shields. I think the main thing that they're missing is some more range DPS that finds the value that it needs to. You see the Hanzo on the side of Carroll just popping out arrows, doing a bunch of damage, gets dragons pretty much every half fight. And there's just not as much value in terms of damage coming out from the other side. Granted, it's hard to do as much damage as that Hanzo when you have 2 barriers to play around, but there is still also not as much damage coming out that it results into eliminations. So I do want to see Blugold find ways to do that. They might just not have the DPS on their team to be able to execute a bit more on that ranged side. But the defense is way more telling in that the situation than the attack would be, especially when you play against double barrier, because they can set up on defense. They can't do that on attack. And when you see them set up on defense right now, setting up with an Ashe and a Junkrat kind of feels like that is the solution they want to go for. Instead of trying to get around the shield, just make the shield not exist.
It is much just cease to exist than it is to try to play around it. But Carroll University going to try to get around it in a different way. They're going to bring that Genji in.
They're not out of spawn yet. They're not out of spawn yet. I don't want to get baited by a Widowmaker Genji before they're out.
No, I don't think the Widowmaker's going to stick. But the Genji. I
mean, either of them are fairly. I mean, they're I'm not saying they're necessarily bad, but they are picks that are harder to make work, especially when you look at the tank and support line they have around it. Like, you can't really have someone like the Widow, the Mercy fly with either of them. Neither can you have the Baptiste. So you do see at least the Genji change from KTM. I think that was the hardest one to make stick, because Widow can at least stick in the back and just fire from there. They did find the Junkrat value. Just walk around it, crawl around it, don't get mined.
Nope, they will do that, but Silent will take a look at and find a different angle just to get some shots out there. Finally finding some value. Little Duck will crack it open, and that will get rezzed up, though. It's okay. Just a quick boo-boo, but it will get punished again. And Carroll University continuing to find the value and the picks as they push forward. Widow moving up towards this high ground will suddenly have an angle, and that's a Baptiste bot that doesn't have a shield in front of him. That's a vulnerable target as the contest comes in. They will get that pressure, but the Ashe finds him instead. Again, these picks trading back and forth, just looking for more. He's trying to press onto the point, but can't get it. There's an early bob from Mythic coming out just to press that pressure back and continue to do it. No ultimates coming out. I say that, and Carroll University throws out that implication, makes us try to fight that back. That's the Baptiste utility gone, trying to buy more. Pez will take out that field of their own to try to get more pressure in. The ult's slowly coming in through this mid fight though, and continuing to look for a little bit more as these two slow juggernaut comps push into each other.
Nicely done. Good Graphitic Flux. Silent gets 2 in the meantime, though. The Ash and the Mercy also gets the Baptiste. This Widowmaker popping off at the moment. They don't even need 6 heroes on the team. It's just going to be the one that's necessary. They still have something on the point. I think it's just the Orisa left. They're not going to live that long for this world. Dark Tyrant might be around. Junkrat, I think I heard the nades come in, but I don't know where they are.
No, they are giving that up. Now they will back
well,
up and
for now, they might be able to contest. I don't think they're going to. It's because both their tanks died so late. Otherwise, they might have been able to.
Yeah, they look like they wanted to, but I
no
don't think
Riptire yet from Dark Tyrant. That's actually quite interesting. It means they haven't been able to land that much damage, which you would have expected from a Junkrat. 4.5 minutes now to get almost to the end of B.
Ooh.
MX Stick, though, gets the better of the Widowmaker counterpart.
Yep. And that will be the Visor to come out and follow that up, too. KTM is deep in the lines. We'll find a little bit of pressure and a little bit of value. That'll be a couple picks for the side of Carroll University, and the cart will continue to roll. Get back to the safety
Almost
of their team.
Riptire time.
Oh, that Riptire is there. Dark Tyrant has it, and Strawberry also has that supercharger. Rixar will throw in the Valkyrie too, just to try to get some more into it. But as the ultimates go out, the cart continues to move, and Dark Tyrant on that flank, getting some value. There's the supercharger from both sides, trying to get some value. Looking for it. Where is it? The front line is there. Dark Tyrant is just continuing to spam out. Hasn't found any value yet, but is trying to find the angle, trying to get up to that high ground and look for it. There's the Riptire coming out. There it is. Fire in the hole. Can they get the value? We'll find the Mercy and Biowolf, and that will be enough to bring some slow pressure to this Logos, just trying to get there on point. And the Junkrat continuing to do work for the side of Blugold Esports. They know this needs to stop. Bob coming in just to kind of seal the deal, and Carroll University will pull back for a moment. They've got 3 minutes to spare.
Yeah, they got plenty of time to work with, but it was, they started at like 5.5 minutes. Now only have 3 minutes left, so it's like a minute and a half per fight, which means that if this keeps going this way, they're gonna have maybe 2 fights. They don't want to stop though. Get the Amplification Matrix out. Even the Gravitic Flux is ready. They think Pez can just do this on their own, and that's not a very presumptuous thing to do, especially to already force out their Immortality field. There's at least a Junkrat out of it, but not much more. That's a good counter from Logos.
Oh. Counterflux does come out, will trade back, but there's still, the fight is still live, and the picks still keep coming up for Blugold Esports. They are almost there. Who is left to contest? It's just the Orisas dueling it out in the front lines there, and the Widow still finding some value on a deep flank. Doesn't really get a shot off, but makes himself seen, so a little attention pulled. Meanwhile, Carroll University scrambling to pressure this still while the Visor pops off in the back, does find some value, and Silent still, again, drawing some heat from that front line, and popping Visor too, just feeling confident. They really want to. They really
literally drawing heat from the Dynamite. I think they should have reset after that previous fight ended, because now they wasted another minute, and, they're going to have like 1-2 fights if they keep this this pace. Silent is just in this corner now. I think he's going to have a Tracer on the... They're going to have a Tracer on their bottoms for the rest of this round.
2 minutes on the clock, but they have the high ground now. Pez is up there trying to build another Flux to try to do something. There is that supercharger from Little Duck, just going to drop that down and try to buy some space. Now the Sigma getting caught out and surrounded will get saved for the time being, but with the Baptiste down, that will be it, and the picks continue to come in for Carroll University.
Free mobility over the high ground is what did him in every single time. That flank has been so open. The KTM could just walk in for free. Nice try and touch from Dark Tyrant. At least they're able to do that. They're able to keep it contested for a bit longer, and the Wrecking Ball comes in. Now they're actually getting some respawns. Respawn is, of course, very close to the defense here. They need to keep on pushing. They need to find some value. They need to start getting some picks here. And with both supports, as well as a Valkyrie now actually being out there, it's going to be harder and harder to do so. It's Gravitic Flux. They want to Sigma 9 this one, or at least push them off, and it's going to work. Minute they had left on the clock. It was a valiant effort from Blugold, with Pioneer showing that they are not to be trifled with, and that one map loss is potentially all they'll give.
Nah, it's the curse of control, as it were. You win control, but then you start to lose and you give that up. But, a great effort was had from both of those sides, and that high noon through the window. Beautiful. It was eventually met on the other side by another one, but, they looked good. Carroll University has looked very, very good there.
Yeah.
And turning it back from what was a tough loss in that first map.
It for sure was. And, looking at this right now, we could basically say it's a tight series, but the advantage is definitely on the side of Carroll at the moment. So we'll give Blugold a little bit of a breather, and send it to a bit of a break, give both these teams some time to re-strategize, see where they're going to come out on Gibraltar, because double shield on Gibraltar doesn't feel like they're going to go there.
Welcome back, everyone. Is the NECC We're the B stream, and it's the last game of the night. Can you believe it? It's 1-1 already. We've had some incredible matches so far, and ManofClass, it's good to be back with you as always. But we're going to Gibraltar next, 1-1 tied up, and I mean, I like Gibraltar. I like this place. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I personally love this map. I think it's fantastic.
And you know the best thing is, we've already seen Widowmaker on Blizzard World, so I'm like 99% sure. No, I'm not going to jinx it, but like I would definitely like to see more of it because it was getting so much value that you almost cannot see a reason why they wouldn't do it, especially on Gibraltar where she's just so good. But always teams have their own thing that they want to do, that they like, that they don't like, and I would, could definitely see a world in which they don't have to pick it. Could also still be a Hanzo, could be Hanzo and Widowmaker. Could be some Genji coming out, especially to try and get to those Widowmakers if they want to try and counter it. But we'll see.
I mean, and you kind of alluded to this, but what is the other pieces that you need to go with it? Because we have these long sight lines, but the other thing we have are all these high grounds. So, I mean, you could try and brawl your way through this, but I feel like you can't. Like, I feel like there's just better options, right? Like, you got to run dive here.
The only way which you can run brawl with or double barrier with is when you just stick on the cart or like on the objective and they just cannot get to you. Because the way that dive will work in that situation is that to try and get around you and try and poke you down and try and deal with you that way. But if you just have too much sustain and just too much presence on the cart, then they will always be slower, even if they eventually be successful. So it does look like Carroll wants to go for that type of strategy where they're going to be too static, too sustainable, and just too annoying to deal with to get off the cart. Blugold looks to be coming out of the spawn with a very mobile composition, but they're going to have to poke. They can't just dive in and try and get something.
No, but they are going to bring the fight to them, if nothing else. Dark Tyrant going to set up for a little peek around that corner. Oh, unfortunately, he just missed it. It happens to the best of us, but a slam in will open that up, and that Diva will follow just to try to break that a little bit. Still continuing to push up as the Hammond goes in and tries to fight a little more, but the cart will continue to move. Meanwhile, as this very static comp, like you said, continues to hold high on this high ground, but the cart will go underneath, so they have to drop at some point here.
Looking at Fireheart on the Ana, so sad, just on their own on the cart, getting ramsacked right there. Rixer on the Zenyatta, like I really hope this is gonna get some more value. Zenyatta doesn't get played all that much because it's such a fragile hero. But if you're able to get the discourse on the right targets, which they're trying to do, and actually contribute in terms of damage, it can be the most broken hero in the game, which we've seen plenty of times in the past. Let's see if Rixar is able to show us again.
We're going to try to, but Mythic, Mr. Thick is also, MX Thick, I'm sorry, is also trying to find some of that value, but the value is found on Pez, who will fall here to open this up, and the rest of the comp up here on this high ground will get a little bit bothered. Meanwhile, there's still some contests. The cart's finally stalled in the under part. Strawberry a little bit low here, and gone, unfortunately. We'll get punished for that, and well, the rest of the static comp continues to hold strong on the high ground.
Low health Baptiste was so tempting. They really wanted it, but Strawberry couldn't get the pal drive out. Like, Strawberry was just on the high ground, rolling around, walking around. It was like, that's not what you're supposed to do as Wrecking Ball. Use your mobility. They're at least able to get Silent out now, which is exactly what you wanted, because that is, a pretty part of their damage. Just on the high ground, it's at least one part gone, but they need a little bit more, and they get Dark Tyrant because they just peak too much as a Tracer.
Every shot just continuing to slow this up with that Nano Diva looking powerful in there. That will be the Tactical Visor coming out. We'll find one as the Diva gets in the face of the Soldier, saying, no, old man, this is my space. I can't let you have that, but a self-destruct to clear that out. We'll get out of the way and try to bring that back. A Lin Reverse will get stunned out of the team. Oh, no. It's so unfortunate. We'll try to pressure it up. They have backup. It's okay. But even more further backed up are those dragons coming down from the top there. Silent not finding any value, but continue to stall this card out a little bit longer.
At this stage, with like the little damage they get out of a few of those boops, they give away way too much ult charge compared to what they gain out of that. So I really want to see Strawberry get a little bit more, valuable on this Wrecking Ball, because they're barely a distraction at this stage. That's a good roll. Oh, no, 12 pal drive. Like, once again, it's nothing, it's not comboing.
No, but Silent continues to combo and find it, continuing to carry along on here. Again, Silent coming up huge with this boost from the Orisa. Man, Silent has been an absolute monster on this Hanzo.
Yeah, he really has been. It's kind of ridiculous at this stage. But yeah, Strawberry switching over to the Wid's a very logical choice. It did kind of feel like they were just forcing the Wrecking Ball because they felt like it was a good hero rather than that they're actually very good or comfortable on it. Going to be seeing the MP come out now. No follow-up though. Like there's no one even close.
No.
That timing. You've been playing Sombra for 3.5 minutes only to get an EMP that's completely invaluable. That's very unfortunate.
Now, MXThick will go over to the Echo, though. A little too late with just 20 seconds on the clock, and Silent holding on to this, though. Winston will make the attempt and get booped away as expected, but MXThick finally putting in a little damage there, but KTM coming up big on the Brigitte. Trades back and forth. That'll be the Tactical Visor coming out, trying to get some more value on that. And again, finally finding something. KTM will pop off a little bit, but the picks keep coming up for Blugold, and the cart continues to get contested from overtime. Dragons coming out from spawn. Will it get there? And it will come through. Just a little bit out of kilter, but enough to put in some damage. And the picks keep coming for Carroll University. They are refusing to give this up. The Bio-Wolf coming in for two themselves, and it's basically all she wrote for the side of Blugold Esports.
It just feels like if they'd been on these heroes, just this style composition a little bit sooner, they would have been much more successful. Like, you saw how successful that attack was without even any ultimates, and they were really close to a couple of them. Imagine if they had had one more fight, that would have been such a different outcome, potentially at least. So unfortunately for Blugold, they don't really get that much further than where the card is right now, and Carroll has a very, very clear path to victory on this particular map, putting themselves up to 2-1 and on series point. Wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities. I do feel like they have a very strong chance of just winning this, the way they were playing this map. Very good understanding of where they're supposed to stand. They had a nice idea of what heroes they were playing and how they were playing around them. And yeah, on the attack, they're probably going to switch a few heroes up, but not like the core of the idea is probably still the same. As I say that, of course, they just, put up a full dive.
They're not going to let you be right. Why would they let you do that? Come on now. We're going to play dive. This is Gibraltar.
Yeah, so they're essentially they're just gonna pick what Blugold was trying to do at the end there, but they are gonna get Silent on that Widowmaker, which I'm a fan of. There's no reason why they shouldn't. Yeah. And you know what the best part is? Silents do the same thing that I do when I play Widowmaker on Gibraltar. So they're going through this left door, and if they do the exact same thing I do, they're gonna jump up on the left building because there's like a ledge you can stand there, and it's rarely checked. It's rarely something that actually anyone looks at. Like, I'm surprised that after this long in Overwatch, not every Widowmaker uses this, or not enough Widowmakers use this.
Well, let's find out, because Silent has opened the door.
No, they're not doing it. They're not doing it. Unfortunate.
No, that's unfortunate. Well, your secret's now out, so if you've been paying attention, you now got a secret spot.
Yeah, but now they still don't know where they still don't know where the ledge is. Yeah, because they haven't shown it.
There's the value. There's that shot onto that, and there's the pick onto the Sigma, opening it up. Silent has been an absolute tour de force on this Widowmaker, but Pez coming in there just to try to lead the fight, and the cart just rolls on under. Their tank line going up for the side of Carroll University, just creating that little bit of space, keeping them in check. But meanwhile, the cart continues to roll, and Silent finally going to get a little bit pressured out there. The Diva coming for him, but there's a backup in place, and suddenly Lynn Reverse is paying for it. But early sights already has built that up really quickly. Silent has been absolutely going it. Can anybody stop this before it even gets to the line?
You don't even have to worry if you're Pez either. Already got the Primal up. Just gonna get bursted down really heavily though. This cart is not stopping. This team is not stopping to go forward. They do get Pez eventually.
No.
It doesn't look like it's going to be enough as Dark Tiger gets taken down by the High Noon.
No, died in the middle of that High Noon, and there's a little bit of a contest. Tank line is back, so there is a little bit of anything. There's the Immortality Field taken and already gone, but the rest of Carroll University, the Pioneers, are already forging the path to victory, trying to bring this out. Flux comes out. Flux is looking to try to find some more, but nothing there. Lynn Reverse holding on to the only ult on the field, probably going to make a use out of it soon. Nano has come out, and that will be the self-destruct coming out as well. Anybody will find a space cack. That's a big chunk of the healing down. This MXThick just trying to find some value there, but Lynn Reverse has stalled it out for the side of Blugold, and they will hold with 2 minutes on the clock.
Pulse Rifle doing the damage. Get the Pulse Blasters as well from Dark Tyrant coming out there. Pulse Pistols, I think is actually what they're called. But yeah, awesome right now. This is the really good hold there from Blugold coming back into that. It was very close. but they kind of overstayed their welcome, especially Pez was just running around like they were invincible with a Primal Rage. Just fed a whole lot of ult charge towards the DPS of Blugold. Now MX6 ready with Attack Visor.
They are going to be looking for it. KTM almost to that duplicate though, so there is something, and Silent will fall early. Not necessarily the most damage, but that is a big part of the team. We'll try to burn down the Sigma from Strawberry, not really finding anything. Self-destruct goes off, no one's home, but that will be that. And there is the duplicate as the Attack Visor comes out though. Can anybody find it? There's no value from either side. The duplicate's already gone. Blink and you missed it. But meanwhile, Pez has got someone cornered, and that will be a pick onto the Soldier, opening up and taking away some of that value, followed by the Diva. The picks for Carroll University continue to come in with just a little bit of a minute on the clock. They need to get the cart moving just to bring this up. Pulse Bomb will find BioWolf, and that is a good chunk of that healing down for the side of Carroll University, and that very, very important sound barrier. But there's still an ultimate unbanned. KTM finds 2, make that 3 in the meantime. And this is still live here. These pushes going on forever, and the cart will begin to move. Can they make it in time? Barely 2.5 on the meters left on it, but that is going to be all she wrote. It's just clean up from here.
Not done just yet. The Wrecking Ball is back. There's a sound barrier from Rixar, coming in as clutch as she always does. Sombra is back too from MX6 to try and get back quicker and do something about this, but it's really hard. That Echo really needs to take some damage, and the self-destruct just clears the cart. There's the Pioneers winning it, but that was a lot closer than it maybe should have been. Really good effort from Blugold to try and fight that back. Their attack was just a little bit lacking, and that's unfortunate because they were kind of on the right track at the end. Both on attack and on defense, honestly. But yeah, that's just unfortunate.
The fights that never ends. They just continue to keep going.
And that's the play that finishes the game. Just pushes them off.
Yep.
Unfortunate for Blugold, but hey, it was definitely a cool map to see. We did get to see a little bit of the Widowmaker, maybe not as much value as we thought it was because the map was so short in terms of where they had to play, but it did come out, so happy about that.
I mean, yeah, you love to see a good variety of heroes, and I mean that's Overwatch, baby. Like sometimes things go your way, sometimes you win not just by clicking the heads, but by just making a good decision.
Yeah. It's going to be one of those. And now we're going to go, obviously, to map number 4. Map number 4, we haven't seen it yet tonight. At least we haven't seen it before, but I haven't seen it in the last match. So for me, it's the first time I get to see it. And I'm all for it. I'm all here for it. Like, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do in Hollywood. Hollywood, another potential good map for a sniper. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, there's lots of sightlines. B Street sections wide open. If you like that dive, you can continue to play it. It's still very good here. But we'll have to see what both these teams pull out because it is, Rush still very good here. And again, it's another map. I saw it in game 1. I've seen a lot of things tonight, but I'm very curious to see what these teams want to pull out here because both these dive comps looked pretty good, all things considered, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. Like again, not strawberry, but then don't go back to that ball, and you'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
And then we'll see what else comes out on both sides. Like I think they both do also like the double barrier at times, which is on Hollywood pretty good on defense and on attack, depending on where you play in the stage. But it's going to be a question of whether or not they want to throw some curveballs at it, especially Blugold, of course, being down to match point. You kind of want to find a way to potentially pressure your advantage.
I think they have to, and that will be, speaking of Blugold, that'll be a sub in for them. Logos will come in back again for Lin Reverse, who they both had moments. I think both of these off tank players have had good moments for Blugold, really.
Yeah, they definitely did. And Blugold in general has just had good moments. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing whether or not they're going to be able to continue that. And if you're going to a map like Hollywood, and if you're already down, like might as well try and throw out the best you can in a lot of ways. I do think that they're going to go back to what they were playing on Blizzard a little bit more with that because of logos coming back in. But there's no guarantees. Like there's never any guarantees between these teams at the moment because they could just keep swapping it up a lot.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw them try different things, right? We saw the Wrecking Ball comp come out. It was a good attempt made. Didn't quite pan out, but that shows that there's a lot more comps and ideas in these pockets, right? Maybe this is the chance to pull out that last ditch effort and see what you can make work here, whether to close out the game or to keep yourself alive. There's still more. And speaking of still more, Pioneers are also going to bring in Laskardu for KTM. And I'm kind of shocked by that. KTM looked very good on that DPS role, actually. That's interesting.
Lasker do, last map they played was on Control, which is the map they lost. So, when it looks at that, you're kind of questioning whether this should be the thing to do. But it's possible that, they might actually want to force a map 5 with that. No, I don't think they're throwing. That's not what's happening here. But Lasker Fall trying to go for the redemption arc, trying to win a map with their team as well.
I mean, Lasker do hit that 5K. They hit that 5-man Blossom. That was a pretty
they
big
did
play.
Need to be boosted. They did need to be nano boosted, and it was like after the fight was sort of already like it was very well set up.
Right.
We're gonna have to see a little bit more before I'm actually fully on the Lasker train.
Look, I'm not asking to be. I'm not trying to sell you on it. I'm just trying to say.
No. But you're setting them up to sell me on it. That's what you're doing, and that's great. Yeah, I want to be sold. Want to be sold. Just haven't opened the wallet yet.
No, it's fair. Listen, as long as I get my foot in the door, I'm willing to try to sell Lasker do here because I feel like. Yeah. I feel like with the play we saw from them, there's something to be had. But let's see what they want to do here. And I'm already impressed because they're in spawn, but they're sitting out of Torbjorn. So what does that even mean?
I mean, hey, their defense, they're coming out first. And Torbjorn actually not a bad hero to play here. I mean, you have a limited amount of reach to come in. There's a lot of different angles the turret could be on. So I'm not at all against it. I think they're going to put their turret all the way on this top platform at the moment, though. Which is a pretty good place to put it again. And especially if you think about Blugold not having had too much in luck in terms of ranged heroes, this might be a really good spot for them to be in because it's going to be hard to get rid of. And especially if you're going to keep hammering it all the time. Not going to happen, though. They're gonna join the rest of their team on this juice bar.
No, but
Symmetra back from MXTech.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. They are going to try to rush this, and they will meet them face to face. They are not playing around, and they are not going to let a turret get in their way. Blugold is ready to bring this home, and Dark Tyrant will open up that Torbjorn. Lasker do. I'm trying my best out here, friend. You got to help me a little bit. You can't die first like that. But they do have control of this all-important high ground now, so take a minute, recharge, and just try to get some space available for themselves now that they have.
Very unfortunate for MXTech though, because they was the only one that fell down, and the rest of the team didn't join them. I think that was either miscommunication or just a mistake. Because that Symmetra just alone on the point. It's going to be easy pickings for Sir Silent and the rest of the squad. They did get rid of the Torbjorn turret, but by this time the Torbjorn turret's pretty much already back. They're going to try and teleport into the cafe, and they're going to do just that. Beautifully done. New position, and the Ana's is gone.
Yep, get caught off guard, and they're surrounded, sandwiched by that dragon too. Everywhere you look, there is just pain for the Carroll University Pioneers, and Blugold looking to bring the fight to them, but the turret's up there. They got to clear off that Torbjorn, who has got themselves in a dug-in position. Baptiste up there
Baptiste,
now as well.
Actually.
Trying to get. I was about to. Sorry, I thought I saw the
turret in the Baptiste. Yeah, no, it was the turret in the Baptiste. They were up there. Okay. Bioflex trying to duke and dock and parkour around, but those exo boots can only get you so far. It's a nice graphitic flux coming out to try and pull something back here, but that ultimate might have just gone in vain. Nice fire strike onto Space Keck again. At least pull out some more ultimates in terms of that sound barrier, but this is just going to be cleanup. Oh, Strawberry, be careful. Be careful, buddy.
Oh. No, they got the Lucio. It's fine. They're just going to... Oh, Silence getting out of dodge on 2 HP, though.
Yeah, you say that.
That's where that. But they're just gonna take control of that high ground. They're just gonna push that up, and raw.
That's good though.
Esports. Oh yeah, they've got it. They are in control here.
Obviously, the problem is that Silent and Biowolf can just jump back up and climb back up there at any angle. They don't have to go through the elevators, but at least you're deterring them a little bit, which is always good.
Yep, Cartwheel move with 2 ultimates up for Blugold Esports. It's not too aggressive, but they have some answers to stuff. And meanwhile, Lasker do holding on to this Molten Core. Gotta find it, but that flank shatter comes in for 2. Oh goodness, Blugold Esports absolutely sneaking behind and putting the hammer in.
Is that a flank shatter? Is that not just a counter flank shatter because Lasker do was trying to flank? It's one of those. They still got 3 ultimates left. They got the Symmetra wall to stop them from doing a lot of damage coming out of spawn. Yeah. They even got the Death Blossom, just wait around a corner. Got the Self-Destruct to deter them. Just Dark could just walk right in, just with those resources alone.
Yeah. It hasn't stopped.
Oh,
it's
Dark Tyrant. Dark Tyrant is lurking. They're lurking around that corner. Oh, you had the photon barrier and you still didn't get it. Space Keck, though, dying early again.
No, but the trades come back and forth here, and the card is rolling. It is so close. Biowolf has nothing left just to try to keep themselves up, chew the teeth up, but no one is home, and Blugold will continue to keep this cart rolling. Dragons coming through, though. But force out the they saved the self-destruct there because they got it through, and that's all they needed.
Honestly, it was a nice attempt, but with those 3 ultimates in the way, it was always going to be a tough ask to get through. And now they got another 3. Like, they got the Sound Barrier and the Amplification Matrix and still the Death Blossom and Dark Tyrant. I mean, you know they're going to try and do. They're going to try and flank through that high ground, try and get up there, try and get behind them. He's already up there. You can see it right there. Going to drop down right now, or going to wait for a little bit? They're waiting for a little bit. They're waiting for a bit.
Wait for the perfect moment. Yeah, give it a time. It's a perfect moment for this. But speaking of that perfect moment, there it is, along with all the other ults, and that will be 4 from both of those combined ultimates. No survivors for that, but the cart will keep rolling to 4 minutes, and there's still time for one contest here.
Love from Diva. Thank you, Logo. Spreading the word. Always positivity right there. We see someone come from the high ground. That's the Zenyatta, actually. By a wolf come from the high ground. The Zenyatta does get touched in time, but it had to be the Zen to do it. And they do get a really good counter here, but they need to kill a little bit more in order to actually get them off, and they're just dying to this self-destruct in order to do the shatter. Picks are going in the way of Blugold, and they're just pushing through. They're bringing back the old control antics, and they're bringing it back with success.
I would call that a great success. 3.5 minutes on the clock. They literally just made it look like a walk in the park through Hollywood, and what do you got to do if you're Carroll University? I mean, you don't want this to go to 5, so what do you got to do to make this stop? What do you got to do to stop them in the tracks?
Sorry seems to be the hardest word for them, because that's what they're going to have to say after this decimation on the attack. 335 on Hollywood is... I mean, that's just insane. Like, I don't know what the record is anymore at this stage, but it's definitely not that much higher than this, because they took like a few extra 30 extra seconds on A because MX Thick went down a little bit early on the Symmetra. But after that card never stopped. Like you said, it just kind of kept on rolling, aside from like 10 seconds on B, 10 seconds on C. So it's really like only those 30 seconds you get, and you have 8 minutes on a hybrid map. Like, that's the total time you get between the checkpoints. So they took 4 minutes 25 seconds to go through the entire map. That's a blistering pace.
That is a wild pace. But speaking of a blistering pace, there looks like a blistering dive coming out for Carroll University, and I agree with it. It's very easy to come out onto that and attack the high ground. So I mean,
this is the Laskardu moments. Laskardu has to do work here because there is almost zero counter to it. Like, you have a little bit of defense matrix and logos in the way, and Fireheart can help out a little bit, but the DPS are virtually useless against this Echo.
Yep, and they will see that rush comp just hanging up on the high ground, preventing that out. We'll take a ball to the face, though,
I say that, and wow.
Oof. Yeah. Yep, took a couple balls to the face, and hey, your Echo's got to fall back for a minute, but Laskardu will continue to poke in, try to find some value. It will force out the Immortality Field, and there is that dive coming in. It will eventually push him off the high ground, but also push Pez, who has pushed themselves up in back. Forcing out a lot of that utility there. Those symmetric turrets still falling. They kind of saw this come in, and already Pez going on that primal will just send it in there, going deep, and will get punished for it immediately.
Blow it up.
Oh goodness, there's the recall too, and I mean, short of someone like Silent coming up big, this is a done push here.
And we saw that blow up of the Winston already come out on Gibraltar, obviously, and it just happened even quicker here because the entire team was there. They do get MX Thick late, but I doubt they don't have like a teleporter somewhere they can get out spawn quickly. And now on the Winston, though, they're going to use the force dive.
No, they will force that dive and the pulse bomb, and not too much coming from it, but they will continue to chip in. Pez going, but again getting punished for that. And again, Blugold Esports just continues to find the solutions to keep themselves going here. Space Cac gonna commit that Valkyrie too, and you know, Laskardu was transformed for a hot minute there. We never really got to see it before getting sent back to spawn for more, and they will once again reconvene for more.
So,
oh no, it's still going. Ooh.
Oh, they're just gonna keep chasing this. So the strategy that Carroll is you know applying is sound. Like, there is a good, there's solid reasoning behind it. The reasoning is you keep diving, and because your respawns are quicker and you keep getting kills, eventually you out attrition them. But there's one problem: they're not getting kills.
No, they are not. And speaking of that, Pez again, one of the first to fall will get res back. Another again. Blugold just continuing to hold this down. Self-destruct will come out, but it is safely blocked, and Little Duck will quack their way back to the rest of the spawn.
That is really sad. It makes me think of those all Disney cartoons, with Donald Duck just being sad about it. Like that's Little Duck's mood at the moment. But they have to find something. They don't have any ultimates to work with. This Spaz coming in again with the Primal Rage, but you know how fast you got blown up last time. You're fighting against even more power this time. Little Duck, though, with the Zarya, might be able to help out with a little bit of bubble power.
It's a little bit of something if we can get some more damage out there, but Silent has this Pulse Bomb. Gonna have to come up big because there's 2 on the side of Blugold Esports, and that will be the D.Va just poking up and trying to buy some value there. Silent looking for a target, can't quite figure out. Self-destruct comes through.
What are you gonna pulse,
Yeah, what do you Pulse Bomb here? And there, speaking of that, there is that Pulse Bomb. Will find MX Thick, and that is an opener, but unfortunately the hits keep coming back from Blugold, who have already cleaned up most of this fight. The Zarya continuing to try to find some charge, but Dark Tyrant refusing to die there. Will unfortunately be seen back to spawn as 5 ultimates for Blugold. They didn't have to commit almost anything.
Almost anything, yeah. And they know next map, Ilios, should be their playground too if they keep playing like this. Blugold essentially has already won this map. Like, yeah, there's still a potential that you get to the end of the map, but you're gonna do it practically in overtime. They're just feeling good about it. You're gonna try and like semi-mirror this at this stage. Just get through with the Junkrat. Just brute force this. Strawberry taking a lot of damage as a result, but the Shatter's ready. Doesn't do it. Hits it into the barrier.
No,
but it doesn't matter.
There's the there's the Death Blossom coming in. It gets 2, and the damage is done for Blugold. They are chasing them back to spawn with just 5 seconds left, and it is safe to say the Pioneers will bring us to a map 5, and Blugold Esports will take the victory here on Hollywood.
That is such a polarizing victory that we see just there. That is just a world of difference. And it's because they're able to play the exact same thing that they were playing on Lijiang. Get to do it again, and if they're gonna get to play that again, yeah, that is. That was the defending team. They were attacking. They were attacking, shattering on the defending team. That was happening. That's why I'm saying I don't think that was a. I thought it was a. You think it was a flank shatter, but was it a flank to a flank to a? It was like flankception. It was ridiculous. Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Goodness.
Man.
Well, it is anyone's
what do you even say
here.
About? Yeah, what do you even say about this anymore? Like, I do really feel like this is kind of in Blugold's court at the moment. Like they're the ones. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can really see happening is that the Echo starts finding a little bit more value on maps like Lighthouse and Well. But you kind of figure like Fire might be a little bit better there. But we'll see. We'll see what they pick out. Yeah, it's Ilios. It's always wacky. I love it.
Yeah, and I mean, and that doesn't even, let's not even account for any more of these subs that come in, because we've seen subs for a lot of these maps. As much as I wanted to root and sell you on Laskardu, I kind of don't feel like I could do it. I kind of don't think I did it there, unfortunately.
No, I definitely think that was kind of the problem there. Laskardu, I'm not saying Laskardu was the problem, but Laskardu definitely did not show up the way that they maybe should have. It could be, again, they're just giving us a fun series, and I would say they're soft throwing, but I don't think that's the case. I think they're definitely looking for a victory, just not in the right way. KTM is coming back in for Laskardu on the DPS role, so at least we're going to get that, and hopefully that will be enough for them. But at this stage, Blugold just very strong. We're going to give them more time to recuperate. Going to give them a little bit more time to strategize, because obviously everything hinges on this one map. We'll come back after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. It's game 3. It's map 5. Can you believe it? We've had 2 map 5s tonight on this channel. It's insane. It is 2-2. We are going to Ilios. We got Blugold. We got Carroll. And, I mean, it's anybody's game. We've seen so much.
We call it the NECC Classic at this stage. That's just how it is. We're going to get the map 5. Maybe even the map 6. Oh, no, wait. We can't get map 6 because they can't draw on this one. Yeah, we got him. We broke the system. No, we guaranteed the system. That's how it works. We see what happens here on Ilios. Of course, the momentum is heavily with Blugold at the moment. They won the last control map in fairly convincing fashion. They won the last map on Hollywood in fairly convincing fashion. And now the... one of the bigger carries, or at least the bigger value players in the Carroll University Pioneers, KTM 6060 is back. Lasker couldn't seal our hearts, couldn't convince us that they are a star player too at the moment just yet. But they may have just had an off night, and they are still on a very good record. So let's see if they can maintain it. Can they go 5-1, or will Blugold make a case for themselves to make a comeback this season? All up to them on this particular map.
It's looking like they could here, and we see the May Cassidy from the side of Carroll. That's pretty bog standard, but we see the Sim and MX.
It's the same. No, this is the Blugold special though. They've been running this on every map they've won. Yeah. And this is going to be another continuation. They're going to teleport straight to point, omit every fight that goes everywhere else. I think there's Lucia ready to boop, though. There he is!
Oh, BioWolf saw it
You saw the outline drop by. You're like, BioFlex is going to have a party. Still get that kill on the Pez, though. Pez has just been the butt end of that.
It's unfortunately, and the cleanup is there before the point unlocks. And, it's a risky play, and that's why you don't necessarily try it. Aren't you supposed to aim for like the top of the building also?
I mean, at this stage, I haven't seen it enough get success that I really wanted to go into it in terms of a strat. But one thing I will say, Strawberry leading by far in Shadow Charge. They pretty much already got it. Pez will not necessarily be taken back by that, but got to be ready for it, and they're not.
That shatter already.
They're not ready.
And the cleanup is already there. It is basically signed, sealed, and delivered from Blugold, who've already decided they want to win now.
Yeah, 30% is what they'll get. 32 maybe, but they'll just clean this up. There's a May on the objective trying to stall a little bit longer. It's not going to be able to do that. And as much as May can get a lot of value on points like this, it's a bit trickier. Well, one fun fact at the end of that fight, Rixor getting the boop cleanup revenge on the BioFlex.
Rixor, the queen of boops, as it were, for right now, but
for sure.
Looking
got that title.
To try to put that. Oh no! Will be a wall. There'll be a couple walls coming down there.
Double wall.
That Reinhardt will get blocked off. Oh no! The shatter to counter it though. It is
chaos
charge as everything comes out. Looking for more. There's that shatter, catches the team for the side of Carroll University, and that is all she wrote. Throw in the flowers, and it is done.
They're going at it now. These teams, it's explosion versus explosion, and Strawberry. The only reason they dropped that shield is because they had another shatter ready. They've basically lapped Pez in shatter charge. That is like how much more value Strawberry's been able to get. And it's great. The Strawberry in the first map, remember where they just kept dying after their shatters? They're not doing that anymore. They've cleaned up their act. So Blugold's been growing throughout the series.
They are, and that will be the self-destruct looking for that. Can they add anything? But Blizzard has come down, and suddenly everybody is trapped. The remake will come down too. There's not enough to do it, and that will be the Blossom coming out. We'll find, unfortunately, nobody there, and Blugold continuing to keep it up. BioWolf will find some.
They're not done yet.
Kill of their own, though. It's still anybody's match here. There's still trades back and forth, and Carroll University continues to pressure onto the point. There's still that sound barrier if they need it. Self-destruct comes in, doesn't find anybody, but a good hole-in-one there for it. Carroll, the Pioneers, looking for more. Can't quite clean this up as they try to bring this close to 99, and Rixor will just... There's a reset. That's the tactical reset, and I think that's the smart maneuver there.
That's really quick about this, though. I think they reset a little bit too late because they barely have time to get back. They use a teleporter to get out of spawn quicker, but that's not going to get them there in time. Only 6% to go. Does look like Dark Tyrant might make it there, and the Reaper with the D.Va as well. Sound barriers out. They have a chance.
Shatter! No, the shatter comes out, and there's the picks coming in for the Pioneers. They are continuing to find it. A shatter comes out for the side of Pez, who is sick of being on the floor the whole time, and they will continue to keep this. They want this, and they need it. Carroll University Pioneers cleaning it up and will take round 1.
It turns out that May Reaper is a little bit better than Symmetra Reaper. It's the May was actually getting quite a bit of value from Silent, and obviously you can do like a little bit more targeted damage with those icicles. But you know, depending on which point we go next, it might actually be better to run the Symmetra than the May. And I think this point in particular would probably count as that. It's a little bit more open, a little bit less opportunity for walls to find value. But of course, Silent's never going to stay on May when you go to Ruins. No. This is Widowmaker's playground. No. This is where she comes out, and Silent is doing it.
And Silent has looked good on this Widowmaker. We'll give him those sight lines, and they've been able to click those heads. So let's see if they stay on this, because Blugold heard you, and they want the May here instead. But
yeah,
it looks like they will commit to the Widowmaker.
So the one problem that Silent might have is that Logos will go after him. They did a really good job on that on Gibraltar. Going after the Widowmaker, but we'll see if that actually holds true here as well.
Just looking for shots, trying to buy some space as they take this outside flank. The wall comes up, and that will be Pez once again falling early, and the rest of the picks will come too, giving them control of that point before it even unlocks, but that's fine. They've got the team there, so they'll get it. They'll let it go, and the Pioneers will turn around and regroup for more.
Yeah, they played that correctly in every single way, right? Like, you walk out with the May, just play at a position where the Widowmaker cannot even see you, get the wall on the Reinhardt, and then just fight that first pick and win the fight. Now they're going to fight into a May of Silent, so it's going to be a complete mirror matchup, and now we're going to see who the better May is, because they haven't gone up against each other like this before.
No, but once again, Strawberry looking ahead in that shadow race. The wall will come out, not necessarily isolating, but we'll get it there. Pin comes out, it does stun, and the Reinhardts are taking a bunch of damage. Strawberry will be the first to fall this time, and that opens it up for the Pioneers to take some space. Wall to try to separate there and buy some space, but the crowd continues to roll in, so now that the pressure's on the point, it's going to come on to who can get those picks. Trades will come in, and Fireheart holding onto that. We'll get that Amplification Matrix out before they fall, but can't really get full value of it. KTM will get that, and the Shatter from Strawberry, who's back, trying to make the hero play. Can't quite get there in time. Will trade out with Pez on Fire Strikes. Does get 2, though, and it's still open. It's just the Diva. We'll get the revamp kill on the Bio Wolf. No, it's just the Divas now. Either one.
They're stalling. Even if they lose, they've stalled for so much percent. They're winning.
No, they're winning. They hold it.
It's the Blugold spirit. Bio Wolf got a little bit too overzealous and just gets smacked down by a mech respawn. Nice Amplification Matrix. There's no one in the sights of it. They're just dodging it. No. And Strawberry's trying to build up to the next Shatter, but right now Pez is the one that's really looking for one.
There is that Blizzard, and speaking of that, there is that Shatter. The pin comes through, and it doesn't matter. That's plenty enough to bring some out. Fade will end, though, and the Reaper is stuck. Will eventually find the end of the hammer, as the hammer and Pez continues to swing, just clearing all that space. The Pioneers know they need to flip it, and just the last bits of Blugold will hang around until overtime.
99% gained, and now they're going to come in with 3 ultimates. There's a little bit to work with on the other side, especially that sound barrier is huge. And I kind of almost wonder whether Rixor should have wanted to use that sound barrier, because then they would have just gone in even, but then with more, firepower of their own.
They will have to see, because there's plenty of firepower between all of
nice
that.
Wall.
Blizzard and the Self-Destruct will come out. Pez will find their counterpart, though, to open this up, as those ultimates don't seem to get much value there. And the Pioneers still alive, a little chilly, but no worse for wear. Looking into that, trying to find up. Death Blossom will be there, does not find anybody, gets mostly eaten up, and will manage to get out. Tyrant lives to tell another tale. Self-Destruct coming out from the little duck. Quack, quack, no one there, though. And KTM will throw in a Blossom. Will find 2, though, and that is the difference maker when you stall out and get a little bit more pressure there. Carroll University Pioneers continuing to grind up as it gets closer to 50%.
Started with that first wall on Strawberry that just got blown up, and then kind of snowballed from there. No pun intended, but of course Snowball was on the field twice. Yeah, let's see whether or not Rixor can get some value out of the sound barrier this time around. Last time they used it for the Blizzard, which Silent has online again. The sound barrier isn't quite there yet. Have to be careful here. Maybe Logos can eat it.
That would be the ideal, but as the hammers keep swinging, we are finally trying to push it, and there is the snowball itself. The Rhine is blocked off, but Strawberry seems to be safe for now, and no one really stuck in that Blizzard, so no real capitalize, and MX Thick will fall instead. the Shatter will come down also just to try to get some more pressure out there. And Blugold finally looking to push back and get control of this as it nears closer, 85%. Even closer to that. Sound Barrier comes out, try to get that Rixar, will find Space Cac in there, and it continues to show red in the kill feed. And just in oh man, nick of time, will there be pressure there? Sound Barrier comes in, overtime will flip it, but can they make it in time? No, they will get there. That will be a Death Blossom. We'll take 2, and Blugold looks like they are going to bring this home to tie it up and make us, of course, go all the way to the 3rd.
Yeah, it's just a golden rule. Like, you kind of cannot
you
cannot go to the third, not go to the 3rd stage. It just doesn't work that way.
No.
And Well is the perfect chaos to end it on, because both these compositions are not really that mobile in terms of verticality. So Rixar and Beowulf, if no one switches, you're gonna have to be the ones that just kill everybody by throwing them in the well. I've been saying it for years. There should be some sort of warning signs. There should be some sort of barrier, like around the well, that, you know, tells people, stops people from falling in. You know, every single landmark everywhere around the world has all these safety concerns, but Ilios, no, they're fine with everyone just falling in there. And, I mean, Beowulf and Rixar will probably be really fine about that. But it's going to be Rush versus the double barrier. So let's see if the speed from Blugold is going to once again pay off versus that static dominance from Carroll.
We'll have to see if we can give Fantasy OSHA a call for you and see if we can get some fence posts up. But in the meantime, we'll take a pause. The dramatic pause just as the team's about to engage. A disconnect hits and
from the main heals. Oh, that's very unfortunate.
That's important. That's important because that is one that comes up really quick.
That's a Baptiste gone for a bit. That is going to be a big deal once they come back. But already Blugold's doing the same thing. They did this on Blizzard World, where they're able to walk, or at least they're planning to walk around all these Orisa barriers, make them use that cooldown barrier to reposition their shield, and then they won't have one. They can just walk through, break it really quickly, and make sure they still have healing, attack power, and everything is just kind of happening in the face of the Orisa rather than on the other side of a shield that's between you and the Orisa. Very nicely done. Like, they're already doing it right now.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see whether or not that's going to happen.
Yeah. They may have to just pull right back and refits there, because Space Cac has to reselect and come back. And I mean, it looks like they want to commit though. They are willing to get in the face here.
Yeah. I mean, they have to. I mean, they put themselves between the respawn and the team of Carroll, so they put themselves the ideal position to be annoying to this, and they already get KTM.
Yeah, and KTM falling early. Rixar is just trying to keep themselves in that high ground, but the Pioneers looking for more. Ooh, almost manages to come over the top of that. We'll try to look for the boop. Does try for it. Doesn't. Nothing there. But I know it does get Pez. Gets Pez into the well. There it is. There's the hole-in-one, and the rest of it will fire back. There it is. It's going to be the battle. It's going to come down to these Lucios to try to move these immovable objects here. But Blugold looking far more immovable at this time.
It's so funny because they're basically pushing them back into their own spawn, which is like our spawn is over there, yours is over there. We're going to push you towards ours, so we always have like the advantage in every situation. And that's just like the beauty of how they play on this Lucio with the Reinhardt D.Va comp. It is running around the Orisa. They're running around them and putting them in a position where they don't want to fight.
You are correct there, but Strawberry looking to unload this Shatter. But speaking of unload, there are several.
Oh, he's looking for the Shatter, but he lands.
No, but he tried to land the Shatter into it, but nothing was there. And that will be the rest of the ults from Blugold, trying to force the proverbial point home here. And MX will
barrier
two to try to clean this up. There's a High Noon, will get a D.Va to the face though, so that's that. And finally, more sacrifice for the well. Beowulf will knock MX in just to complete even more of it, and the point continues to roll it for Blugold Esports. Beowulf going to try and get out. Unfortunately, we'll have to take the long way home.
What do you think they sacrificed to in the well, though? Like, what's there?
I like to think it's whatever is getting us Overwatch 2 quicker, but you know,
I see how it is. You just delete all the heroes, so they have to make new ones. I see how it is.
Exactly. New hero is the well, by the way. But speaking of the well,
photon barrier to start off. Yeah.
There's those barriers to start it all off, and let's just get them out of the way. We'll wear nose down as they are going to take the long way around. The Pioneers will boost themselves the long way around, and this Space Cac over to the Ana now, trying to decide they are not playing into this, going to try to play to the Lucios a little bit better. The Rhine is isolated though, and there's the punish coming in. Strawberry will unfortunately get picked, and that will be that, trying to find some more. And the Lunac kill to counter. Oh no, it is pure chaos in the well right now, but the clock continues to tick down. We're coming up to 85%, and no flip has come in. And Blugold, again, there we go! For Biowolf, turning this fight back around, and it has just been a tale of two Lucios in this map.
It's okay. You're almost at 99. Oh, we got to pause. I think someone's disconnecting.
Possibly. Yes, no, there's
space
a
tech
DC
again. Yeah,
yes.
It's it pre DC. That's unfortunate. I mean, they've pretty much already won the fight, though. I think they're gonna be fine to respawn in time, and they were already dead in the first place. So this is not the worst. The only thing you lose is the ult charge, which is still unfortunate. But it's not the sound barrier that's almost ready from Bioflex. So BioWolf X. Do it correct? But yeah, that's it's still unfortunate, you know. But they're gonna have to just have to clean up really quickly, which they're gonna be able to do. And like Biowolf was already dead anyways, so it's okay. You get like a few extra actually, it might even respawn quicker this way. Not quite sure. Right. Yeah. Well, the only thing you lose is the ult charge. So I think they'll be fine, and then we're gonna see if they're gonna be able to hold out for the full 100 because they can't lose another fight.
No, it is down to the wire. All it takes is one last fight at this point. And I mean, there's so much going on at a given point between all the isolations, the Lucio plays that we've seen. This map has been just so much.
It's been Lucio, the sound barriers, the boops, the everything. It's just all come together. It's great. And you know, the tale of two Lucios is just this. The tale of two Lucios on Ilios is just a nice thing to say. It's a good phrase. I like it.
Yeah. I think that's the best way to put it because
it's linguistically appealing.
The other way is a tale of two DJs, but that sounds like that might be something different. I don't know what that might be instead.
You know, there's so many DJs around the world. I think we can hold off on that one.
Touche. I respect that. But you know, like you said, all it's going to take is one fight, and I think, you know, it's possible they hold here. These teams have been throwing haymakers back and forth all game, really.
I think if Carroll University Pioneers, if they want to do the defense correctly, they play around their Lucio the way the Blugold's playing around theirs. So every single time they set up this Orisa Sigma thing, every single time they set up these barriers in some way, they just get kited around by Blugold. And I think the only way to do it is to try and counter kite them. So whenever they try and go around you, you just go counterclockwise, like clockwise the other way, or like just follow their thing. So they never can actually get close to you, because that's when your comp finds value, when you get to not have them get too close to you as a full team. And I think that is where their strength lies. Their May play has been good. Whenever it's like whenever Strawberry actually makes the mistake of walking into a room where Maywall can split you off, or into a place where Maywalls can split you off, it finds value. But that's happening less and less. So I'm truly wondering if Blugold is just going to run away with this. There are a few things that the Pioneers can do. Like we've said it before, it's the rotation, playing around the walls correctly, it's playing around your Lucio, and maybe some more environmental kills. Who knows?
I can't imagine we don't see more. I mean, we've seen so many already. But like you said, the different types of plays, these isolations that have come in, you know, it all takes teamwork, and the teamwork that has come from both of these teams to make all these moments work between the isolations, the boops. You know, it is actually quite impressive to see this level of cooperation. Especially given how much is on the line here.
Yeah, like all I've really been wanting to say every single time they do the kite motion where they go around them is, why can't this happen in my quick play games? You know, why can't people just listen to me or just go around the well instead of past the well? Yeah, it's a problem. But hey, we'll see.
We've had a couple more problems, just a couple more DCs. Looks like the internet the sacrifices to the well have not been enough, unfortunately.
They're all from Carroll Pioneers as well, which is problematic. Might be like some regional thing, or like I don't know if they're all in the same room. Like it happens sometimes that they're all in the same place and they're all like it's like a local server issue or whatever. So yeah, we'll see what happens to that. Obviously, we can't just say we're starting the entire map. Too far on that front.
No, we are unfortunately.
But yeah,
too
let's
close to them.
with all these players disconnecting, I think the smart thing to do is we're just gonna throw to a bit of a break, and as soon as they come back, we'll just we'll update you.
Just hang on
you know,
to that
like
cliff.
we'll
Hang on to that cliff with us. We'll
hang
be
on to that
back.
cliff. Exactly, cliffhangers.
We are. Oh, we are not looking at our gray spot right now, but we can see the cleanup is going to hit from Blugold, and they will force the overtime issue here. Dark Tyrant has do it, but they are struggling on the side of that with his DCs coming in. The Shatter comes in, and it is gonna be all she wrote. Blugold Esports will close this out after a bit of an unfortunate issue. There will be there's going to be a bunch of lag coming out, a couple more DCs, and it is it got a bit hectic, needless to say.
Yeah, essentially we're basically pausing when the game is kind of just over. But yeah.
It is. You hate to see these moments.
I don't know. Like I don't know what we're going to do. It kind of feels like the game's just over. So
yeah. It feels it's like a very anticlimactic moment because I feel like we have
that
closer.
we have refs, etc. Right? Like so we have to wait for an official call on this because essentially like I don't think anyone can actually get back to the point in time. But yeah, like what we're looking at here is that three players disconnected on the side of the Pioneers. And then like as soon as they came back, those were all the players that were like still on the points, and then Blugold could just like
clean it up and
figure it out. But yeah, we're just gonna wait until there's like a tiny bar of overtime left. We're gonna wait until we can resume the game for that to be resolved, and we're gonna go straight back into it. Yeah. It's gonna be a 3-second game, guys. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's here. We're here for the integrity of it all, and the most integral thing we can do is probably call this. And,
there's the victory screen. Blugold Esports wins
will
it.
Bring it home.
3-2.
They will bring it 3-2, and what a map!
And look, but all I can say about it though is like this is the true college experience though. Like
really.
we're gonna see a beautiful Death Blossom here after this shatter, so you can see Strawberry walk in, try and shatter, but nope, Pez is just a little bit faster. There's the Death Blossom to clean it up as just a beautiful team kill. Sexed up will kill. But like I said, this is a true college experience, you know? It's the you come together as students, but sometimes just like this might be something that you need the school internet to be a little bit better, or some resources to be here and there. Maybe you need like a proper room to play in as a team that you know the internet connection is going to be good. And these are all of the arguments you can make. Or Carroll could be like, we should have just won this game, but because our infrastructure or resources aren't good enough, we didn't. So maybe do something about it. And that's like emerging collegiate esports. You see it in traditional sports, they get more resources. Eventually, it's going to happen here too. And we're going to look back at this day and like, wait, there was a time where teams disconnected during games.
Unbelievable.
That's not a thing anymore now. So let's hope we get there sooner rather than later, of course.
It is the unfortunate lesson that we all can take to heart, because we all should be supporting collegiate and this kind of path to professionalism. And unfortunately, Carroll has to eat that loss for us. They go down 4-2, and Blugold will go up 2-3. So, I look forward to this rematch. Honestly, I'm sure they will see each other some point down the line, and I would love to see how this happens. Yeah, point this will happen.
At least they can be scrim partners for a while now, because they don't have to play each other for a little bit. So, and they like playing each other, it seems. So at least the chat was very positive about it. Could be very fun because they had very opposing styles, and that can often be a very good thing to scrim against, just to figure out like what the other team's doing. So very excited for Blugold in the future as well, for Carroll to get some a little bit more luck with their internet maybe in their future matches. Of course, we are right now in week 6. We're gonna have 3 weeks to play, a few more opponents to go, and then it's off to playoffs with everybody. So thanks everyone for watching. Of course, it was the last match of the night on this channel. We will be back next week from our Overwatch, but there's always NECC esports going on in the collegiate scene. So definitely check them a follow and make sure that you can find them. And we'll see you in the future. Have a great night.
Take care.